Good morning everyone and welcome to Donington Park for the 7 Heaven event. We have 4 different Caterham classes to bring you today. The 310R, the 270R, my apologies, the Roadsport and the Academy, all out on track today. A reminder that we are using the national circuit, so no Fogarty S's or the Melbourne Loop, but it is going to be a non-stop day of action coming to you from the Caterhams. And did you know one of these categories has more ratio than a Porsche 911? Absolutely crazy. It's going to be a great day of racing. Hopefully the weather clears up a little bit. We had a bit of sunshine earlier after a very wet qualifying session for all of our drivers. It won't be long until the 310s, they are out first, and we've got 3 races total before lunch, and then the rest of the action continues this afternoon. I think we can actually hear a few rumblings coming down the straight now. As you can see, Tom, we're peeping out looking at this 310 grid. So if I just talk you through how qualifying went this morning, it was actually Andrew on the Pro-Am class, number 84. He lines up in pole position with a time of 1:27.285. A great lap for him. And then we actually have an amateur driver in second place. That is Sam Parker, and then we have Tom Willis in third. Now the Caterhams haven't been here since 2024, and it was actually Tom Willis on pole back then, so he is very familiar with this circuit. The championship leader, Paul Goldstein, is down in 6th place, and we also have the Harris brothers in the mix too. Now one thing about the Caterhams is that no matter where they start on the grid, they are exceptionally fast and they're exceptionally nimble, and around such a technical circuit like Donington Park, that'll be very, very important. So we are ready here at Donington Park. The 310s are out on the grid, looking down into that first corner, feeling all sorts of emotions. Are they anxious, scared? It could rain. I think we're scheduled for a bit of rain later, so setups might have to be overcome in this race here. It's a 20-minute long race. These 310Rs get 3 races today. This is the first, and it's going to be a great day of racing. And as we get a bit of quiet on track, I will be honoured to hand over to our commentator today, Paul Walsh. And Paul is here, so it's lovely to see him this morning. Paul, what are you seeing out on track, and what have you got in store for us today?
Thank you, Leah, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from your commentary booth here at the Donington Park and National Circuit. You have myself, Paul Walsh, and also a man who knows a thing or two about Caterham Motorsport and racing at the Caterham kit car, who's joining me is none other than the 2018 Vertex 310R champion. It is Chris Hutchinson. Chris, good morning to you. What a morning we have got ahead, and what a day of racing we've got ahead of ourselves.
Crikey, we have got an awful lot of Caterham action to get done between now and the end of the day. We're here compressing a race weekend into one day. You can see on your screen all the races we've got lined up for you. We're going to be seeing the 310Rs very shortly. They've got 3 outings today, as have the 270Rs, and really importantly, the Academy get their first ever action out on track. That's coming up after this first bit of action. They'll be out twice today, as will the Roadsport Championship. So yeah, out 10 races between now and just before 6 o'clock.
Oh indeed, and right off the back as well of a trip to Belgium quite recently for all of our series racing today, except one of them of course, because as we do head towards the summer, they do normally say school's out for the summer, although not for our Academy drivers. School's in for the summer because they'll be kicking off their championship season as of today.
Yeah, absolutely. The first time they're going to get to do a competitive race out there, and the first opportunity to join the Academy. They haven't held a race licence before, so they are absolutely the first time they've been on this tarmac. A bit of testing from yesterday, bit of qualifying from this morning in really damp conditions. Did a great job to get it all around, but they'll be out there having a lot of fun, no doubt. And say we're going to see them twice, 2 20-minute races. But yeah, starting with the 310Rs.
Oh, indeed, and as we do make our way to the grid for the first of our 10 races today, this is going to be none other than round number 10 of the 2026 Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, and line up on pole position. Through those changing conditions, it'll be Andrew Murgatroyd. He'll be joined on the front row by Sam Parker, our AM driver, and you can tell that by the background to the door number for our driver. If it is pinky purple, it means they're an AM, otherwise if it's the light aqua blue, it means they are a pro-am. Sam Parker, absolutely incredible in qualifying, it had to be said, leading the qualifying session as well for 90% of it, only to be picked to pole position in the end by sub-10th. Then we see Tom Willey starting in third, and he'll be joined on that second row by the man who's been promoted from AM to Prime. He's had an incredible season thus far. It's going to be none other than Will Chadwick. David Yates starts fifth ahead of Paul Goldstein, and then we do have Charles Harris and Alex Vincent on row number 4. An interesting accolade, Paul Goldstein, who will be starting sixth. He is your championship leader, yet to take a win this season. 3 podiums, 7 top 5s, 9 top 10s, but no win. And well, as we'll go further down the order very shortly, you'll notice as well, Charles Harris, who starts 7th, no wins in his campaign so far. Instead, he's currently sat in second in the championship, only a further 9 points behind. It's just our top 8 drivers. We'll come to plenty more shortly, but Chris, it's a very interesting championship season so far because of the fact our top two yet to win. And you think at this point they've got to have a win on the board, not quite.
Wins become really important by the end of the season, but yeah, let's get through the rest of the lip grid, and I'll talk you through what the 310 is and the rest of the season going to look like.
Oh, indeed, and we carry our way down the grid. William Harris starting in 9th there, brother to Charles Harris, if I know correctly, and Stephen Lancaster, the next of your AM drivers, starting in 10th place. Josh Jackson starts 11th, just ahead of Ryan Wilby, who's had a bit of a muddling season thus far. Ben Lopez, Appleton and Peter Mott line up on row 7, and then we are going to see Chris Buck and Stephen Harris completing your top 16 on that row number 8. But as we head further down the order, we see more of our AM drivers there, but pushing hard. William Coop starts in 17th, just ahead of Tim Hardcastle. Then completing that top 20, it's Robert Lowe and Chris Broome. And then we do have Henning Eschweiler starting in 21st, the Munich hometown driver, all the way over in the UK, racing for this season. Ahead of James McCullough, and then it's Graham Finlayson, who rounds off your 23 starters after his rallycross line in qualifying. Saw him qualify to the back, but hopefully he'll be keeping it on the black stuff for this one. But Chris, you're going to tell us a little bit about the 310R machine.
Absolutely, this is the 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So we're starting with the fastest Caterhams we've got here this weekend. They're on the Nova ZZR dry tyres today because it was a bit inclement in qualifying, but they will be on the dry set of tyres now. They've got a Ford Sigma 155 horsepower limited slip differential is their biggest upgrade, and a bit more power than the other cars we're going to be seeing around. Yeah, the most experienced drivers we've got here now, and the conditions are very different from qualifying, so they will have to get a little bit used to the conditions out there. But the most experienced drivers we've got up there, and it's just fantastic to see Sam Parker. She loves the wet driving, and normally you see her at the end of the commentary, and presenting out there, but she's lining up on the first row of the grid, first front row start for her, so hopefully she can get away and away. But as you said, the consistency this year has been the talk of the championship, and yeah, the top of the championship haven't necessarily had the wins, or the people who have been doing the winnings have lost out. They get an extra point gap for winning, so there's 2 points back to the person who finished in second, so it becomes really important by the end of the year. So yeah, those drivers that don't have wins yet will be looking to see what they can do about getting that rectified today, and they've got 3 opportunities, 3 20-minute races to get that done.
Oh, 100%, but Donington Park, a grand equaliser of a circuit, understandably, given its fast-flying nature and how the Caterham machine is so dependent on not just the driver but also the draft. But we do see the green flag going up at the back, and it means, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today, it is going to be lights out and away our drivers go as they roar the way down towards Redgate Bend at turn number 1. It's a good start there from Parker, but looking to the inside, Murgatroyd getting the better start of the leading trio, but who's going to sweep down the outside? What a move there from Fillet, and as he goes around, can he get it done for the lead? Not quite, but he can move into second at least, as they now make the way in towards Hollywood. It's going to be 2 by 2 at the front. Great start from everybody as they weave and wind their way now through the Craner curves, and Murgatroyd does not want to give this up at the line. He wants to hold on to the lead, at least initially. Doesn't want to be reeled into the back, and we're dancing the zone now. Everyone that's settling down into line astern formation, Chris, as they go into the second half of this opening lap.
Yeah, Murgatroyd, a very experienced driver there. Tom Willis, an equally experienced, in fact more experienced driver around the outside going up into this. Tom Willis is a championship winner. Murgatroyd's never done that. He is going to lose out slightly, but I think it might Seb Foley. It'll the inside of McLean's that time through, as they're all trying to work out their order, trying to get themselves settled in, and we're trying to wait for the timing screen that we'll eventually get to update them as we watch them round Coppice then. So it is Seb Tholle over Murgatroyd, then Tom Willis into that third place, and I think it's Alex Vincent there coming up into that fourth, so he's had a great start. Sam Parker's dropping back a little bit, the conditions are dry out there. David Yates also welcome back to the championship, he's going to slot himself into fifth place there with Goldstein just behind.
Oh indeed, and they come towards the end of the open lap, you see a bit of a free one, a big lock up from one of our drivers there, but everyone does very well to react. Not quite sure who that was, but that definitely looked a little bit sketchy under braking, but those brakes will warm up. But after one lap, Murgatroyd and Chadwick side
It's actually Chadwick, I've called him wrong.
No worries at all, there's so many out there. Ooh, goodness me, and that's going to be a wheel guard going flying through the air, but thankfully that's gone completely over, and Will Chadwick is no stranger to wheel guards coming flying towards his windscreen. He'll tell you about that given his earlier season form. But as they make their way down through the next couple of corners here, coming in towards Craner, Murgatroyd back on the inside here for the old hairpin. He just understeers a little bit wide and has to bleed the speed there, otherwise he'd find his way to the grass. Keep in mind, Vincent has come all the way out from 8th to 3rd now, so doing an absolutely fantastic job there, and there's going to be constant swapping back and forth, and while Sam Parker has fallen back a little bit, she's still right inside that top 10 pack.
And absolutely leading the AM Championship there as well. You can see with the purple stack on the left-hand side of your screen. Yeah, that contact was a bit scary into turn where Tom Willis losing his rear wheel arch and Alex Vincent losing his front, so they'll have to keep an eye out for that. But yeah, even calling the wrong championship out at this early stage. But Chadwick out in front then, ahead of Murgatroyd. Can Murgatroyd keep it going? We've seen him up front quite a few times this year, but he's drifted away as the race goes on. This is where the main action is going to be throughout the course of this weekend as they dive down the inside. Chadwick has to give way. Murgatroyd's going to take that lead. David Yates over the top of Vincent. Tom Willis dropping back after that contact. Hope his rear wheel is okay, and the Goldstein following on.
Oh indeed, and coming towards the end of another lap, Murgatroyd right now really stapling himself to the front of the field, making it clear. Here comes Chadwick, however. Chadwick has won a race this season overall, not just as an AM, and well, that combination of results, those podiums plus that win, have added up to move him up towards Pro-Am, and of course he wants now to really show to everyone it's not just a one-off win this season, he wants plenty more. Murgatroyd falls back there, Chadwick takes the lead for now, but behind that's getting a little bit close there, going down for Hollywood.
Getting back into the third.
Oh indeed, Willis moving up there, and meanwhile, a bit elbows out, Goldstein being told, and you know, you're not coming through by our number 15 of Yates. Yates a bit eager there to keep the gold machine behind, and well, as they come up the hill, we can see there now towards the back end of the top 10 park, having got a bit defensive there as Hardcastle getting closer. All of our Pro-Ams now at the front of the field, Chris, and all the AMs following suit.
Absolutely, so it is going to start happening. Ryan Wilby's much further back than I'd expect him to be. He's at the rear of that Pro-Am group, 9th at the moment. In fact, 10th as the transponder gets plugged back in. One of these drivers is missing their transponder, so you'll see the sidebars changing a little bit, but it's Chadwick once more. They're just swapping backwards and forwards at this stage. The drivers know that this is a tactical race. Sometimes you have to capitulate, give way for the betterment of your race. You see Tom Willis, who was back in 5th, is now into that 2nd place. Overtaking is not difficult around this Donington Park circuit, and it will get more and more scrappy into that chicane and into Redgate as this race progresses. The tow in these cars is offering them maybe 5 to 10 miles an hour more at the end of the straight, so you can see why it's a tactical event that we have.
Oh, 100%. And Murgatroyd decides to drop back into 4th there, going into Redgate, letting the proceedings go ahead of him right now. That's going to bring Yates and Goldstein a bit further forward as they now make the way down again. Nobody really wants to fall out of this time. I think everyone's just settling down, like you say, a bit more of a tactical race at this point, although Goldstein's got other ideas. He's going to look up the inside here for 5th place. Is it going to work? No, not quite. Has to back off there at the last moment. You can see what he wanted to do, and suddenly that means now he's going to have the number 5 attacking it with Lopez Appleton. Will we see Ben make a move? Potentially so, as we've got 3 wide coming to McLean's at the front, in the middle, and towards the back. Well, everyone settles down a bit more.
Yep, so Sam Parker having to now battle for Tim Hardcastle in that AM Championship, so that's all settled in again after the wet qualifying we had. Tom Willis leads our Pro group as they go with the Pro-Am group. There's Ryan Wilby as well, just ahead of Sam Parker, so again, he's will want to have a better result, and he's had some strong results so far. Tom Willis leading us then into the chicane, then it's Chadwick, then Vincent, Murgatroyd, and there comes the AM battle. You see Sam Parker defending from Hardcastle as they go through that time. They're just chasing on. She's going to be gripping onto that toe and dragging her clear. At the moment doing well. So Tom Willis over the line first that time through.
And you were saying earlier on about the fact that Willis was a little bit further back than we'd like to see. Now he's right back at the front. He's just been gradually moving forward. As we see a little bit of snaking under brake in there from what is some of our AM runners. But to be fair, that's where they're pushing it so hard at the moment. And obviously, Chris, we had a little bit of rain earlier on. Most of the dampness on the circuit itself has disappeared. What about the curbs at this point? Will they be just a little bit nervous about touching? I mean, we've seen plenty of curb usage, but is it just a little bit sketchy this time?
I think at this stage they won't be too worried about that. I think it would have dried out enough, but you'd sometimes get little puddles in where the grooves are in the curbs, which actually can persist, and then you can drag extra water on. You can see actually they were, as soon as they touched that curb, they did go out to the edge of it. So potentially that is still something on their mind, but they'll figure that out as they go, I'm sure. But yeah, it can be like absolute ice if you do touch it and there is a puddle of water in the middle of it. You can see they're all settling in, figuring out where their speed is, where are their cars quick, how they're going to do this. It's a long old race, 20 minutes, especially at this intense rate. You'll certainly have had a workout by the end of it. So they're just working out, where is my car fast, how do I get to the front, how do I make sure I'm at the front as we go over the line. And that's obviously going to become more and more important as this clock ticks down.
Oh indeed, and whilst you want to take your time initially, once you get towards the final quarter of the race, you're starting to sell into the pack you're going to be fighting with for the remainder and the points that you may earn. But here we go, as they come down towards Red Gate once again. A quarter of the race complete. That's going to be a look round the outside there by Chadwick, being a bit assertive versus Willis, but we can also see Vincent and Murgatroyd just sitting back. Your top four just starting to put a little bit of space between themselves and Yates, who's been gradually relegated backwards. But look at this is 2 by 2 coming down the hill here, and this is going to be the battle for the back end for the top 10, plus also the leaders of the AMs, as Sam Parker still keeping Buck behind her. But understanding right now, with the Harris family having a bit of a dispute, the two brothers there and will be in the mix, well, it's going to be the Harris civil war breaking out as they all head up the hill.
And we've been used to seeing that civil war happening at the front of the field, haven't we, rather than deep into the top 10. So let's see whether they can gather themselves together. Remember, there's 3 races, so if they do have a bad finish to this one, that will be the starting position for the next race. So keep an eye out for that as they go through this. Sam Parker having a fight with the Harris brother there, Charles. I think that was the incarnation that time, as we watch this lead battle once more coming in. You can see at the moment there's no real defence happening. They're just letting those manoeuvres happen so that they don't lose out too much time. As soon as you start seeing the drivers going side by side through the corners, that's when they start losing some real pace. So that at the moment they're choosing to just let the passes happen, and you can see no matter if you let one pass happen into the chicane, it's going to happen back to you again as they come into Redgate. And this is why we have this pack racing that you're seeing, and these 310R drivers are very used to it and very experienced in managing that process.
Oh, 100%. And well, it's all about finding that right spot, like you say, and making sure to fall back into the pack when you need to, and going up 2, 3, perhaps even 4 wide, as we almost saw in the rear of the picture a moment ago, when you absolutely think the time is right. But pick your time right and get it absolutely spot on. Pick your time wrong, you're suddenly relegated all the way down. Well, to be fair to Paul Goldstein, having come up from the 270R series, well, he's very experienced and he really is good at timing his races, to be fair. And that's one of the interesting things, Chris. I mean, from your experience as a racer, are you one of those who wants to get towards the front early and stay for yourself there? Or are you pretty relaxed about it and think to yourself, you know what, as long as I can see the front, I can get there at some point?
That's all very track dependent. Here at Donington Park, I just want to be part of this lead battle. So all these drivers who are in sight of it, they absolutely know they can still be involved by the end. It's when little gaps start occurring, getting a little bit of a replay, a little bit of a contact here. Let's have a look at that. Oh yes, there's that Tim Hardcastle. So that was one of our AM drivers getting pushed out wide. Can't see who was involved as well, but that's going to drop them down right to the rear of the field. And so yeah, not how he would like to have gone racing then.
No, unfortunate. But when you're going so aggressively into Redgate, it just takes one small lock up there, just literally break in a couple of metres later than you normally would, and suddenly it all ends up in the gravel. But thankfully, both found a power through, able to carry on racing, so we don't get a stop to the race in action. And well, meanwhile, we come back to your live action and the leaders. They near the end of the first half of the race, and it was a good spot. That was Buck and Hardcastle coming together, we believe, based on the timing tower. We do see our leaders heading onwards. Well, it looks as though that leading quartet has now been brought back into the fold, and meanwhile we see that is
Hardcastle with the rear wing hanging off now.
So that rear wing, they're just bouncing around, and we can see the 76 just in front of him of Cooper, who's making his way forward. Oh, a bit of a mention, I caught up with Graham Finlayson earlier on. He's gradually making a bit of progress after a very troubled qualifying session for him, and well, get to see a bit more from him later on in this race. But he's definitely right now trying to make amends for the difficulties of qualifying. And the leaders come back down the backstretch. Here they come towards the S's. Oh, there goes a wheel guard, and that's some more debris going flying there. And we'll hope that's not going to lead to a bit of a puncture, as we do see free wire. They're not phased by it, Chris, as they all go on the attack.
Well, they've got to start working out, if you're at the rear of this pack, you've got to work out how you're going to get through to the front of it. It's a little bit of your path is blocked, isn't it? So you've got to take your opportunities when they are. There's going to fan 3 wide out. Willis on the inside, Chadwick on the middle, and then it's Alex Vincent around the outside. These 3 have been sort of permanent fixtures at the front. Goldstein's coming to join them, tucking his nose down the inside, and he will have the inside of Craner curves, but that's going to lead to the outside as they head into the old hairpin. We've seen him not so shy of putting his car too wide there, but he slots into that 4th place. Murgatroyd's still very much involved, and David Yates has come across that little gap, and there's a gap sprung behind him, so I imagine that's where we saw the 2x2 side by side through the chicane. You can see how immediately that affects your pace out onto the next straight as well, and you lose that gap. As long as they stop battling, which it looks like actually that's Wilby come through, so it's Wilby, we said he was at the rear of that pack. He's fighting his way through to the middle of that pack now, and he'll be looking to see whether he can get to the front.
Oh, indeed, good work there from Wilby. And we have got an update with regards to some track limits. We have got a black and white flag warning for our number 95, so that's going to be Stephen Harris. And when you get a black and white flag for track limits, the next time you breach track limits, it typically means there is a time penalty coming. They get, I think, 3 strikes, and then you're out with regards to a penalty. And track limits here at Donington Park, not easy to perfect. You want to abuse them as much as possible, but it's easy to get it wrong.
It's imperative that you use every single inch of the track available to you. Yeah, side-by-side nose cone right hanging off of, I think that is Ryan Wilby's car of the 88, isn't it? So yeah, nose cone hanging to the side. Hopefully that will blow clear, or we'll keep clinging on to the end. It's not ideal. We'll see it disappear as soon as he pulls out the toe on one of the top speed parts of the track. But Alex Vincent leads them then into Redgate this time through. Chadwick's still up there. Willis still around about. Another wide move there by Goldstein, so he'll have to watch out. You get an invisible penalty first time for your the fact that he's rubbing on the tyre, isn't it, for Wilby's car? So that's really going to be suboptimal. Going to be losing a bit of pace on friction. Got to be careful that it doesn't cut through the tyre as well. He should be all right. There's a lot of smoke, but hopefully that will depart his car at some point. But David Yates is going to use this opportunity, as are all the other cars, to try and get over the top and towards the front.
Yeah, unfortunate for Wilby there, he is going to have to back off, just because, like you say, if it does end up rubbing too much against the tyre, well, suddenly the car can go from being one on the road to one that's going to have to park up, alternatively come into the pit lane. And I wouldn't be surprised if he can't get that piece of bodywork to dislodge itself at a safe place. He might be called into the pits either way. But whilst it goes wrong for Wilby, there's still plenty of fighting going on, coming towards what is the end of another lap, coming towards the end of lap number 10. Right now, Goldstein's really tactically moving his way forward. He's come through the field, now into 3rd, getting ready to attack for 2nd here. But is he worried perhaps that if he fights hard with Vincent, that suddenly Chadwick's going to break away? Because Chadwick is putting a bit of a gap in right now, Chris.
If we see these drivers go side by side into Redgate, Chadwick might get a little bit of a gap, and that's what he's looking out for all the time. But at the moment, if they calm their battles down, they will be able to come back across the gap. But we are creeping down on that timer. It's amazing how quick time flies when you're having this much fun. But yeah, so they will have to be careful of that, and that's the first thing I'll be looking for. As soon as I'm out in front and I've got a little gap, I want to almost see my competitors then go side by side, because I know that's my opportunity at that point. I think this race is going to the end though, and Goldstein is there just in front of Murgatroyd. So Murgatroyd's been hanging around a little bit, drifted to the back of this little pack, but I think absolutely still in charge. Ryan will be still fighting away there, so I think that nose is either gone or it's now no longer causing a tyre rub.
Yeah, it does seem as though it's moved itself into a position on the car where it's not causing problems, like you say. Update on AM, by the way, we've been so focused on the front of the field, which is not a bad thing, to be fair. We do have a new AM leader in the form of Jackson, the number 27, running in 11th place currently, head of Lancaster and Parker. So there's been a bit of an interchange there, and it does seem as though Jackson and Lancaster have pulled away to in fact, Jackson's pulled entirely away, and it really is to fight for 2nd there. But on screen right now, well, that was very close there, and that is number 81 of Willis taking the lead off of Chadwick, and meanwhile 3 wide behind. Here we go for another lap, and it's going to be all of our top 5 fighting hard, but who's going to pick the right time to play? Well, Goldstein's going to look up the inside here into Redgate, but it's more to defend as they come through, and your number 17 of Vincent Edge made to stay back as Chadwick gets very firm with his rival coming down the hill up through Hollywood. Well, it's going to be a blockbuster at some point, but we can see behind there as well, that's the fight for 6th place going on. That's Lopez Appleton and Yates with one of their competitors right behind as well. He is getting...
I think that's Ben Lopez Appleton.
It might be, actually. And good point, Chris. But as they come charging on through right now, well, they all know I think it's the final quarter. And do they have people on the pit wall perhaps giving them a little bit of a sign to say you've got 5 minutes remaining?
Yeah, so at this stage they will have pit boards, but well, some of them will choose to have pit boards. Most of the time you can't see it anyway because you're battling with the driver just as you go past it. They will all have little kitchen timers counting down on their dashboard, though. That's one of the most essential pieces of equipment in this Caterham car. Forget the engine and everything else. You need a countdown timer to know when it's going to be last lap. Because again, it's difficult. In fact, is that the safety car being deployed? I saw some car just going across the front there, maybe back to the pit lane, so just taking that opportunity. As they come down then, Chadwick over the top of Willis, Goldstein back into that third place then. We've seen him there a few times. And then it's Murgatroyd behind as well with Vincent. So they've been that permanent fixture at the top there. But it is Harris also coming to play with them all. So he's made his way through that pack and is coming to see whether he can inject himself into this lead back. He's got 4 minutes, so maybe 3 laps left of this race or something along those lines to get himself back in that battle, see whether he can do any movement forward.
Indeed, just an update on the damaged car of Willis. He has had to come into the pit lane, so therefore they could not get rid of that bodywork, and I suspect he's been called in. So sadly, we'll see him drop all the way down the order. But as our leading quintet, almost a quartet there, but it's 5 of them this time, and as they come on charging up right now, not too many laps left. And then looking further back, well, there is none other than a good number of our AM drivers, including I believe Sam Parker, right in the midst of it right now, Chris. And well, they're enjoying a good little scrap as well. Now hoping, of course, that their pace will gradually improve as the season and the years go on, and they'll be up there with the primes one day.
Yeah, I mean, but also that's the whole reason for having this, is to allow these drivers to have a championship to battle for when they're not always getting pots and trophies from the front end of the field. This is a great opportunity for them to show and have their own battles in this mid-pack. It keeps an interest going for us as well. But yeah, Josh Jackson over the top of Parker and Lancaster in that battle currently as they come down then the lead group into the chicane. Oh, a bit of a Chadwick wide. He's going to have to go the other side of the barrier. He's going to have the safe reach, which he does, but he's going to lose all of that momentum. Well done for keeping that under control. He will live to fight another day and will have a good opportunity. Tom Willis seeing whether there's anything he can do to stop that battle coming. He's got a bit of a gap as they come in this later start of this race. Vincent down the inside, then Goldstein down to into that third place, and Murgatroyd seeing whether he can do anything about Harris, who is into that 4th place. So watch for Harris coming through this field.
Oh, indeed, Harris right now really building up on number 14 of Will Harris, who spent a lot of time towards the back end of the top 10 in the first half of the race, battling with his brother Charles, but now right in the thick of it towards the front. And time is running out. This lap plus most likely another 2 at most here as they come charging up the hill in towards Schwans and McLean's. It's going to be a 2 wide between the leaders here. Here they go. Is that going to be changed for lead position? It may just be, but suddenly this brings the entirety of the top 10 right on top of each other. But intriguingly, of course, there's one amongst all that Jackson, and the higher he finishes here, the more overall points he takes, but also gives himself a better starting position for race 2. So he could be one to watch out for. Could he make a decisive late move? And 2 laps to go after this, and our leaders right now fanning out. It's definitely boxing gloves on at the end of this race, Chris. They've all played their part, they've all gone through the strategy, but now it's going to be proverbially bare knuckle at the very end.
You can see that they're already trying to overtake in places they weren't trying before. They were happy to sit in a queue before and just let the race happen around them. Now they're being a little bit more insistent about where and when they're going to let cars pass. They're being a bit more defensive. You can see Tom Willis taking this extreme inside line to try and prevent the run from the cars behind, and actually he manages that pretty well that time through. So you can see the defence happens. That slows them all down, and it's going to bring this whole pack into action as we go into the chicane. This will be the penultimate lap, so they'll have one more, I believe, after this one. They finish as soon as they cross the line after the clock goes to 0, so they'll have this one plus one more. So this is really getting to the meaty end. See, Goldstein's lost out, as has Chadwick in this middle bit. Murgatroyd as well, drift away just a touch, but Ben Mokum-Appleton has joined this group and seeing what he can do.
Well, indeed, Goldstein just being made to fall down a little bit after running wide through Redgate, but expects him to come back right towards the end. But of course, the more fighting that happens in front, it brings him right back in. Then we look a little bit further back down our order there to just outside the top 10.
And Hardcastle.
Oh, indeed, and right now, as we do see him head on through, a big run wide there. Low going very wide, and well, it may have been his friend Verlason who had the run wide in qualifying, but he's having the run wide in the race. But as they come down at the back stretch, well, there we can see your leaders fanning out again, and well, it's going to be a defensive drive, no doubt about it. But who's going to be coming through onto the final lap? And with 30 seconds left on the clock, it's your 17 of Vincent who leads us on to the final lap of this race. But look at all the line right now. Nobody went to fan out initially. Here comes Chadwick, however, Chris. He wants that lead back.
The inside, he's got the speed down the inside. I think he will take the early lead. Is that where you want to be? You really want to have the lead as you're going down into the chicane for the last time. That seems to be, there doesn't seem enough time to get past before the checkered flag this time through. There's no particular headwinders out there. So is Willis leading them down through Craner curves then, but everyone else, so that front four definitely involved, and Goldstein, he's got to work out what he can do. He's going to see whether he can go to the inside of Old Hairpin. So he does tuck it down the inside, got a bit of momentum, that's going to wash him out wide, but it is Willis over the top at the moment into that lead as he goes into the second part of this lap.
Willis doing a fantastic job, but Vincent coming back at him immediately, heading through Sean's in towards McLean's, looking to inside, but cuts it back in the end, decides, no, I don't want to do it yet, I'll try the Coppice instead, give himself the best possible run going onto that back stretch. So let's wait and see how they emerge out to the fast right hand, that blind right hand. Here they come. Lovely camera here, gives you an idea. Big
I think that was Harris out wide.
Good spot there. Harris going a bit wide, so Charles Harris falls down the order. Paul Goldstein moves up to fourth, but your top three right now in towards the Yeses they come. It's going to be a defensive drive here from Willis, but Vincent's going to try and squeeze ahead. Into the braking zone they go, and I think that's Vincent ahead now. And going through the final two quarters here, it's in a brilliant race, but who's going to take it? The checkered flag. It is going to be Burlington's victory for Vincent, just ahead of Chadwick in the end by only, what was a 10th, and then it will be Goldstein.
It's Willis actually, Willis's transponder's not working.
Oh indeed, apologies there, and Willis will take it. His transponder not quite working there, but it will be what a brilliant end to the race, and Murgatroyd just behind. Well, there we get the update. There's the time to update, ladies and gentlemen. Vincent, Willis, then Chadwick, then Goldstein, then Murgatroyd. That's your top five. Then it will be the Harrises 6th and 7th ahead of Jackson, followed by Yates, and it will be Lancaster who completes that top 10. It will be the AM win there for Jackson in 9th place, and a winning drive win for 8th place there. Let me get that correct. And it'll be 11th for Sam Parker, who won't be too displeased about where she's finished in this. And if we do see finishing a little bit further back there, will be Buck Wilby, Coop, Hardcastle, Finlayson, and also there will be none other than Stephen Harris. And then I think we're just waiting for the last couple of our runners to come to the line, and we can tell the wind's picking up there with how bouncy our camera is at Redgate Corner. But to be fair, up on that tower, that is going to be a race complete, ladies and gentlemen.
Race 1 of 10 done, the first 20 minutes, but we've got plenty more action. Obviously we've got the Academy coming up, but what a great start with all their 310s. They really managed that complicated situation very well then as they were heading through. Not easy to manage, and different conditions from this morning. So yeah, so we'll see plenty more of their action, and do stick around for it. It's going to be absolutely fantastic.
100%. I think we might be getting the results shortly up on screen. Of course, all these results are provisional, subject to any stewarding, and well as Ordrine's just cooled them down. They've got 2 more races to go. Remember, you've been tuning into this first race of this one-day event, the 7 Heaven event, definitely a heavenly race, and there are our results. And as we can see, your winner after 16 laps of intense racing for round number 10 of the 2026 Caterham Freeton are sponsored by Vertex Championship. Alex Vincent taking that win in the end by 200ths ahead of Tom Willies, and then we do see William Chadwick there in 3rd. Paul Goldstein took 4th place, just a bit further behind ahead of Andrew Murgatroyd. That was your top 5. Ben Lopez Appleton, despite his transponder not wanting to keep him on the track, he found his way on track to 6th place ahead of William Harris, when he managed to outrun Charles Harris to the finish line. And we did see your AM winner Josh Jackson in 9th place ahead of David Yates, who completed your top 10. And the fastest lap of the race, that 1 minute 16.42, set by none other than will be your number 88 run there, Ryan Wilby. He'll be very pleased with that, although I don't think he'll be too pleased about the fact that unfortunately due to that damage on the front end of the car, he did have to come to the pit lane for repairs, and therefore it put him out to the hump. But an absolutely fantastic one, Chris. And like you say, we've got another 2 of these. We've got plenty more racing from our other championships as well, but they've set the tone perfectly. Yeah,
absolutely. It's fantastic to have a full day of Caterham action here. It's absolutely door to door and ready to go. But yeah, plenty of action. So we've got 4 steps. We've got the Academy up next, our first step, and we'll talk about them in a little bit. But then we've got the Roadsport, which are last year's Academy, and also the 270s, which is again the step beyond that. And we'll bring in all of that as we go through the day, and plenty of racing. But yeah, well done for managing that, Vincent, Willis, and Chadwick for managing that, and also Jackson, and it was Lancaster and Parker in the AM Championships. Congratulations to all our drivers.
Well, indeed, a big congratulations to our drivers. But speaking of hearing from some of our drivers, I do believe we have Leah getting ready in the Parc Fermé area to have a post-race interview with some of them. And in fact, we're going to throw down to Leah, ladies and gentlemen, as we catch up with our top 3 from our first race of the day.
Parker, so that's very interesting to see that the next generation of parkers, maybe racers as well as team managers. That's
an absolutely incredible race we've had for the 310R series. It was a drag race to the line, wasn't it? Alex Vincent pipping Tom Willis by just 0.023 of a second. 200ths between them. They're just going on the weighbridge now. P2 of Tom Willis, so close. It took a little while to get the result through because his transponder had stopped responding, so that's an issue he'll have to sort out ahead of the next race a little bit later. Let's go and see if we can catch up with Alex, because he actually started P8, made his way up the grid very well. Just watch it back here, Tom. We've got the car coming through now. He's going behind you, so that's good. Let's see if we can catch Alex now, just for a quick little chat. Or is he reversing? He's reversing. Oh, he's been asked to move it again. Not to worry, just a reminder of the result. It was Alex Vincent P1, Tom Willis P2 and William Chadwick in P3. Just over a 10th separating that top three, but that front running group were all very close together, weren't they? It was anyone's game. Tom Willis did try to make that move into the first turn. Just watch it. Oh, these Caterhams have a mind of their own. Now, let's see if we can grab Alex Vincent for a quick chat. He's in very high demand as a racer, but let's see if we can go a quick word with them. Alex, are we okay to grab a quick word with you? Sorry, sir. Talk me through that race then. A drag line to the checkered flag. Tell me what it was like from the cockpit.
I was a bit unsure, to be honest, whether Tom had just picked me at the line, but yeah, it was frantic, amazing. Yeah, loved it.
You had a great start, starting from P8 on the grid to make your way up. You did drop back to 6th at one stage, but to get the win in the opening race of the weekend must be a really good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Yeah, build on from Spa, first ever victory there. So hopefully a few more.
Well, so you've got a few more opportunities this afternoon. You'll be starting from a very good place on the grid. What is the strategy? Is it go out there and enjoy it? We might get rain later. Will that play a factor?
If we get rain, I'm not against a bit of rain, so no, hopefully be fast at the front, keep it on the track, and I'm sure I'll be up there somewhere abouts, there or thereabouts.
Lovely, congratulations Alex. Great victory for you today. Tom Willis breathing down his neck though. Let's see if we can get a quick chat with Tom. Oh, 200ths.
Right.
200ths. Your transmitter has stopped working, just in case you know. Transponder, yeah, it's not it took us a while.
I got a bit of a beating in that race, so.
Well, it did. Talk us through it from the cockpit. What was that like?
Just frantic, but congrats to Alex. Yeah, he was flying, and yeah, I was battling with him and Will for most of it, and was hoping to be able to pull a gap, but it never quite happened, and then it was just trying to think about the last lap.
Well, you did make a move on that last lap down into the first corner. It's hard, isn't it, when you're all so close together, leading and knowing when to go for moves?
It is. My view is always to try and be at the front and just sort of hope for the best. So it didn't quite work out this time, 200ths, whatever it was, but try again in a couple of hours, I think. So
yeah, you have got a little breather before race 3, and you'll be starting from a very good place, obviously, because of your great result. Is it going to be hunting down Alex? Do you think it'll be a similar race, or Caterham's
similar race? Yeah. So go again for 20 minutes. So
lovely. Well, congratulations on your P2. Go and fix that transponder issue that you had. Will. You were only just over a 10th away in the end. Why do you think Caterhams have such close racing? Is it the tight grid you have? Is it just the nature of how the cars are set up?
I think it's the nature of the regulations that Caterham provides, so we all get pretty equal cars, but also, you know, we're talking like a second a lap for the tow around here, so it doesn't make it possible to get away even if you have the pace to do so. So yeah, it was a good race, very, very difficult. I thought that when I dropped to like, I think 6th or 7th, that I was not going to be able to get back through, but I'm actually happy to come away from third because at one point it was looking a lot worse.
It's a great building point for the other races this afternoon. Any hopes for that? Is it kind of repeat the same and hope to get up the order a little bit more?
Just trying to keep scoring championship points, really. A1 doesn't score, so that promotes me to second in terms of points terms, and I think that's what I'm going to focus on doing all weekend, just trying to score as many points as possible and get myself back in the championship fight.
Well, consistency is key, isn't it? But congratulations on a great P3. Hopefully we'll see you back in here speaking to you a little bit later on. A really close race there between all of them. I mean, you just couldn't predict going into that final lap who would be the winner, but it was Alex Vincent who was victorious. Let's see, can we grab a quick word with Sam? Sam? She'll be popping on our screens a little bit later on. how do you differentiate between presenting and being in the cockpit, and which one do you prefer?
Ooh, that's a tough one to choose between the two. They're both equally brilliant. I enjoy both of them so much. But I just have a mental switch, so if I'm coming down the pit lane and I know I've got to present, I just sort of switch off to racing and then think, right, presenter mode.
She gets the best of both worlds. But how was that race for you? You finished very well. Are you happy with how you performed out there?
Yes, not so happy with the start because I got absolutely swarmed by the rest of this group here. They were, obviously they're Pro-Ams, I'm an Am, and I qualified very well this morning in the rain. But yeah, I mean, where I finished, I think is rightly where I should be because I'm third in Am, so I'm happy with that. Third in the Am class.
Oh, she's got a podium. Lovely. But you're a champion on our screens. So we'll see you a little bit later on. She'll be doing some of the pre and post interviews for us this afternoon. But I'll let you go in and debrief from a hectic race, wasn't it?
Hot race, extremely hot. Yeah.
I know, the weather doesn't know what it's doing,
No.
but typical Donington Park, isn't it? They all have their own microclimates. Thank you, Sam. Wow. Have you caught your breath, everyone? Because that 310 race was absolutely incredible. But next we have the first Academy race of the year, and I caught up with our pole sitter and a few more on the grid a little bit later on. Wow, we're down in the assembly area, which might look a little different to you because we're actually allowed on the unused part of Donington Park for this certain assembly area because of which track layout they're using, and we are here ahead of the first Academy race of the season. A lot of these drivers won't have been out racing wheel to wheel with a lot of these cars before, so let's just grab a quick word with our pole sitter, Morton Stratton. Hi, Morton, sorry. How was it this morning in qualifying? Did you get on okay around Donington?
Yeah, it went really well. The pace was really good. I mean, I've done a few test days around here, mainly in the wet. Qualified P1, which ended up being really good. But yeah, it went really well this morning.
Ah, so the wet qualifying suited you quite well, having that experience already. What do you expect for this race then? Because it is looking a little drier. We might have a bit more rain, but it's actually starting to brighten up a bit.
I mean, there's a lot of quick people on the field today. I'm hoping for podium, but we'll see how things get on.
Lovely. It is your first race, so is it just getting the knowledge of racing Caterhams, or is it going for the win?
Go for the win.
Lovely. We love it, Morton. Good luck. Lovely to speak to you. We have Freddie Kelly in P2 and Tim George here in P3. Now, I want to go a bit further down the grid to speak to Phil McGovern because I believe he is the owner of the title sponsor of the championship, which is Caffeine and Machine. Here he is over here. Look at this striking livery, black and white, absolutely lovely. Let's see if he's free for a quick chat. Phil, oh, is it running? Am I going to get burnt? Phil, are you free for a quick chat?
It's a bit spicy hot down here.
Is it a bit warmer than the cockpit?
It is, yeah, muy caliente. It's hot. Not as hot as it was yesterday, mind.
I know a lot of people have said it was quite warm. Yeah. Hopefully it gets a bit brighter this afternoon.
Oh, no, I'd rather it's not hot, to be honest.
I would. First race out in the Caterham Academy, you feeling excited for it?
It's my first race ever. It's bonkers. First time racing at Donington, first time racing a car in the UK full stop. Yeah, crazy, wild. What an experience.
And have you enjoyed it this morning?
It's been anxiety riddled, let's say that. Yeah, never been in a Caterham in the wet, and then I arrive at Donington and it's raining. So I dealt with it. I'm here. I thought I would be way down there. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good day.
P8 for your first time out. It's pretty good going.
P7. I should be over there, really, shouldn't I? Running number 7. But
maybe for the next race. Well,
yeah,
best of luck, Phil. Good luck for
Thank you.
Bless him. Yeah, I believe he is Caffeine and Machine owner. So lovely. Look at all the way down this grid. Absolutely full of Caterhams to the brim, all of rookies going out for their first race this season. And to take you through all the action of the first Academy race, I'm handing over to Paul Walsh.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, that sets us up very nicely for the season opening race of the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy Championship for 2026. And as our cars have made the way onto the grid, and we get a lovely view of that run all the way from Redgate down towards the old hairpin. Of course, many would say school's out for the summer about to be, but school's in for these drivers. Here is our grid, and well, all these names new to us, of course, Chris, and the fact that this is their debut race.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know who's going to be quick, who's going to be the midfield field and who's going to be back and who's going to have the stories throughout the course of this season. But let's run through that grid then for their first ever Caterham Academy race. We've got number 5, Morton Stratton. Then we heard from him just in the interviews there. Very relaxed as it went in their pole position, alongside Freddie Kelly, Tim George, and William Mulholland. Then Ryan up in the second row. Third row is Tom Stanton and Benjamin Prince Stone. Alistair Murray and Phil McGovern round out your top 8 drivers then, as they've done the best they could, and it was super tricky conditions this morning within that wet. So Parkhouse lining up on the number 9 and Dan West in 10. Then we've got Barnaby Hussio in 11th, Anthony Dan lining up 12th. Holland Murray is next up alongside Peter Holland, Freddie Caldwell, and then James Green. So all these names we will get to know. We'll get to know their colours of their cars as well. We'll get to know who's more regularly at the front, and it's such an exciting position. As we've got Owen McIntyre then lining up 17th, James Whiting 18th. Then we've got Jonathan Macklin alongside John Wells. Craig Latimer lines up 21st alongside Adam Mann. Sean McCammon alongside Steve Holyhead, rounding out your top 24. But the grid continues. There are sufficient numbers, 30 drivers here with us in the Academy for their first ever track action. You can't have held a race licence before getting into this Academy Championship. So just riding out then, we've got James Whiting, Jonathan McLean, John Wells, Craig Latimer, Adam Mann, Sean McCannon, Steve Holyhead, and then we've got Juskauskas out at the rear of this field. A little bit of a track limits, but not surprising to say, considering that they've never done this before. And for me, I was here in 2013 having my first ever race on track, and 13 years later I'm still involved and really excited to see how they're going to get on.
Well, indeed, and it's also a brand new car for the Academy Championship this year, because we are going from the 1.6 litre Sigma engine machine to the 1.3 litre turbocharged horse-powered machine instead. And how you can tell the difference slightly looking at the front of these Caterhams, you'll notice the slight bulge on the engine cowling. I do believe that's an air intake for the purpose of the turbo and outtake.
It's to allow there's an injection system that sits on top of the engine, and it just allows a little bit more space there, but it does also let some cooling into the engine. So they've got the turbochargers, they've got the intercooler just in front, so that's why we've got this slightly a different nose cone on this car as well, to let all that air filter into the engine and cool everything it needs to cool. Yeah, so we're a 1.3 horse engine, so it's a 4-cylinder turbocharged, so the only turbocharged. It's also got a 6-speed gearbox to keep you in that power zone for as long as you can, and they have got limited slip differentials, such as the increased torque that they've got with this turbo, that they needed that limited slip to stop the inside wheels spinning up. It does mean they've got a lot more grunt lower down in their power range, and actually is going to see some interesting power slide moments in the Academy, and all these drivers learning their craft as they go. Absolutely first time they've been on track with a motor car, and they won't have had a karting license in their past either, so really are learning it. It's a fantastic leveler for everybody. You come and buy the Academy car from Caterham, and everything else is laid on for you throughout the course of this year, so you get to learn how to be a racing driver. We take you through that step by step, and thousands of people have gone through it before. And if you want to get on the grid, go to caterhamcars.com and you can go and sign up. There are places available for next year, but they won't be around for too much longer.
Well, indeed, and I can tell you one thing, just taking a quick look at the YouTube channels. This broadcast live, of course, on the British Automobile Racing Club, the BARC YouTube channel, as well as the official Caterham YouTube channel. So many of you are excited for all the racing today. We'll give some shout outs later on, but I can see plenty of you absolutely excited already for this race as well. And getting to cheer on the first time racers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to entertain you and let our Academy drivers get you underway, because it was Morton Stratton who took pole position by 1.4 seconds in some very damp conditions this morning, but the circuit has dried up, the green flag has gone up, and without further ado, the lights go up on the top right. Who exactly is going to be winning after 20 minutes? It's about time to find out, because we are about to get Caveen and Machine 2026 Academy Championship underway. Lights are on, and it's lights out and away the season goes. They roar the way away. A bit of a wheel spin there for our pole sitter, and that's going to slide down as Freddie Kelly meanwhile gets a good start. Tim George put himself right in the midst there, so in the end Morton Stratton really struggling to get the power down off the line, but it's a brilliant start now. I do believe that's Tim George into the lead, and they roar the way on through, and well, somebody gets it very wrong.
Contact out that turn one. He's going to spin across the field. That's going to be contact for the field. Hopefully they're all going to anchor up. Still more not the greatest start for them. Someone spinning out of the lead right in front front of the pack, and then the rest of them really had nowhere else to go. Really unfortunate start for our academy. That will be a red flag, I'm pretty sure. We'll watch for that, and then a complete restart. So that is Morton Stratton, our leader, just getting caught out, and actually, so he has not had the best start to his academy. We'll watch them around, but there is the red flag, so they will all be brought back around to the grid, and that will be as if the race has never happened. So they will have a restart, but obviously there'll be gaps on the grid where the drivers are. Hopefully everyone okay, as they all got contacted there, but hopefully they'll all be trying to be okay. Bit of a mess. They're from front wings hanging off, and front wheels and rear wheels all over the place. So not a pretty start, not a fantastic start to their racing career. But it was a car spinning at the front there, and just nowhere else left for the pack to go. You can see how low the visibility is. Gives me an opportunity, as and on behalf of all the drivers, to say a massive thank you to all of our marshals, that Orange Army out there, who let us go racing, let us do what we want to do. As we see the drivers jumping out, just the marshals there all chatting just to check there's the okay, and we've got the medical team on board as well. But yeah, not the dream start. Very disappointing for all those drivers out there. But yeah, thanks ever so much to all the marshals on behalf of all of the drivers out here. You do allow us to do it, and you only meet us at our worst point, and so thank you ever so much.
Oh, indeed, and well, just to echo that shout out there for the Orange Army, very grateful to our marshals. And here is a replay, ladies and gentlemen, of the start of the race, and our leading pair got away clean. But meanwhile for Stratton, as he made the way onwards there, where it was who was running second place, couldn't quite see the car number there. I think
it was Freddie Kelly who got caught, and then he went across and caught Stratton, our pole sitter, left Tim to go off it down in the lead, but everyone else then got caught up in the accident behind it. So very unfortunate. He just went onto the greenery, and the rear wheels just slipped out. There's very little grip on that green outside line, and unfortunately that just meant his car slid across the pack, and then the contact meant there was nowhere else for anyone else to go.
Oh, indeed. And if you're sat there right now thinking we can see an ambulance rescue van there, should we be worried? Of course, this is all part of the precautions. Whenever an incident happens at an MSV-owned circuit in the United Kingdom, or indeed any circuit in the UK, whether it's MSV-owned or not, there's always a certain number of cars that do need to be deployed there just in case anybody is in difficulty. And therefore all the marshals, all the medical officials doing a fantastic job and being on site. And whilst they were, they did see a few frustrated hands for a few drivers, understandably, because from their perspective, disappointment, you've been building up to it, the adrenaline has been absolutely through the roof, and then suddenly it all ends before it really gets underway.
We all know this is part of motorsport, and it's a tough part to take on, and it's just the way the cars reacted that sent him back across, so sent Freddie Kelly back across the track, and like I say, just nowhere else for these cars, even though we're trying to anchor up as quickly as they could, with the reverse angle as well, potentially coming up. You can see them just coming in, and you can see the cars just reacted, and by that stage you're a bit of a passenger, there's not much more you can do, and in avoidance there were just more and follow-up and subsequent contacts. But the rest of the field coming down, a quick opportunity to say hello to Tim George, who is leading us. We went down there, you can see the disappointment there, such a shame for our drivers. There's such a build-up, and I'm hoping that the Caterham will do their best to get them all back out there again, but there's a lot of work there, and it will depend on, there's not a lot of time in the timetable for that. But yeah, Tim George running down there in his black and pink machine, and it was Elsie and Louis who chose the colour scheme on his car, so hopefully from the restart we'll get to see a bit more of that. Sad to see these cars say all those hopes and dreams, and it's over for them in race one by the first corner. But unfortunately it is part of motor racing, it's part of what you do. You can see the number of people involved in making sure these drivers are safe out there on track, and the Caterham machines are tough old beasts.
Oh, indeed. And whilst this is being attended to, this does give us an opportunity to give a shout out to a few of you in our respective YouTube chats. I do believe there in the Park YouTube chat we say hello to Colin Ware, who says, good morning everyone, ready for a day of motorsport? And indeed we're ready for it as well. We have been ready, and we're into our second race of 10. We also say hello to Reedersome Free, who says good morning all, and also say hello to Motorsport Leah there, who I do believe is our lovely presenter, who is also checking in every so often. So if you have got any questions to the commentary booth, alternative for our presenter, do feel free to pop them in the YouTube chat. We are looking every so often, and we'll try to take a look when we do get a bit of a moment. We'll say hello there to Craig Cook or CC Sim Racing, and we'll good to have you tuning in. Craig, hope you're doing well. We'll also say hello to F1 Aviator, who's tuning on Ben Brinks, and also Andrea once said doing the same. We'll also say hello to Archie McPhail, who cheers on Peter Holland, and also say hello to Izzy George and Andy Tucker Racing. I think that's everyone we are saying hello to. We'll say hello to Felix Hoffman, in fact, William Holland as well. It's good to see so many of you tuning in. If we have missed you, we do apologise in advance there, and we also do look to the Caterham YouTube chat. We do say hello there to none other than Coxie in Dubai, also to Jensen Gold, Marie Soul, and also to Harry George. And well, so good to see so many of you tuning in. Do get your thoughts coming. If you've got any little insights with regards to some of our drivers, any little tidbits of knowledge, we're always grateful for that. And we do have now our JCB pickers there. They'll be getting ready to move the Caterham machines off the road. So we will have a few collapsed suspensions, I suspect, or cars that just cannot be actually moved. But there's the rest of the field just parked up at the moment on the run into the start-finish straight.
So there's always procedure in motorsport. There's always the thing that you do, and under a red flag, the rest of the field will line up before the grid. So just ahead of the grid, you can see we're still at the tail end of where the grid markings are, and that allows the marshals then to put them onto grid spots. And because we did less than a lap, ultimately the standard procedure is that it will be a complete brand new race start with another green flag lap. They'll go onto the grid in the order that they started the race, less the people that obviously are now absent, so there will be gaps on the grid, but it will be as if that first part of the race didn't happen. They would go again, yeah, that's maybe under a reduced time, so keep an eye on the clock on the top left of your screen as well, because they've got a bit of tidy up and we've got a really tight time scale and time schedule today. They may have a reduced race time as a result, but at the moment it's still showing that 20 minutes. It will update itself as the stewards work out where and the clerks work out what they want to do. Just a quick opportunity for me to shout out Starter Motor Charity. Instagram is Starter Motor Charity, all one word lowercase. If you're young out there, 13 to 16, looking to get into historic engineering, then there is a charity there that is helping people in and around Bicester into the heritage village they've got there. So Starter Motor Charity, if you're out there thinking, oh, maybe I don't want to go racing, but I'm interested in how do I manage and look after cars and engineering side of things.
Oh, 100%, and particularly with historic cars. I mean, I get the feeling, whilst we do have obviously the move to EVs, etc., historic cars are really making a revival. So many people these days, when I look at different YouTube media channels talking about cars, you've already got now somewhere in the arena of late teens, obviously just getting their licenses, through to early 20-year-olds. They're not buying a little Ford Fiesta as their first car, they're going back and buying themselves something from the early 90s or the 90s.
And they're fantastic cars to drive oftentimes. You know, they run on their kind of slightly older cross-ply tyres and have limited grip, but it's a fantastic opportunity to fling a car around and have a great old thing. It's like Craig Latimer in the number 33 there, and just being hauled away unceremoniously, unfortunately, but they will take that back to the paddock, and Caterham will do their best to get them back out there again. So yeah, a little bit of clean up and tidy up to do, which is sort of another standard part of a race weekend, and we do get used to it, but we're on a tight time scale, so let's keep an eye out for what that means. But yeah, we were just getting them going, and it's cut short, isn't it? It's so disappointing for them and for us to see that happen, but they will have their race and they will continue on through.
Oh, indeed. And when we do get that restarted order, we'll walk you through it as best as we can, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are looking at the back of some of these cars, you may notice there is a yellow square with a black X on it. Don't worry, that's not something the marshals have just put on the car to say that this car is out of the race. That is a novice sticker which drivers are encouraged to put on the back of the car, whether it's for track days, when indeed they have to actually for racing. Good point, Chris. They're encouraged to do it for track days, but they have to for the purposes of race days. It essentially says that this is one of your first 6 race meets, and you have to get a certain number of signatures on your licence before, I believe it is, upgraded essentially.
That's it. So it's just like you get your normal race licence, so you pass your ARDS, which is where we go and Caterham take you through all of that process. They take you to a circuit and you go and gain your ARDS, which gives you your first race licence. That will be a National B licence for circuit racing, and then you will have your first 6 opportunities, or your first on-track opportunities are chances to get signatures on your licence, and so you can have 6 signatures mean that you can upgrade then to a National A if you would like to. So yeah, 6 before you can get rid of that cross and have the opportunity to upgrade your license going into the next season. You can get a signature by completing a race. So this weekend they will have the opportunity to get 2 signatures on their license. You can also gain an additional signature if you do a marshalling day. So, and again, we encourage all of the academy drivers to go and do a marshalling day, and in fact they get points in the championship. It's a really good initiative, and it means that they will get extra points in the championship if they go and put themselves forward a marshalling day, as well as get another signature on their license. So it won't be until a little bit later in the season they will be able to ceremoniously remove that sticker, but that is to indicate to the marshals and the other drivers around them that they are low experience level. Obviously in this championship everyone has one because they are not allowed to have been racing before. So everyone has that sticker, and like I say, some people who have a successful beginning start of the season will be, after 5 races and a marshalling, they will be able to get that sticker removed.
Now, in terms of how this grid has been lined up, just taking a look from our commentary booth, which you won't see on the cameras, ladies and gentlemen, but we're slightly off to the right of the camera you're currently looking at from Redgate. We're in our little glass room, if you will. You'll notice the front row is actually missing, so I do believe they've been reset back to how they qualified on the grid, and that's typical procedure. If you do see a red flag come out, I believe we essentially go back a full lap to last classified lap. As we have not completed a lap of this race, because we had the red flag on lap 1, we essentially go back to the qualifying order. So it means now we have a vacant front row, and row number 2 becomes your front row. So Tim George is now your effective pole sitter, and alongside him that is going to be the 67 of William Mulholland. Now, we did see an absolutely electric start, and a number of you spotted it in the YouTube chat from Benjamin Prince Stone in your 75. You'll notice him starting in 4th. He was 6th originally, but he has to go back there once again. As much as he gained 4 places right at the start, he's not allowed to hold on to those places. As I do believe, looking over on the left-hand side there, Chris, that is Alex Reid himself having a chat with everyone.
Yeah, they'll be telling the drivers about what's going on. So Alex Reid is the head of Caterham Motorsport, and he is just going up and down the grid, and you'll see at the back Laura there doing the same thing, just letting the drivers know exactly what's going to happen. So because they've never done this before, again, we help them out because it will be a full green flag lap back to the grid, and then the lights will go out and off they go, unless there has been something else communicated down to Caterham by the clerk of the course. So that will be the standard procedure. Still got 20 minutes showing on the race control. We did start this race slightly ahead of time, and they always like to keep us ahead of time for these very reasons, so that they've got a little bit of flexibility in that. But yep, absolutely, it will be a matter of exactly as if that race hadn't started, we'll go back to do that, and that generally happens if they've not completed the second racing lap. As soon as they all completed the second racing lap, then it might be that they do roll it back just by that single racing lap, as would be the sort of standard procedure. But yeah, because we only got around the first turn, that's not going to be the case. But yeah, still having to haul away some of these cars. Number 60 there, Steve Holyhead's car. So he was at the back of the field and just had nowhere to go. And again, it's one of those things. It's a skill in a racing drive. It's very easy to have your vision on the cars all around you. And actually, as you get more and more experienced, you learn to look up, through, and beyond and see what's coming up. And so that's all skills and that they are going to be looking at. But Steve Holyhead, I know that he is one of our drivers who is. Yeah, I believe he drives to the. Let me just check in my notes. Yeah, he drives to all our events, and so he's going to have that car fixed in order to get back. Or friendly people in the paddock will help him out in any way they can. There's always opportunities, but he's going to have to work out how that works. But Caterham will be working hard with him to try and get that car back on. He had his gazebo and all of his kit and all of his helmet sort of stuffed in the passenger seat. It was quite a thing to see him arrive, and what a spirit of motorsport that is, to drive along to your event. He's got a bit of admin to deal with now, but we'll get that all sorted for him.
Oh, 100%. And on that point, that's a really good point, Chris. Of course, for our Academy plus also the Roadsport, I believe, these Caterhams can be raced and then driven home on the road. They are using road legal track tyres, and I do believe, is it the 270s where essentially the legality of the car goes away, because I think they replaced the windscreen in the end as well.
It's actually because we removed the lights. So so on the 270s we removed the lights. It's actually only a 5-minute job to go and put those lights back on again, so even the 270s and the 310 can all be converted back to being road legal in a few minor steps, and people do choose to do that as well. But yeah, in the Academy and the Roadsport they will be in fully road legal form. You'll see they have to run with the number plates. Now some of them will, the number plates won't be actual number plates for the car, but other ones will be running with their genuine number plates, and I very much drove my car everywhere I could. You know, the more you can drive your car, the better you get more familiar with it. You know, Caterham's an unusual thing if you've never driven a sports car before. It's very, very sensitive to your inputs. Also, you're sat in between the rear wheels, which is a very unusual thing. Most cars you drive, you're not sat between the rear wheels with the turning wheels, you know, way out in front. So it's definitely an unusual place to put yourself to start with, and yeah, it takes a little while to get used to. So the more that you get to use a car, the more you get used to getting in and out and feeling just comfortable in where, you know, with the gears. It's with the 6-speed gearbox they've got at the moment, it's very tight gates, and therefore that's another thing. You've just got to get the muscle memory to understand and feel that all out. But yeah, so I very much drove my car. Even, you know, you put a cross through your race number to sort of indicate that you're not in a race car, but you actually get to drive your race car on the road. It's brilliant. Obviously, Caterham as at home on a road as they are on the track. And as you go up through this ladder, you'll take your Academy car and you'll apply the upgrades to it to make it into a Roadsport, then a 270 and a 310 as they go up through the grid. And yeah, absolutely, these drivers get used to them, but you get more and more race focused as you go up through that ladder. And yeah, we start taking off some of those road legal parts, which means that you can't race them in the form that you can go on the road, but it only takes a little while to convert. And then the final step, and they're not with us this weekend, they're going to be back with us in July in Alton Park, is the 7 Championship UK, and that's a dedicated race machine. That's a slicks and wets tyre, fully race dampered, really aggressive sequential gearbox. So it's based on a road machine that you can have, but it's the ultimate sort of track focused car.
Oh, indeed, and it's so brilliant, the thought of going through the 5 tiers, all the way from your initial journey in Academy all the way up to the very top, the 7 UK Championship, which really is that expert and that ultimate level. And all that information, if you are curious at all and want to find out a little bit more, all available on the Caterham website. There's a whole dedicated section to it. And I'll tell you one thing, as far as Racing Series goes, and I'm not just saying this because Chris is alongside me, he's slipping me a brown envelope as he does this, but the fact the website's so informative, really breaks down every single tier of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and you won't find a more complete compendium that really tells you what it's like. And the thing is, it's that initial, what makes it great about racing Caterham as well is it's the initial investment for the Academy car, and then actually, like you say, Chris, that car follows you every step of the way. So in the end, you're investing really in, say, 3 or 4 championships rather than just investing in an Academy and thinking next year I've got to go buy another car or make all these big purchases. Of course, there's always the question of paying for tyres, fuel, etc. But at the end of the day, it's one of the cheapest roads into motorsport.
It's a very unique proposition as well, the fact that we start with everybody being a complete novice in the Academy. So if you have raced before, you might be, if you've only raced a few times, you might be able to join us at Roadsport, but for anyone else, they have to join us at 270R or beyond. So it really is, we manage the whole process through, and I don't think there is another championship that will take you from complete amateur running through 4 years and then into the 7 Championship UK as another opportunity. And that is a national level motorsport championship. You are the British Caterham champion if you win that championship. So we take you all the way from complete beginner, and you can take as long or as short a route through that ladder as you like and would like to do, but we offer everything on the table from complete beginner to national racing champion. So it's all here in this Caterham Championship, and all the cars do look fairly familiar from the outside. When you get to know them a little bit, you know the differences and how they are. And yeah, we've got this new horse engine in the Academy car this year, so each time these guys upgrade their car at the end of the years over the next 4 years, we'll be introducing that horse engine to the higher and higher championship order. So looking forward to it. But Caterham really look after you, so as part of buying this car, you get this whole season and also the cars available for the next 3 seasons with upgrades. We take you through the whole process. We get you your race license, we tell you all about how do we do all the safety, how do we take you on your first track day, then we introduce you in the nicest way through to the racing that we're seeing them undertake here. So obviously we've had this little bit of an issue, shall we say, in their first lap, but it's we know this, and this happens in all the Caterham Championships or in racing in general. It's just part of it.
Oh, 100%. And now we do see a few of you asking in the respective YouTube chats who is still running, what's going to happen with the restart. So of course, one thing we should stress is until we know anything officially about any of the drivers involved in the incident, we're not going to speculate, but what we can tell you is who we can see is missing from the grid. So we have lost, well, let's take you through the procedure. When we do go back to racing, which I suspect won't be too long, the last couple of cars being retrieved, as we do see a poorly number 3 for Zach Parkhouse being pulled along. And, well, Zach definitely was looking forward to this one, but unfortunately hasn't quite worked out. And was the car, you can see the damage to the front suspension, that camera angle, really lovely zoom in there, and that's why it's being towed. But when we do come back, so very likely we will see another green flag lap, where essentially the drivers will go around again and then make the way back onto the grid, and then we'll get restarted. So it'll be pretty much restarting the race as it was. However, what we can see based on the grid right now, and again don't quote me on this, is that we are missing our entire front row. So Morton Stratton and Freddie Kelly do no longer seem to be in this race, and therefore the first car you will see will be Tim George joined by William Mulholland. In terms of other cars that we are missing, as I stand up here and almost send my chair out of the commentary booth room, it's a little bit tight in here, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have lost from the starting order Alistair Murray, your number 17. We've also lost Zach Parkhouse in the number 3, who we just saw there. He would have been starting alongside the 34 of Dan West. And looking a bit further down the order, this is where it gets a bit difficult, because I've got to stretch my neck as much as possible here. We are missing, I believe, that might be the 64 of Peter Holland that's not survived the Turn 1 incident. But that's as far as we can see from our commentary booth down the order. So as soon as we can get you any more information, we will. But we believe it was approximately 7 to 8 cars involved in that were pretty retired from the race. Some
we saw Steve Hollyhead as also in the number 60, didn't we? He was getting towed away.
But beyond that, that's as far as we can go information-wise. But if we do hear anything else, we will let you know.
Not easy again, as there are new drivers out there, and now they've got gaps on the grid, which they have to leave. So they will have to do the full green formation lap and come back to the positions that they're in now. So it is about just they will have to work that out. And it's about in the driver's seat, you've got to look to your left and right and find some reference points, which are nice points where you can say, okay, well that's my grid spot because I can see from this and that. And again, you don't want to choose like a red and white stripe on a wall, because if you look around you, you'll see plenty of red and white stripes on the wall. You really do have to get a reference point that's not going to be moving and is unique to you. And each of those grid spots often have a little sort of number or something marked alongside them. So they'll just have to work that one through.
Oh, indeed. If you're probably sat there right now thinking, well, can't they get a friend or a member of family to go along the wall and put a piece of yellow tape then? No, because at the same time, in terms of the Academy Plus, also the Roadsport series, the first 2 tiers of the Motorsport ladder, there's no official teams as such. It's all privateer entries.
You can have your family help you out as much as you like, as long as they're not professional in the motorsport trade. So yeah, family members absolutely encouraged. I had my dad as my pit crew all the way through my racing career. What you can't have is one of the organised teams and the official part of the teams, part of the Caterham, looking after your car, being there for you, bringing any equipment. So if you have any issues out there, if you need to change a wing, if you need to have advice, then Caterham Motorsport look after all of our drivers in the academy, and they look after all of our drivers in the Roadsport. Or it's Caterham or their Caterham dealership. So the 2 teams out there that can help you out. But most people do go with Caterham Motorsport, and they look after these whole 2 grids. And then beyond that, if you get to the 270R and the 310 and the 7 Championship UK, you can choose to have team support at that point. So you could at that point be an arrive and drive. But part of the academy is learning how to look after your car, how to do your own spannering, how to change your wheels, tyres, how do you change a brake pad. All of that is part of the fun and the enjoyment that you get out of the academy, and these drivers are all learning that this weekend.
Now, I do see quite a funny comment there from Coxie in Dubai in the YouTube chat saying, can the cameraman look in the start line stop giggling please? Well, to explain, because it does look like he might be giggling a little bit. He is actually up on a cherry picker tower at the moment, and that's the wind here, because of course we are located just slightly westward of East Midlands Airport, and I think the altitude he's at is feeling the buffeting of the wind, and you're always going to get that. But we digress, because we are back to our formation lap. So we are now going to the restarted race, ladies and gentlemen. Our drivers get themselves back underway once again. And well, they will be just taking a bit of assessment, of course. They will be a little bit cautious going through red gate, just seeing if there's any little bits of debris, although to be fair, the marshals will have swept it all to the grass or side or picked it up. But all drivers a bit concerned there.
Good opportunity to look for fluid though.
Yes, and there was a bit of spray there.
There's a little bit of down, but actually not too bad. It looks like that's not going to be. You can see as they run over where a couple of the radiators maybe got punctured as they went down there. But yeah, there shouldn't be too much. They haven't decided they're going to put any speedy dry down there, so no oil or anything. It's just going to be fluid that will just evaporate away as they go on. But yes, it will be the opportunity for Elsie and Louis to see their like a pink car of Tim George out there leading them down in this early part of this race. They all go through, and what a fantastic job all the drivers have done of putting their personality out there on show and putting these wraps on and colour schemes and whatever, just it's brilliant to see, and it's good for us in the commentary box. Once we get to know their colours, we will start understanding who's who. But it's at this stage of the race, it's really difficult for us to identify and pick out those drivers. But they will quickly see whether they land, and points on offer here for drivers. And we've lost, like we say, a couple of the quick guys that were out front already, and also some of that midfield pack, and therefore there are more points here on offer. Full set, so it's still showing 20 minutes on the official timing screen, so looking like we are going to get that full race underway. Going to put pressure on the rest of this grid to hopefully they will get through turn 1 and we'll get to enjoy a full race for them.
Oh, 100%. And as our drivers gradually tiptoe their way now to the start point scores, remembering the fact they have to line up as they would have done based on their qualifying position. So we will see an empty front row, and well, it will be Tim George and William Mulholland who make up that front row. Then we'll have behind them on what will be row number 3, it is going to be the combination pair of Tom Stanton and Benjamin Prince Stone. Then we're missing Alistair Murray, who would have started 7th, with Phil McGovern in 8th. Then we're missing in 9th what would be Zach Parkhouse. You have Dan West, who starts 10th. That'll be Barnaby Hussey-Yu ahead of Anthony Dan. They'll be on row 6. There'll be Olin Murphy and Peter Holland on row 7, but we believe that Peter Holland's not on this grid. And then we will see Freddie Caldwell and James Greenhall ahead of Ian McIntyre and James Whiting. Jonathan Macklin and John Wells on row 10 ahead of Craig Latimer and Adam Mann. Sean McCammon ahead of Steve Holyhead and Donatas Yukauskas ahead of Stuart Gardner and Nicholas Tuckett and Michael Bedford at the rear. But as our drivers all get parked in position, the green flag goes up at the back. Our marshal waves it there to say we're all good to go racing. Here is the restarted season opening race, ladies and gentlemen, with the Campina Machine Caterham Academy Championship for 2026, and it is going to be lights out and away we go. And as they do, everyone a little bit more cautious this time, but it's a good start there from our effective pole sitter Tim George. Puts himself right in the middle, doesn't know which way to go here, and suddenly it's going to be an encroaching at Tom Stanton, who backs off nice and early into Red Gate on the inside, that doesn't want to risk it. We can see there Prince Stone just taking a bit easy as well. A few drivers running a bit wide, but everyone this time, you can tell the noticeable body language difference there, Chris. They're all taking it very easy.
Yeah, you've seen the worst of motorsport. Now they've all got around that turn 1. So here we go then. As they head down there, is Tim George actually making a clean pair of heels, isn't he? He's got the absolute scamper on as he heads downhill then into the old hairpin. This off camber downhill, sweeping to the right, really devastatingly fast corner, and they've all managed to negotiate that as they head up the hill. We're looking out for the timing screen to update itself as we go through, and we'll be able to call them out properly as they head round and complete the first lap. But yeah, absolute single file racing now, so they have managed to sort themselves out as they go through this early part of the lap, as they head back up the hill then towards McLean's and Coppice.
Well, indeed, a brilliant start to this race now, and as everyone comes on through, plenty of line astern here. Nobody really going for too big moves. Run wide there from our 75, and as they come on out, well, definitely getting it together there. But Coppice is one of those bends that you can cut it several different ways. It's not exactly a single racing line there, but Prince Stone feeling a bit of pressure, but he won't be feeling it when the two drivers behind him start to fight each other as they come down onto the brakes. You see Dan West just watching eagerly there in the lime green machine, and well, right now for Ben Prince Stone, he's definitely feeling the pressure in fourth. But after one lap of racing, it is none other than George ahead of Mulholland, followed by Stanton. That's your top 3. Then in fourth, it's Prince Stone feeding the pressure here from McGovern, looking for a potential move into Red Gate. He's not going to be able to do it from that far back. Then we do have Dan just ahead of West, followed by Hesse-Yu, and then we do have Murphy and Caldwell completing that top 10. Greenhall best the rest in 11th at the moment. The field gradually spreading out, and we're seeing some packs, and in fact that might be a fight there, I believe, for second place, Chris.
Yeah, I think that was Stanton going through into second place, then George taking us over the line that first time, and then it's it's McGovern in the Caterham Machine car, so looking to see whether he can come through that mid-pack. Currently sitting 5th across the line, but I think he was fighting for that 4th place as this lead trio then go off the hill. There is that battle for McGovern and Prince Stone, I think, for that 4th and 5th place as they head up into McLean's and towards us, as the rest of the field also making their way up and safely through.
Indeed, drivers doing a very good job in building up tyre temperature as they go as well. And well, one of the big parts of setting up the car is making sure you've got the right tyre pressures for the conditions out there. And well, all the information they would have had from this morning would have been a much cooler circuit. But put that aside, because right now it's hotting up at front. We've got a new leader coming through. That's the 67 of Mulholland up the inside of George, all the way through to the end of lap number 2. But right now you can see George trying to come back. Stanton's fallen off, and well, as they come on through, Stanton just watching the rear of the picture at the moment.
He'll be right back in it.
He's going to make it 3 wide here. He decides, you know what, how about I look around the outside? But that's going to be a very large defence there for Mulholland, and he says to George and Stanton, you two can fight over second place now. I'm done playing with you for a brief moment. You see a bit of a run wide there from George, but to be fair, he's just carrying a bit of momentum and a bit of enthusiasm. A little bit. Look at the top 3, Chris. They really are bolting away at the moment.
Yep, Stanton's now has got that pace under control, and he is pushing through, isn't he, over the top of George in that second place, having to defend hard then from Mulholland. Sorry if I got the wrong way around. Stanton's in that 3rd place. Mulholland out front, really going well as he goes up the hill. But yeah, George just had that initial pace, but it just looks like as they've now got into the 3rd race, like remember, they're doing thousands of % more race laps than they've ever done before. As they go into the realms of what does it feel like, and they suddenly decided, why not go 3 wide? And why the heck?
Oh, indeed. You might as well experiment. You've got plenty of laps to do it, and you've got plenty of races and rounds to do it in the championship. So therefore, every day is a learning day. Every lap is a learning lap, we could say. But meanwhile, in the battle for fourth, it's still Princestone holding off McGovern at the moment. Her CEO just falling back a little bit. So it looks as though the top five right now have a little bit of a world of their own, but it's this top three in particular that really is working away of proceedings. Also, just to mention that we have seen Donatas Juskauskas moving his way up. He's moving all the way up to 16th from the back of the field, so he's had a very good start to this restarted race. And as they all come through, there's your top three. Then you've got fall through to 6th there. Noticing that Hussein is actually closing up to the battle for 5th. And then look at this pack here. It is right now very tight from 7th all the way through down to 12th. So that's from Murphy all the way to McIntyre. Will there be a bit of a move there? Now Caldwell going defensive versus McIntyre at the back of the group.
Seeing that lime green car there, it's Dan West, one of the Caterham mechanics, and he's carrying all the Caterham logos. When you zoom in on that car, it's a great looking thing. You get to see that in the paddock. But yeah, at the battle, absolutely is rich in this midfield, isn't it? As they're all flowing down through. You can see in this Academy car, they don't have a rear anti-roll bar, and you can see how much the cars do lean over. Remember, this ladder is all about starting from a road-focused, sort of road-legal race car, all the way up to a track focus, and part of that is how the car changes its dynamics. A great move up the inside there, not making it stick though as they head up into McLean's. It's a good overtaking opportunity. You can go around the inside and the outside there as we watch our lead group just going through Coppice, and there's a little bit of a pregnant pause whilst this 4th place, and it is still Princestone and McGovern. They've been having a race-long battle, but they are now joined by Hussey Yo to see whether he can move himself forward in this pack, and not too far behind back. Then it's Murphy, West and Dan who we were watching just a short while ago.
So you're looking for a move here on the inside, going to try and take that 5th place off McGovern. He's been building up to this, but they're going to go 3 wide on the braking. And well, in the end, McGovern goes all in. Princestone gives him plenty of space to work with there. I think seeing that McGovern was coming much later. Well, McGovern's now learned you can brake a bit later there in towards the S's. And here comes Azio looking around the outside of Princestone. Fight for 5th, but look behind Sunny, 7th and 8th place to catch up. That's West and Greenhall getting closer and closer. Azio goes up the inside, goes all in on the brakes in the number 2. Doesn't
3
get it
places
stopped.
in 2 corners.
Indeed,
he's not going to keep it though.
Incredible progress, but he'll just fall a little bit wide there. But back to the battle for 2nd place we come. Our leader's checked out. Mulholland has decided he's got a flight to catch at East Midlands Airport. So therefore, it's the fight for 2nd between Stanton and George at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And this has been nose to tail now for a couple of laps. So they're trying to figure it all out, and there's a lot to learn. But you can see our leader just disappearing off of the screen to the left. He's just making his way through. But here is that battle then for 2nd and 3rd. They are clear in looking like they might pick up a trophy if they can keep it going. But 2nd trophy is bigger than the 3rd one, so you want that one, don't you? As the rest of the field, then this is the sort of biggest battle pack we've got as they come up towards us, and that's from 4th all the way down to 8th and 9th, I think. In fact, 10th place, so the top 10 is all in that wrap. But as we see Tim George still seeing whether he can do anything about Stanton. In fact, he's ahead of Stanton now, so they have swapped since we last went over the line as they come down then towards us. Tim George in that 2nd place. He's got a bit of an indicator, don't you worry about that. That's just when you get a bit exuberant on the steering wheel. You knock the little, it's a switch that does that indicator, but it's right by when you have an oversteer moment. And we've been seeing George flinging that car into the chicane, and you can see why you might accidentally knock on an indicator. And believe me, you don't see it or hear it when you're in the car.
Oh, 100%. And well, what you'll definitely see is that's going to be standing on the inside of him there in towards Redgate Bend. Number 22 moves on forward, but in the end covers him off very nicely. Standing really smart at these defensive lines he comes out. Obviously it means naught because we've still got plenty of the race to go, and the draft is so strong between these cars as they sweep away from what will be Hollywood in towards the Craner curves. Then we look back to the fight for 4th all the way through to back into the top 10, and as for CEO now in 4th place with McGovern and Murphy behind. Princestone has been dropped back to 7th. However, don't rule him out, he will creep back forward.
He just lost momentum in the chicane. I think he outbraked himself a couple of laps back, and it sort of knocked him out the train, and then suddenly he's no longer in that sort of train of cars, and he's having to just fight back to get that toe, but also now having to defend from the rear. So again, as you're looking in that, as we've got some change there into that 5th place, I think, as they headed up the field. But yeah, Hussey Yo just made up those couple of places and is sort of solidifying that as they go, as we watch these two swapping once more. So Stratton ahead of George at this point. Our leaders just about headed into the chicane, so making great progress as we watch then Hussey Yo over the top of McGovern, sorry, into that 4th and 5th.
Oh, indeed, and McGovern right now finds himself between a rock and a hard place. We see 2nd place swapping once again, and now that's going to be 23 back into 2nd. How he started the lap, and that will be very much back there for Tim George. So now just simply has to keep looking behind him and thinking to himself, when's the next move going to come? Well, it comes as quickly as that into Redgate, or does it? No, not quite. He snakes under brake in there. Still his indicator on, so that's his indicator. He's trying to go as quick as humanly possible. And Will Stanton right now still looking just as enthusiastic as he decides, I'm going to look around the outside of Hollywood to get the inside of the Craner curves. No, he switches back in the end. And this is also a good educator to Donington Park. So of course there's so many different lines here, Chris, but of course there's some corners where you don't necessarily want to be on the outside. It puts you on the wrong line for the remainder of a section corners.
It's a momentum-based track. You do want to use every single last bit of the track, but Tim George will have to be a bit careful here because he's already got a black and white circuit. Track limits are part of UK motorsport nowadays, like them or loathe them, and if you put your tyres beyond the white line on the edge of the track or beyond the curbing, if there is red and white marked curbing, then that is a track limits infringement. And we have automated sensors around this Donington circuit, which mean that if you do it and it trigger one of those automated sensors, it is a slam dunk. And I can see on my timing screen that Tim George has already got a black and white flag, which means he's had a couple of those infringements against him. Any more and he'll get a 5-second penalty. So you can see how close the racing is out there. It will be quite a few places dropped, but it's Stanton down the inside of George once more. And we'll just keep an eye out and make sure that we don't see another track limits then for third place driver.
And as he makes way onwards, I mean, one of the curious questions, Chris, does he know that he's got a black and white flag?
You will get that, so you don't know about the first one, that just gets marked invisibly, but if you get a second one, he would have been given a black and white warning flag on that start-finish straight. But you've seen how busy those drivers are as they go over that start-finish straight. It's not easy to see and easy to miss indeed, so he doesn't necessarily know that he's got that warning flag now.
Indeed, like you say, the intensity of the racing is here. He comes back on the inside of the Craner curves. This is brilliant racing between these two. I mean, I think we've got a little bit of a rivalry building between them. This is only the first race of their season, which they do have a grand total of 8 of them over 5 race meets. I think the Stanton George rivalry is going to be up there. Some of the very best we've seen in the last couple of years with the Caterham Academy Championship. But as we look further back there, you see brief glimpses as that is going to be West now into 7th place. He has dropped Greenhall to a degree and is trying to chase down Prince Stone. But as I say, that Greenhall is right back there with him. So what do I know about, ladies and gentlemen, as we see all drivers doing a fantastic job out there. And well, then it's that fight for second that's absolutely gripping us right now. And our leader, Mulholland, he's now almost 8 seconds away up front. It's going to be a huge margin, one of the biggest we've seen in some time. But as they come towards the end of lap number 8, oh, what's this, Chris? We've had somebody go round.
We have indeed. Who's that? The number 73 then, and that is Anthony Dan. Great looking car in that, but it has had a spin up at Coppice, so he's lost all that speed and momentum. He was, I think, he was up in 9th place last time across the line, so he's going to be slipping right down the order, I fear, as a spin is going to cost you quite a lot of time around this Donington circuit.
Indeed, unfortunately for Dan, but it's all part of the learning experience, to be fair, and they do get a drop score over the course of the season as well, so they can have one bad round at least, but necessarily you need to learn from those mistakes going into the next one. As we do see a couple of drivers coming down the hill there, in towards the old hairpin. Indeed, lovely to see them flowing in sequence in succession here, and all drivers doing a fantastic job, and the pace is getting quicker and quicker between everybody, but really right now there's a noticeable gulf in the pace, Chris. It must be said, our top 5, 23s and low 24s, then you've got a lot of 25s through to 27s, but I think everyone getting to grips, and also each circuit's going to favour individual drivers.
Because none of them have ever done any kind of motorsport before. Some of them will have done lots of track days, some of them have driven Caterham for a line. So it really is, some of them, this will be virtually the first time they've ever touched a circuit. So it's just a vast degree of different experience levels out there. Even at this, they are all racing novices, but they will have had different experience of driving a car, different experience of what it means to be a racing driver, and they're all learning at their own pace. What we do see is this is the widest the gap will ever be, and then as they go through the season, those gaps come down and down and down. But here's an opportunity to look at our race leader at the moment as he comes across the line then. Mulholland in the number 67 car as he heads on around, and he's definitely taken this like a duck to water.
I thought his license plate on the back there said CU or CXA, unfortunately. Otherwise, that would be the absolute perfect license plate to start off his season. But either way, as he carries on, we do look a little bit further down the order there, and that, I believe, are runners who may be at risk of coming a lap down in due course. Option number 4, Gardner, chasing after Whiting for 18th place. That goes to show you again, like Chris was saying a few moments ago, the fact that the pace will narrow in the field. We do also have a black and white flag now for our number 73. I mean, if Stay can go from good to bad to worse, and for Dan after his spin, I don't think he picked up the black and white for the spin, ladies and gentlemen. I think in his enthusiasm to come back through the field, he's triggered that track limits warning. So one more of those, a 5-second penalty. Meanwhile, as we do see our number 4 carrying on, Gardner catching up to Whiting. They're enjoying that clearly scrap as best they can. But of course, the only problem is they've got to deal with the leader coming through, and obviously those blue flags, which you need to respect.
Yeah, we talked about that in the driver's briefing this morning for them all. Blue flag is advisory, so it doesn't mean you have to do anything. And as we tell our drivers, the most important thing is to be consistent. Take your normal racing line up until the point that the overtake is either on your outside or your inside, then give room as it happens. But the worst thing you can do is jink to the side or jink out the way, because that means the car following won't really know what you're up to. So yeah, we ask our drivers to be nice and consistent, take their normal racing line up until the point that that overtake is happening, and they will gain that experience as they go through. A little bit of a comfort gap there for Stanton that time through as he goes along the line, and George has actually dropped it back just a touch there. It will be easy to catch back up if the opportunity arises and just sits in the tow. We talk about Caterham and their tow, and what I mean by that is if you are the car following another one down the hill, you will be gaining speed because of the lack of wind over your car. That means you go 5 to 10 mile an hour quicker in that tow. As you get closer and closer, the tow gets more and more powerful, especially in these academies, which are the lowest powered car that we've got here today, although in fact they have got 130 horsepower in their horse engine, so it's all a bit different, but nevertheless the tow will get stronger as you go up through the championships.
100%. And speaking of horses galloping their way down the hill and now back up it, we do see there Prince Stone holding on to 6 versus Greenhorn and West. He's been swapping the place back and forth with Greenhorn and Prince Stone over the last couple of laps, but this has brought West back into the fight, so it's going to be a bit of an interesting battle for 6th place that we'll see as we see the rest of our field now making its way on through. Also a little bit of a burgeoning battle there between Mann and Bukauskas, with Bukauskas now up into 14th place. He's making some great progress as well, but there's our number 12 as they come on through, and that is going to be a Whiting as he does let the 2nd and 3rd place runners go, or what we should really say is they go around him. And for that battle for 2nd, whilst we did have that little bit of a gap you're saying, Chris, suddenly that gap's gone.
And not only that,
yeah, because the Euro's behind him as well.
He's closed across so he's come through the pack, closed across the gap. Clearly he had a bit of out of position start there in the damp and wet that we had. It was so tricky conditions qualifying. Well done to all our drivers getting through that without any issues. But he has come across that gap, and now he is looking like he's going to threaten for that podium then. He's got the head of steam, and he's got 4 minutes to see whether his second's on the cards. I don't think he's got any chance of getting to Mulholland without a mistake from him, but he's very much got the opportunity for 2nd and 3rd.
Oh, indeed, the CEO is going to be one to watch all the way to the end. Is Barnaby in that number 2, the man who based in London and therefore not too far away from Donington Park circuit, which of course considered to be the heart of British motorsport, because it's right in the centre of the United Kingdom. It's the easiest circuit to get to for pretty much anybody wherever you live in the country, although I'm sure there'll be some who disagree, particularly if you're based all the way up in the northern tip of the Highlands. But as I do make the way on around right now to the lowland run of the S's, there you can see the CEO getting closer and closer to George. He's really bearing down. Here he goes. Swaps the inside right at last moment. And we're onto the brakes here. Does he get it stopped in time? He does, but he's not going to quite get clear. It's very close, but in the end, George just backs out there 9. That was going to be a decline in space, and he can get a good run down towards turn number 1.
Yeah, it looks like he might even get a runner back at him. He's not quite in the tow, though. You need that tow to gain you that extra speed. But yeah, there was a really good close racing, only a millimetre between them. He is going to dive down the inside. Hussey is going to maintain. Oh, but he's lost the rear. You can see this extra power of that turbo-powered 130 horsepower sideways, but it didn't slow him down. He absolutely get his foot in, and he is going to be powering on down. So he takes back that 3rd place, but it's under severe threat at the moment.
Oh, indeed. I think that Hussey decided to back out coming down through Craner curves, realising that I've still got a couple of laps to go. I don't need to get it done right now, but he'll use all that information. He'll know now if he tries to attack George and gets past him, he can expect George to be very aggressive on the brakes right into the next braking zone, which there's not too many of them here at Donington Park, to be fair. But it does seem there's a lot of confidence there for George on the brakes, but this does buy Stanton now a sizable 3-second gap in 2nd. So suddenly, the big battle at the front is for 3rd place, barring any late mistakes between drivers. And well, look at that. That's to see you going more sideways and straight, coming through Coppice Bend. And this is gradually bringing McGovern into him. We'll see him coming in. There is McGovern coming from the left-hand side of your picture. But Hussey goes and move once again. This time George covers him up a bit tighter. Only see Hussey in the end force the door open as much as possible.
George a bit late on the brakes that time, didn't quite make it, so that is going to be the position done. They lost the rear, he's gone around, so we're pushing too hard. Nice little catch there, gets it back up and running, and off he goes. He's only lost one place, I think, but just pushing really hard, and it does look like Prince Stone may also get a chance, and it's going to be Dan West, I think, up next behind there, looking to see whether he can do. So he lost the speed, lost the momentum, and unfortunate way to lose those positions. And again, you can see him really late on the brakes, really pushing that car, and absolutely getting on that power just a little bit too heavily. We've seen him get away with it once or twice, but that time the car did loop on him, and he's lost out on that podium chance.
Oh, it's unfortunate there. I think he's going to be absolutely kicking himself. But right now, he can kick himself after he gets out the car. He needs to get his head down there because there's still points on the table. Again. Oh, indeed, he won't want to know another spin, and that's the thing. Once you make one mistake, if it gets into your head, you're going to make even more mistakes because suddenly the circuit no longer looks as nice to you as it did previously. We are on our penultimate lap as well, I believe.
I didn't see when he crossed the line. We've got to be keeping an eye out for. I think we will have one more after this, but keep an eye out for that checker flag just in case because it's going to be tight, I think.
Oh, indeed, Mulholland right now, we're in a bit of a postcode of his own, and all the drivers carrying on here, but I don't think they were expected to be too much that much of a gap. There is our leader, so we are going to get one more lap. We will get a 15th lap on the board, and well, right now, very comfortable space, and sets a very close to fastest lap. As meanwhile, very sideways, there is Stanton. I'll tell you one thing, he might be a bit lonely out there, but he's not getting bored, although his CEO right now is chasing him down. I get the feeling our number 2 driver is going to be one of those whereby he likes to have a character chase, essentially, in the old carrot and stick situation.
Absolutely, yeah. The characters of these drivers will come out. I could see the last lap board all being hung out to the drivers. Again, not easy to see that as we see whether Prince Stone can hold off the rejoining. In fact, Dan going down the inside there, making that position just about stick. So he's got to lick his wounds and try and get back up to speed, get his head back in the game. As we watch our third place driver there. In fact, third place driver, Hussio. McGovern, I don't think is going to get across that gap. It looked like he might come across, but still 3.5 seconds beyond at this stage. So I think that's going to be the top 3, barring any mistakes at the moment.
Oh, indeed, things do settle down a little bit inside that top 3, but to be fair, it's been unsettled throughout the race. We have had mistakes from drivers, but it's all a learning experience. But making his way out to Coppice Bend, there's one driver who really has been at the head of the class thus far, and that is none other than your 67 of William Mulholland, who makes his way into the final braking zone. Into the S he goes, and the driver based in Shear is going to come to the finish line and take the first win of the 2026 Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy Championship campaign in style by the best part of over 8 seconds. We will see a couple of drivers finish a lap down, but there he comes out the final corner. It is going to be your number 22 of Tom Stanton, who comes home with the run-out spot, and then a monster drive from Barnaby Hussio completes the podium ahead of what will be then a solid 4th place for McGovern, ahead of Prince Stone, who rounds of the top 5, just fend off George and West of the finish line. Then we'll have Greenhall coming through in 8th place there, and it will be Murphy and then Caldwell in due time who will complete that top 10 as they all head to the finish. And well, we might have started off with a bit of drama. We may have had to restart the race, but to be fair, we did lose a few drivers, but what we didn't lose was some absolutely incredible racing. I can see a few more of our drivers come to line, including McIntyre, who holds off Dan in the end for that 11th place. And we've just got to wait a few more seconds before we do get Macklin and Tchaikovsky across that line to complete the top 14, and we'll keep your eyes out for your 77 driver of Donato Tchaikovsky, because we're expecting him to really make his way towards that top 10 later on today in the second race. Given qualifying didn't work out for him, he's shown a lot of race pace. We've just got to wait a little bit longer for them to turn up. But Chris, as we do let the last of our drivers make it to the finish line, what a great race. I mean, we started off with a bit of drama, but to be fair, we're always going to have some difficulties when it's a brand new season and a low-level experience, but already showing the characters and building up a lot of experience quickly.
It's motorsport, and it's part of motorsport, but the drivers actually, once the race got underway, they showed absolutely something brilliant, fun racing out there. Mulholland actually showing a clean pair of heels, but I think when we get the full field back together again, there's some quick drivers that will be filling that gap. Stanton having that race-long battle with George, unfortunately George just losing the rear, but the provisional results are up.
And here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, and as we can see, William Mulholland taking victory there by 9.5 seconds ahead of Tom Stanton, and Barnaby Hussio completing under the top 3. Phil McGovern, 4th place there, in 4 seconds behind the podium, and only 2 seconds seconds ahead of Benjamin Prince Stone, who completed top 5. And then we see Tim George there in 6th place ahead of Dan West, just holding on the end by a grand total of 1.2 seconds. There's a further 7 seconds back to James Greenhall, who couldn't quite stay with the top 7, but to be fair, managed his face to stay ahead of Olin Murphy, who took 9th, and Freddie Caldwell completed the top 10. Fastest lap of the race, it was set by your winner of Will Mulholland of 1:22.12, but to be fair, we did see some very close competitors that lap, although Mulholland set that on the final lap of the race. That's a way to seal the deal for your first race win, your first race of the season.
And it gets you an extra point, so that's an equivalent. So he's got a 3-point gap over the next row. So it's, the fastest lap in a Caterham race is extremely important, and you know, it gives you that extra point. So he's taken not only the 2-point gap that you get for winning over second place, he's taken an extra point on top of that. So great start to season for Mulholland, but Stanton and Hussey-Yo taking that podium. There's only a single point gap between the rest of the field as they go down then, so each one is an additional point over the previous one. But again, it shows you that you can either overtake a car on track or you can get the fastest lap. One of the two will gain you the same benefit in the race.
100%, and our drivers will learn about the tactical nature of points as the season goes on. But as all the drivers do make their way down towards Parc Fermé, very shortly we'll be getting a word with our top 3 drivers. In fact, I do believe that our wonderful presenter Leah is ready to go. In fact, Sam Parker we're going to be coming to, a lady who knows all about Caterhams, so it's over to Sam to speak to our top 3 from the Caffeine Machine Caterham Academy Championship.
Likely have a slightly shorter lunch break, which is set for immediately after this race. So this is the last race before your opportunity to head down to Garage 39 and get fed and
Right, well, we've now had the first Academy race of the season, which obviously a bit of a rough start for them, and you know, we hope everybody's okay that was involved, but the rest of them drove fantastically. Here are our top 3. We've got Bill, Tom and Barnaby, so we are going to have a little word with those just in a moment. We'll wait for them to do. They're just going through their scrutineering checks, so they have to come on these scales, make sure they're coming at the right weight. So lovely purple colour on this. I always like to see everybody's new livery on their car, but we'll try and get a word with these guys in a moment. That's actually, we'll go through. They put the 1, 2, 3 boards out now, so let's head on down here. I wonder how they're all feeling, because I remember my first Academy race and it was exhausting and so exciting, just the most amazing experience, and you never get that back. You know, you only ever complete a race, your first race, once. So this feeling is one to cherish. So let's see if we can have a word with Bill in a moment when he gets his helmet off. I think they'll all be relieved that that first race is over, but they have got one more race to go today. So hopefully some of them might have to get some repairs done ready for race 2, and hopefully we'll get them back out later on. But let's move in and have a word with Bill. Bill, you've completed your first ever race and you win. Fantastic. Well, that's what it says on the TSL timing. Okay. So let's go with that for the moment. Okay. But congratulations. How do you feel?
Weird, mainly weird. Yeah, I didn't expect this to happen, and yeah, I mean, obviously I was aiming for like 6th or 7th, so yeah, absolutely delighted. It's yeah, complete surprise. I think to have the entire front row wiped out and then have a restart and then be in the front row, and it's like, what on earth is going on? Yeah. So yeah, it's
something you don't prepare in your mind for, isn't it? You know.
I mean, I think the second start shows exactly I was not prepared in my mind for anything. So yeah, yeah, roll on the next one. I think that was great.
Yeah, it puts you in a great start for race 2. So yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Who got fastest lap?
I'm not sure actually. I'll have to check TSL in a moment.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, brilliant. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy this moment.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, just to have a quick word with Tom. Tom, let's have a quick word with you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done. How was it?
That was mega. I really enjoyed it. It's a bit crazy at the start with the red flag and stuff like that. I hope the guys are okay. But the race was amazing. Had a brilliant battle with Tim for like forever. But then he sort of disappeared somewhere, and sort of on my way to the home on my own. So yeah, it's really good. Really
Excellent.
good.
Well done. You've got another one to go later.
I know, right? And we're P2 this time.
Exactly.
So awesome. Yeah, really
wicked.
good.
Well, enjoy it.
Thank you.
There we go. Right, 270s are up next, so I'll hand back to Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Sam. And well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, as quickly as we wrap up the first race of the Caterham Academy Championship for this season, and they will be back later on this afternoon at approximately 24 for their second round of the season. Now it's on to what is none other than the first race of the day for the Fan Drive Caterham 270R Championship. And in terms of our grid for this one, ladies and gentlemen, well, we are going to just talk you through the grid here because they already are on their formation lap. It is pole position for Sebastian Follet, the man who currently sits in second in the championship and has yet to take a win this season. And we can see him there alongside him with Scott Helm, and then on row number 2 it'll be Aaron Oliver and Paul Oglesby. Oglesby is your championship leader with 4 wins and 6 podiums thus far, including those 4 wins, so he is the man to beat. Although it didn't quite work out Spa-Francorchamps when he could have made a bit of a breakaway, but unfortunately a difficult final race of that race weekend cost him dear. Craig Evans and Rob Kelly start on 5th and 6th ahead of Henry Speaks and Jasmine Shaw. Behind Shaw we then will see on our 5th row very shortly will be a combination of Brian Thornton and Jimmy Wire, and then we do have on row number 6 Andrew Davidson and Steve Lorryman, Christian Bond and Alistair Morton on row 7 ahead of Daniel Crawley and Richard Hay. That's going to be your top 16. We've got a few more drivers to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can get there in time. You can see then it'll be Shane Forster and Gary Cross with Ryan Follet and Andrew Bailey behind, completing the top 20. Chris Hicks and Andrew Mackay start 21st and 22nd ahead of Chris Morling and Sean Murphy. And then I do believe we've just got a couple more rows to cover, but we'll get there, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a packed grid, this one, 28 drivers, and well, those last 2 rows are definitely going to be consistent with Charles Chapman and Hall, followed by Luciano Caruso and Alistair Kinnear, as you can see them listed there. But without further ado, we are all set and ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, and well, I believe we are lights out and away we go for what is their first race of the day here at Donington Park. It's a good start there from our pole sitter, but it's an even better start from Scott Helmquist. They roar the way down, and meanwhile it's looking like it's a bit of a fan out there further behind. Well, it's going to be 2 to 3 to perhaps even 4 wide as they come out to turn 1.
Yeah, well, Scott Helm got the best. He's in a different coloured car today. If you're used to seeing him in his normal dark colour with the orange fluoro, he's in that metallic blue car today, so he's leading the pack as they go down. And it is now, I can talk about Seb Collet because he's definitely in this race, and he is up in that 2nd place at the moment. And Oglesby into 4th, so Aaron Oliver also in, making their way up. So this is the 3rd step, 270R Championship, 3rd step of the ladder, as we watch Dan Crawley going through our screen. Great to have him back with us this weekend. He's going to be with us for a couple of race weekends as we go on through, but nice to see his machinery out there looking good as ever. As this 270R machinery all flows up the hill, they've got 3 20-minute races with us this weekend as well, so this is the first opportunity. And again, these drivers experienced in this Caterham, you can see the lack of windscreen and no lights, and that's what makes it into that as we watch Henry Speaks going through our screen as they head on down towards the chicane for the first time.
Indeed, they come charging down towards the S's, but as they do, well, our leader right now feeling a bit of pressure here, but everyone just eyeing each other up at the moment. They've done plenty of that over the course of this season as it gets very tight. They come through the chicane, but come the end of lap number 1, it's Helm ahead of Sebastian Follet, followed by Oliver, then Oglesby. But right now we can see Oglesby trying to make a little bit of an ingress here as they come into that braking zone. Is it going to work out? The answer is yes, no, maybe. Ask me another question perhaps, but he just about squeezed their head there. Brilliant battle in between the 2 of them. Kenley just behind there in 5th. Then we've got Evans, Fortin, followed by Davison, Speaks and Shaw completing that top 10, and Jimmy Wire in 11th, best of the rest. In terms of big gainers, we have had your number 48 of Ryan Follet move up 4 places, all the way from 19th to 15th already, so keep your eyes out for him. He may make an appearance. And also Caruso starting from 27th to 20th so far. So some big gains further down the order, Chris. We might see those drivers come through.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they're just trying to work out where they are. Henry Speaks is a bit of a cork in the bottle there. Jasmine Shaw seeing whether she can do anything about deposing him another place as they come up into McLean's. Not this time through, but she is in that maroon car following along from behind of Speaks as they all head up. So you can see the pack very much still together, whereas we saw them spread out quite quickly in that academy race. You can see the experience levels here. Seb Follet then looking to see whether they can do anything. Is that Seb Follet in the lead, I think, isn't it?
I think he is, yes.
Yeah, so he's taken over from Scott Helm, but Scott Helm looking around the outside. They're going to work together, I think, because Scott Helm's got that head of momentum with that toe, so he is going to pull into the lead, and as once more as they head through the chicane this time through.
When did they swap places? And Paul Oglesby just joins to the ride behind, but here they come down towards turn number 1, and Oglesby's going to make it 3 wide here. So he says, you know what, I'm going to completely blow the party wide open. 3 wide becomes a single file, but it's 3 wide behind them as they come through Redgate Bend. Who's going to come out ahead in the fight for 4th? Well, it's going to be a wide runner.
Thornton got pushed out wide there. I think he dived down the inside and it didn't work for him.
I think we also might be missing 2 cars there because they've suddenly just been out of our view. I think we've had an incident in Redgate.
Well, there was definitely a green flag showing, so some yellow flag was initially there, and Thornton was diving down the inside. I did see him come out the corner, but I wonder whether another car got caught up in that. We'll see whether we can see anything next time through, or watch for the timing screen dropping down. But as they flow on down, all these 270R machines heading down the hill and off and up. And in fact, Jasmine Shaw has got in front of Henry Speaks as well, as we've got another change out front then, as we're all going to and fro. How many changes do you want? Well, it's all on offer here in the 270Rs, so they flow back up the field again.
Oh, indeed, absolutely brilliant racing right now. And as all of our drivers head through what is this 3rd tour of the circuit, right now it is looking very tight wherever you go. With your number 99 there, Davison, the lovely light orange car, trying to fend off Bond and Lorryman. But meanwhile, whilst that's going on the back, right at the front, it's 2 by 2 here. No, it's not Noah's Ark, it's Caterham 270s. They roar the way through, and that is going to be Oliver now into lead.
Yeah, Aaron Oliver takes the lead then for the first time, and he's taken it over Seb Tholet. Helm drops to 3rd on that lap, leaving a couple of Evans back up. Kennelly, it's all going to change by the time we get to Redgate. We don't know how we bother at this point, but you can see they're as close as they're ever going to get. They're closer than they were on the grid as they flow into Redgate. And believe me, Redgate is a quick corner in a Caterham 270R, and actually Jasmine Shaw coming across that gap really nicely is going to be in this lead group before you know it.
Oh, 100%. And as they come on down the hill right now through the crane of curves this time, you see the 2 wide behind there in the fight for 4th. They're so good at keeping nice and tight to each other at the same time as well, carrying all that speed. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever go down in your own car, you'll find that elevation change. It throws the car around, and the speeds they're going through. What speed are they going through there, Chris? I suspect 100 plus?
Yeah, definitely over 100 miles an hour. It's absolutely flat out in all the Caterhams you'll see today. And in fact, any Caterham can go down there flat out. But it certainly gets your eyes on stalks as they head then into the old hairpin at the bottom of the hill, which is probably about 80 to 90 miles an hour. Imagine doing your motorway speeds and trying to turn quite a sharp left-hander in an off-camber corner. Here is Jasmine Shaw now looking at the rear of Seb Follow. He's a little bit wide out there, losing some speed and momentum as Brian Thornton fights his way through. We saw him have that issue around Redgate, but it really hasn't slowed him down. We're going to go 3 wide into the chicane. That's surely not going to work. Thornton is going to absolutely see where Scott Helm can go down the inside. He is going to go side by side. That's going to hold them all up. They're going to lose momentum, and then the race chasing pack is going to come across them.
Oh, a brilliant move there. We have a new leader there. It's the 42 of Helm now, who leads ahead of Oliver and Sebastian Follet. But as they head in towards Redgate, we'll suddenly be found out once again. They don't want to work together here. They're all constantly scrapping for the lead position as they come through Redgate, and it does look as though Follet's going to try and make the move. Understeers a little bit wider out there versus Oliver, and suddenly Scott Helm's able to take the lead back just like that. Being a bit tactical there, just letting his 2 rivals make the mistakes, and he'll take care of the rest. And now making the way in towards the old hairpin. You see 2 wide all the way through Hollywood into Crane the Curves and the old hairpin. Neither driver wants to back out, and meanwhile it's just bringing the rest of the field together. And look at this long pack we have. We're focusing so much on the top 10, and then suddenly we get the rest of the field coming through. It's incredible, Chris.
Yeah, the battle you see at the front there is going to be having an equally fought battle in the mid-pack there as they all head up the hill once more. And you can see how much the tow really draws these battle packs out, whereas the cars at the rear of this will be getting a draft, sort of super draft, as all the cars move the air out the way. As we see this battle, Henry Speaks alongside Jasmine Shaw, so that battle has not finished yet. Oliver just trailing behind them, and Davison absolutely part of this battle. Good to see him driving that orange car forward. But Scott Helm really defending down the inside now, really not letting any position there. Thornton round the outside, and he's going to go round the outside of Oliver, side by side through the chicane. Is not fast. That's going to give Helm a little bit of a breakaway. You can see the momentum that our lead car can carry as we're going 3 wide, and there's not a lot of room for 3 Caterhams as they head into Redgate this time through.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant racing. This is edge of your seat stuff as they head into that rain zone. Thornton really announcing himself into this lead group. He's decided after what is just a shy of a third of the race, right, I want to come out and play the party, and that's going to push what will be Oliver a bit further back, but this will bring Kennelly and also Speaks and Shaw in. But are we going to see a bit of a split in the field here? Are we starting to see groups of 3 emerge? Well, your leader of Helm feeling a lot of pressure into the old Helpin, and that is going to be Oliver, who really is trying trying to say to Scott Helm, you need to make a choice, either go quicker or let me through, because otherwise right now we're all going to get entwined with each other. Well, Thornton says, hold up a second, I want to be part of this. He's going to make it free wide into Schwann's curve, and coming into that braking zone here for McLean's. He's going to go around the outside of both of them. I think he might get it done, and if so, well, Thornton brave and absolutely brilliant in getting it done. And well, we can see there a bit further back, Jimmy White still attacking Evans and Davidson for 8th place, with Caruso a little bit further drift from them. Goodness me, what a move then. Have we got our new leader? Yes, we have.
Yeah, that all happened because down at the old hairpin, Helm had to have a slightly compromised line, lost all the speed and momentum as Oliver re-establishes himself at the front of that. So that side-by-side moment for Helm meant that he lost momentum. Thornton was able to take the advantage as they went up and around McLean's around the outside, but you can see the battle is all reversed once more as they've gone around a couple more corners. So of course the order's not the same, and it's not going to be the same all the way till the end. We're only up just approaching halfway through this race, so still plenty of action. It's more the strategy about positioning yourself, and Brian Thornton having to recover from what would have been a disappointing qualifying for him. He's used to turning laps at the front of this race, and we're used to seeing that orange and blue machine turning and defending from the front. So is he going to be able to do that around Donington? It's not easy. The toe is so strong around here. The overtaking is so fluid that it's very difficult to defend and get your elbows out. But if anyone's going to do it, Thornton's going to try for at least a couple of laps.
Oh, 100%. Remembering, of course, that Brian Thornton was the man of the day at Spa-Francorchamps as far as the 270Rs were concerned. So he did take that 5th place and 2 wins overall. So some huge points coming his way, and that has promoted him up into 6th in the championship. So for Brian Thornton, he's riding a wave of success at the moment. And what he's showing, the fact he wants to continue that win streak, and if he can do it, there's no reason why, emerging out of Donington come the end of the day, he could be right in the hunt for the championship lead. He's still got a long way to go in the season, plus 2 drop scores as well. There's always a fault to that, but they won't be thinking about drop scores right now. That'll come right to the end of the season when they start to do all the mathematics and get the high-speed abacuses out. But meanwhile, Thornton versus Oliver and Helm coming through. In fact, Helm's going to go to the inside this time. Thornton's backed out of it, plays a bit tactical, and then it's fun, he's too wide through the S's, and this will let Oliver just a bit of time. Very squirrely.
He was all the way to the tyre barrier there. There's some awkward metal blocks in the road, and it really caused his car to lose momentum. You can see as soon as you do that, as soon as you get out of the train, you get swallowed by the chasing pack. So Scott Helm was absolutely entitled to that line. Thornton was going to enforce going down the inside, but it didn't work out for him, as this chase pack absolutely nose to tail, and that's going to bring them all back together again. I don't think Aaron has got enough momentum to ping himself off the front just yet, but you can be sure that he'd be looking in his mirrors trying to work out whether that can happen. But Scott Helm is right back on him. You can see how much quicker the chase car can be as they come down the hill. There's a little bit of a headwind as they go out the southern side of the circuit as well, which is going to be helping as he goes to momentum around the outside of Schwann's curve, then up the hill, and will have momentum as they go out if you watch the battles deeper in the field.
Oh, indeed, deeper down the field here, we've got a good little battle appearing between what would be none other, I do believe, that is Forster, Oglesby, Wyatt, Caruso, and in fact, it is Caruso who currently holds the fastest lap at 1 minute 19.009, so that goes to show you the fact the fastest lap, it can be achieved by anybody given the potency of the momentum and the draft around here, plus also the fact they're also equally matched on pace. And a number of drivers were saying to me in the build-up to today, in qualifying even so, it's all about finding the draft of another driver to get pole position or be right towards the front, and in the race even more so, as that's going to be a bit of elbows out there from Thornton, who says to Scott Helm, please get out my way, and in the end puts slightly elbows in the side, but that's not going to stop Scott Helm. He's used that right now. You're allowed a little bit of elbows out as long as you don't go too far, and here comes Thornton looking around the outside, but Oliver will see what's gone on behind and think, right, I'm going to go defensive and make you back up. But Thornton says, try this on for size, goes round the outside, and Oliver in the end hasn't got a response other than just a drag race through Hollywood.
We didn't see what happened to Oglesby, but he did, maybe he was one of the drivers caught up in that Thornton moment a little bit earlier in the race, because he's dropped down at that top 10, and he's our championship leader, and also was firmly in that battle for a while. So sorry for missing that he had dropped to that midfield, but he's battling with the pack that's chasing on and trying to get back. But Thornton absolutely getting his elbows out, saying there, you dished out some to me at the last lap, I'm dishing some back out. I think that's the mentality in that helmet at the moment as they go up the hill and around the right at McLean's. It's absolutely back together again. So it's all this toing and froing. It's only when you really have two battling packs where they go side by side that they lose all of the momentum, and it brings everything back together again. So they're over 10 minutes into this race now, and they're absolutely firmly nose to tail. Scott Helm was the loser that last time through with the momentum, but he is drawing close and alongside as they head into the chicane once more. But it is Aaron Oliver out front, and it's Seb Thalay still firmly involved. Scott Helm is now dishing back on to Thornton, going to take to second third place? No, Seb's going to still maintain it. Thornton's going to have a little bit of momentum as they come on, and he will be alongside us the time they get to Redgate once more.
But look at the gap. This is now buying our leader. Oliver is the best part, almost a second clear. If he gets it to 2 seconds, he might be able to make a break here. So this is going to become very critical in this late stage as to whether they keep fighting. I mean, Thornton just simply says, right, all in on the inside. Thank you. And it's going to be 3 wide. Sebastian Fillet goes to the switch back there. Lovely bit of positioning. Very tight, but in the end, as we both sort of stand heads on end during the Comte move, Sebastian Fillet demonstrating you can get it done and holds on to that second, but looking behind them, that's going to have the lead. Speaks and Shaw having a bit of fun in the fight for 6th, and Evans is now trying to close up. Davidson's there. Oglesby's now back into this lead group, caught up at that Redgate incident earlier on when he was battling for 4th place, so he could yet come through into the top 5. It all comes down to essentially, is the fight for 2nd going to take priority over chasing down 1st? And the answer right now seems to be very much yes. They've forgotten about 1st place. I think Sebastian Fillet feels so. He's battling for a win when actually it's the 2nd spot at the podium.
Yeah, if they stop battling, they will be able to get back across, but it doesn't look like they are going to stop, does it? They're absolutely going hammer and tong at each other. There is that sort of comfort gap to the leader, but it's a little bit further down the line, and at the moment he'll be looking and trying to weave away from, he doesn't want to give a toe to anyone behind him. He's going to try and make his car as skinny as possible, but Thornton is going to go round the outside once more, does take the sweep across. Now Seb this time is going to be a bit compromised, which is going to give Helm and Speaks the opportunity to try and get him into Redgate.
Thornton really playing the devil in the detail there to move into that 2nd place, and now essentially gives the toe there to Helm help Helm out. He wants Helm to battle, and suddenly it becomes 3 wide in the fight for 3rd. It's also 2 wide there in the battle for 6th place just behind. So that is Kennelly and Shaw still fighting. Speaks now up in a 5th as well through all of the gamesmanship that's playing out there. Indeed, right now this could all chop and change. We can suddenly see a name that's right towards the front of this group, suddenly right towards the back with 6 minutes to go. We've got plenty more laps here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're not quite at the crescendo yet. We're building up. This is coming towards the closing chapters of this race, and right now look at that. That is so close down. I mean, they're literally riding bumper to bumper.
That's Oglesby back in there, even pushing a little bit, and watch out also for Luciano Crusoe, who had to start all the way from the back of the grid, and he was used to seeing him at the front. He's made his way all the way to that lead group as well, so coming through that field. So Oglesby having to fight back after that turn 1 incident, and Caruso coming back through the field. I've made up many places so far and is firmly involved in that. There is that Oglesby car, and he's absolutely, like I say, nose to tail with Kennelly in front of him. There is Caruso in that Rothman's look-alike car, and the leaders once more come down. But you can see that lead gap has evaporated. Scott Helm, though, does take over from Thornton. They're running millimetre to millimetre. There's nothing between them as they head into the chicane that time through, but they are fighting as hard as they can, working together as best they can to try and get that lead group back, and they are going to be a triplet as they go down. Henry Speaks and Jasmine Shaw next up, Oglesby lining up alongside Thele, and then it's Kennelly, and you can see Caruso on the right hand side with the blue nose cone coming into that battle as well.
Oh indeed, and this battle now for 4th place has been headed by Speaks and Shaw, but that's going to fall away from the top 3 as they roll the way through, and Oliver was not able to make the break right at the front, so he's been reeled back in by Helm and Thornton. So we now have our lead trio and potentially the fight for the podium spots, which is just between 3 drivers, so it's how they arrange themselves on it. And then there's everybody else catching up behind as quickly as they can. Speaks and Shaw right now trying to put the cork in the proverbial wine bottle. Roaring the way onwards right now, and well, Oglesby doing so well, but Caruso going all the way from 27th to 10th. I mean, I don't know what the record is for those places gained in a single race, Chris. You might have that available with all the knowledge and the statistics you've got, but I can tell you one thing, that's going to be an achievement, and that's only to set up for races 2 and 3 later on today. There's still more places in this right now as we do come back to those leaders. And what do you do at this point? If you're Oliver, do you play it safe? Do you let it go perhaps? Or do you defend hard? You've got 4 minutes to go, but of course, you fight now, and suddenly this group could fall back to the next group.
So I would still look in my mirror, as Thornton says, absolutely not going to play any rules of the game here. I'm just going to shove it down the inside. Battling could bring that chase group back, but I'd be looking to see that actually it's quite a comfort gap at the moment, and I'm pretty sure that they're all battling just as hard. But Oglesby has made his way back up to the lead of that group. He's got a bit of wounds and salt in that wound to lick it out and see whether he can get back to that chase group, but I don't think he's going to have an easy group. This is absolutely packed racing. Jasmine Shaw and Caruso has come all the way through, so the 2 drivers that are coming through from recovering their position absolutely to the front of this group now. They will be able to drag that cars forward, but I don't think they've got quite enough time to get back to this lead trio who are battling out for that lead. But if they do start going side by side, they start dive bombing each other, then it's all possible.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. You know it's brilliant when all the cameramen and also our broadcast director are constantly saying in our ears right now, look at this, look at that, because it's just so brilliant racing everywhere you look. We're absolutely spoiled for choice here as our leading trio make the way out there towards McLean's again. Thornton, it just constantly fried himself to the inside. And well, right now, I don't know what's going to break first. Either his rival's resistance or alternatively the tyres on his car, because right now he is absolutely abusing those tyres, and we're good on him for doing so. He's laying down the rubber, he's into the lead, Helm's still there, Oliver at the back of the group. We've still got what is another most likely 3 laps to go after this one, although it will be, in fact, it might be 2. It's going to be very close. And here they come into that braking zone. Helm in the middle here goes the Moses manoeuvre to make sure he covers himself off. And Thornton now finds that he's going to have Oliver right there with him. We go on to our penultimate lap as they come across that tyre line. Scott Helm leads, and if he can hold on to this, it would be his first win of the season. He's had 2 podiums but never a win. And then look at this fight for 4th place, Neil. That is 4th all the way through to, I believe, 18th place right now, all in a long conga line, and it's Paul Oglesby at the front and doing the cha-cha with it.
Yeah, and Scott Helm not even driving his own car. That shows how even all these Caterhams are. He jumped into a competitor's car after his wasn't available after Spa, and yeah, it just shows how competitive these cars are, and absolutely up there battling away as if it was his own car. And what a friend you've got to have to allow you to go racing and race like this. But this is fantastic opportunity to see Caterham racing at its best. They really haven't spread out at all since that grid. We've just got that front 3 broke away after we had those side-by-side moments, and it was Aaron Oliver drew our other 2 drivers 3. But we're going absolutely side-by-side then for this chase pack, as well as they try and work out what they want to do. They're on their penultimate lap. They'll all know from the countdown clocks on their dashboard that they have got this one, and then the next one will be the last lap. What are they going to do? Where do they want to position themselves? Do you want to be in 2nd place? Do you want to be in the lead? Where do you want to lead? And I think it's leading out of the chicane, which is absolutely going to win you this race. Thornton this time is going to go down. Aaron Oliver might as well just let that happen and let Scott Helm is just playing the watching brief at the moment. He knows this lap isn't the important one, as Thornton hit a bump there on the inside using so much of that track, and that was really uncomfortable as he came out.
Oh, indeed, shaking the suspension around, but he'll be stirred to action now. 1 minute to go, final lap on the clock, and here we go. Oliver takes the lead in towards Redgate as Thornton tucks him behind. Scott Helm, meanwhile, being very patient in the borrowed car. What do they say? Drive it like you stole it, or in this case, drive it like you borrowed it, and he's definitely driving it to the absolute limit. And meanwhile, that battle for 4th, Oglesby, Caruso, sure. Caruso come from 27 to 5th place now, right in the back of Oglesby. So just keeping that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, those 2 have really made their way through the field, but we stay transfixed to the battle for the top 3. And then there's the long line of all the other cars making their way on through, and that's before we think about other drivers out there, including Kennelly and Murphy fighting a little bit further back as well. So it's absolutely incredible to see, but of course we can only have our cameras pointed at one particular set of cars at a time, and most important are the leaders then, as Oliver, Thornton, Helm make the way out towards Coppice.
So it's Thornton, it was Oliver out in front as they went round there that time. I think I put Thornton in the really good seats, but has Helm got enough to actually get that 3rd toe and actually give him the super toe? Well, we're about to find out, because they're humming down the back straight for the last time. This is where it all counts. Whoever comes out this chicane is likely to come out and win this race. At the moment is Oliver. He's going to have Thornton to the outside, and outside of them Scott Helm's going to look around as well. Who's going to come out the chicane this race in the right way and over the line first? It looks like it's going to be Thornton.
Well, Thornton comes out the final quarter. He's absolutely been pushed to the limit, but for Brian Thornton, this is going to be an absolutely huge result, and he continues his win streak from Spa, Francorchamps, as he comes to the side.
Henry Speaks, I think that is spinning in the background, and that's contacted another driver. He's going to go back across the track and lost a wheel and into the outside barrier. Hopefully that's going to be the tyre barrier that he hits rather than any other barriers. But yeah, a little bit of contact. I think is that Korea? I'm trying to work out who that is. I thought Henry Speaks initially, but I'm not sure now as they went through. Oh, it's a big contact then out of the driver moving around. Marshall there quickly on the scene to help out, trying to wait for the thumbs up and check they're okay, but quite severe damage at the rear of that car then at the last corner.
Oh, indeed, a huge incident to end the race, but understandably that everyone will be seeing the waved yellow flags. They make their way through the S's and with the marshals on circuit as well. Though essentially the racing will stop, as we do see the driver getting the thumbs up there, and well, as everyone calls them down, an absolutely exciting race, no doubt about it, an entertaining race all the way through, and an epic conclusion. And here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, subject to the clerk, of course, and any instant reports. And as we can see, Brian Thornton, your winner after 15 laps, and well, only half a tenth behind Aaron Oliver. So the wait for a maiden win this season goes on for Aaron Oliver, as it does as well for none other than Scott Helm. And well, that top 3 absolutely so razor tight, but Then we had the battle for fourth place. And Paul Oglesby, after that red gate incident early on, did recover his way back to fourth. And Luciano Caruso, as classified, came through from 27th to 5th place, just ahead of Jasmine Shaw and Christian Bond. Henry Speaks, 8th there, ahead of Sebastian Fillet, and Craig Evans completes that top 10. The fastest lap set by your third place finisher, Scott Helm, at 1 minute 18.74. An incredible lap, the average speed of 91.34 miles an hour. You pretty much doing the whole lap there, like you say, Chris, completely flat out. This echo there, the speed of the lap. What a race. I mean, that's the third of our day. I think we're not going to have any voices left by the end of it. Did you pack your strep cells?
I needed to, didn't I? I did. Yeah, sounds like, basically, what an advert for Caterham Racing, right? 270s giving us the best, and they've done some really good racing throughout the course of this season, so great to see them out there showing it. Shame about that accident at the end there, but Brian Thornton managing that process really well. Aaron Oliver in that second, and Scott Helm, so the three of them really did share all of that. We saw Seb Foley drift a little way at the end of that race, so he'll be a bit disappointed. We want to come back for race 2. But yeah, Paul Oglesby in that 4th place, so that will be damage limitation, because for him that he was down in the bottom of the top 10 at one point, and Caruso having to start from the back of the field, coming all the way to 5th. We do see that around Donington, it happens. We see people come to the win, but yeah, what a result. And Jasmine Shaw, 6th place. She was absolutely in the middle of that battle all the way through, and disappointed. I imagine that she got that 6th place, but it could have been that podium.
And indeed, for Jasmine Shaw, yet to finish inside the top 5 overall, still close to it. A couple of top 10s, but not quite top 5. But understandably, you can expect Jasmine will be pushing even harder in race number 2. But as our drivers make their way off the circuit and in towards Parc Fermé, well, the great news is, ladies and gentlemen, we get to hear from our fan drive Caterham 270R Championship drivers, because it will be over to Sam Parker down in Parc Fermé very shortly to catch a word or two. Well, top 3 and anybody else who is available. Over to Sam.
Heaven meeting from the BARC. We've had a little whetting of the appetite in the first 3 races, Andrew, and I think we're in for a very fun afternoon. I think we've been thoroughly...
Well, that was an extremely hard-fought race for those 3 at the top, and obviously the battle behind was intense as well. So just going to wait for the top 3 to park up. They have to, like they did in the Academy, go through their checks, and Scott's very happy with that. Definitely, he wanted a podium finish. So brilliant battle between those 3. I just hope the guys that had a collision on the start-finish line, I hope they're all okay. So let's go and speak to Brian. Oh, he's going to go and congratulate Aaron first. I think they enjoyed that one. Brian, that looked amazing fun. Well done.
Oh, thanks be to God that's over. That was the toughest race I've ever had. Hi to Jane, Sean, Joshua, and Lucy at home. Love you guys, miss you. Oh my God, that was just so tough. That was the most, that's the most intense racing I've ever had. I was watching the clock. I was trying to set up being where I was for the last lap. I had a bit of a coming together with Paul. I don't know what happened to him. Unfortunately, I was 6th back that stage, so I hope he's all right. Managed to get back up. Scott was really fast. Aaron was on it, and I swear he nearly pipped me on the finish line. And if you look at my in-car, I literally just go, yeah, because I just see the bonnet just ahead of him. But I mean, oh man, that's great. Just
well
great.
Well done. To come out on top out of that was extremely well done.
Out of 9th. Yeah. Starting from 9th, so... Oh, my heart's going. This is literally the hardest I've ever had to work. So, yeah, thank God for the it's great. Amazing.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
But kudos to these boys. Great racing.
Yeah.
Unreal.
And it was good that you guys had the break from, it was just you 3, wasn't it?
I got past Scott, and then I looked back and I was like, oh, there's a big gap there.
Let me come in between you 2. That was fantastic for you guys. Well done.
Yeah, that was good. That was some really hard racing. Super clean. I saw a lot of things in the background, and we kept getting a lot of green flags for the yellows behind us, and I was like, no safety car. So yeah, no, great race. Well done to everyone.
Yeah, well, absolutely well deserved, you guys. Aaron, congratulations. Super well deserved. That was a brilliant battle, and when you 3 broke away from the rest of them, you must have been like slight relief, because it means we haven't got to watch that lot. Exactly, I've just got to concentrate on the 3 of them.
And concentrate on the other 2. But yeah. It's just so tough. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was good fun. Tried to break away as much as possible. The tow round here is
so strong. But yeah, it was great fun, and obviously well done to Brian. A couple more metres across the finishing line would have been helpful to me, but yeah, looking forward to the next race.
Yeah, exactly. Puts you in a good position. Obviously, you had a good start, good position for the race anyway today, didn't you? But you know, lots of carnage going on behind you.
Yeah, like Scott said, was seeing the yellow flags and turning to green. So yeah, happy to see those green flags continue for us, and just try and escape all the carnage.
That's it. I know. Well, you did well. Well done. Right. Well, look forward to watching race 2 later on. I was just going to have a quick word, if we've got time. We've got. Let's have a quick word with. Where's he gone? I was going to speak to Rob Kennelly, because Rob Kennelly is back with us for a guest round this weekend. I can't see him. There's his car. Where is Rob? They're having discussions. Let's have a quick chat. Jasmine, you did amazingly well. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we had high hopes for this weekend, trying to redeem ourselves from Spa, but we had the pace, so I'm just glad we could show it in the race this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Truly well deserved. You had a great battle, didn't you? The entire race. Obviously, no rest as usual.
Yeah, like as every Caterham race, very competitive. Obviously, everyone's racecraft in this series is insane. So this is my first time racing around here in the Caterham. So it's a great track, I love it, and an amazing race as always.
Brilliant. Well done, very well done. Look forward to later. Yeah, I can't find. Oh, there's Rob over there. Let's go and have a quick word with Rob. Rob Kennelly, how was it to be back with some different people to race with?
Great to be back. Up until the second to last lap, we went around. There was a lot of us fighting. Went round. I was in the mix for sort of top 6, something like that, and then I've moved to avoid someone. As I've avoided someone, someone's clipped me from behind, spun round, and then I've managed to rejoin. I got no idea where I finished. But up until then, I was really enjoying myself. It was really close racing. It seemed very fair, but no, it was good. I mean, I don't know anybody, so it's hard to know where to position yourself and all that good
stuff. It's
not
your academy year, is it? It's
3 of us from our year racing here today. So, but no, it's good to race with other people. Really sort of fun, fair racing, and some quick cars out there. So I need to fight my way back through the pack in the next race in probably a couple of hours' time.
I was going to say, it's not long. No rest today.
No, it's good to be back.
Yeah. It's good to have you back. Well done. Right, I'm just going to have another quick word with a couple of other people. Let's go and speak to Christian. He can't get away from me. Christian, you had a mega race, right?
Yeah, I think I got forced off a little bit. So I started in 11th, went down to 18th, and I went back up to I think was 7th. So
yeah, awesome.
Great, Team Parker Racing, absolutely.
Like a Diet Coke advert.
And Team Parker Racing.
Oh, new suit for this weekend. Yes, it's looking fast.
Yeah. You were mega though in your race.
Oh, thank you.
It's on the camera now, so I had to say, amazing race from Sam. Podium. I haven't got one of those yet, but yeah, really good.
It's coming though, Christian. I reckon it's coming.
Maybe this weekend.
Yeah.
Either big shunt or big podium. Either way.
No, don't say that.
Right.
No, but you're gonna just continue to have lots of fun.
Absolutely, that's the idea. That's the absolute idea.
Excellent. Well done.
Cheers,
well done.
Sam. Thank you.
Right, all the drivers are being moved to the podium presentation now. So we're going to hand back to Chris and Dave. Chris and Paul. Who's Dave? Oh, Dave Goddard. We miss you. But we've got some interesting interviews to show you over lunch break where Leah caught up with a few people from Caterham a little earlier. So look forward to and stay tuned. Watch that and see you in a bit.
Well, thank you, Sam. And, well, that leads us very nicely then into our lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. But just before we do take a bit of a breather, Chris, 3 races so far this morning. We've seen our 310s, the very top tier of our 4 tiers of the Caterham Motorsport Ladder Racing today. We've seen our Academy drivers have their season opener. And we've also just seen our 2 70Rs out there. Of course, the Roadsports will be coming up just after lunch, and we can see the schedule there. We've had 3 superb races. I mean, we're absolutely giddy with it here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's plenty more races to go. So yeah, whilst we're away, we've had some interviews with drivers that we're going to keep you entertained with. So go and make your cup of tea, go and have that loo break, but absolutely don't go anywhere because the action is going to be absolutely flat out. You can see the timings here. We're actually running about 10 minutes behind the times you can see there. We will catch that up as we go through the afternoon, but I think the racing's due to start about 2:05. But we will be back here. Obviously, you saw all the pre-talk and the build-up before that. So yeah, don't go anywhere too much. There's plenty more action on offer.
Oh, 100%. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that leaves us to take a bit of a lunch break here in the Conte booth. But as Chris has said, make sure you're back by 2:05 so you can catch up with the first of the races this afternoon. And of course, it'll be round number 7 of the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship for 2026 that we continue the racing on. And we've got plenty more to come. But as we do leave you, be sure to let us know how you've enjoyed the racing this morning. And don't go too far away because we've got plenty of pre-recorded interviews coming up. First and foremost, we're going to be bringing you an interview with a man who definitely knows plenty about Caterhams. It's going to be none other than the absolutely brilliant Alex Reid. With that, we'll leave you to it and we'll catch you after lunch.
Wow, we are in the Caterham Hospitality Garage and I'm joined by Alex Reid, Head of Motorsport for Caterham Motorsport. How are you? So you're excited ahead of a new season for the Caterham Academy?
Very much so, yeah. So as you say, first round for Caterham Academy, but also being joined by 3 of our other championships. So they've already started their season and we're beginning to see the established runners and who's going to be out the front. The 3:10 qualifying session going on at the moment, where one of our AM drivers is currently fastest, which is always nice to see that get mixed up. But yeah, a big focus this weekend on Academy, being their first round and making sure they know where they need to be, what they need to be doing, and making them enjoy their first race weekend with us.
Well, yeah, it is a group of rookies on the grid, varying abilities, of course. What are they like as a cohort? Have you spoken to many of them? Are they feeling anxious ahead of the weekend?
So a really nice group of people, which is always nice because we're going to spend a lot of time with them over this year. So they're a nice group of people, and we've got a really big spread of ages, experience levels. Now, obviously, none of them have ever done any competitive racing before as part of the regulations of the Academy Championship. So they're all making this journey together and learning together. And I think we'll have a few different approaches. You know, we've got some young guns who are probably quite keen to prove themselves, and then some sort of like slightly more mature drivers who are probably going to approach it slightly differently. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out over the start of the season. Always round 1 is quite exciting. It's about the only time I'm not really sure who's going to establish themselves at the front of the grid, so it's exciting for us as well.
Well, especially with these varying conditions we could have at Donington. Obviously it's raining now, might brighten up later. It's going to be a real leveller for a lot of them out there, isn't it?
It is, you know, they're not having an easy time of it, right? So they've done 2 days of testing in the dry and they've all been doing lots of laps, and now when it matters, suddenly they've got to deal with these mixed conditions. But we race in the UK, it rains quite a lot. They've all been through a pre-season track day with us already where we had some atrocious weather, so none of them are new to wet weather driving completely, which is nice. So hopefully some of the things that they learned with us last month at Liddon Hill they can now apply to this qualifying session and importantly get themselves to the end of it so they're in a position to start the race and go racing.
Lovely. Well, new group of rookies for the Academy, but also a slightly new car as well for the championship. What are the differences between the car last year compared to this year?
Yeah, so it's a big change for us. We're seeing regulation changes. So we've got a new power unit, new gearbox and differential. So it's the same fundamental car, chassis and also tyres. But yeah, we've seen that change to the engine and power unit. So it's now a turbocharged engine. It makes its lap time and produces its power in a slightly different way. We've seen the pace of the car increase quite slightly as well. So it will be be really interesting to see how that car pans out. Sorry, I need. Sorry.
Right. So Alex, there's a big change for the cars this year as well. Obviously, these rookies won't know the difference because they've never driven it before. But what are the key differences between last year's car compared to this year's?
Yeah, absolutely. So some big technical differences. We've got a change of engine, a change of power unit for this year. So we've moved to horsepower trains turbocharged 1.3 engine. Which has given us increased torque and a little bit of increased power, and also a slightly different power delivery in the way the car makes its lap time, which I think is quite exciting. You know, Caterham Racing is well established. It's been with that engine for an awful long time, so we're looking forward to seeing that change in strategy of the racing. It's matched up to a 6-speed gearbox and also a limited slip differential. So the cars fundamentally change quite a lot, and that's in a lap time improvement for the new cars as well. So the new car is around 2 seconds a lap faster here at Donington than our previous iteration of Academy cars. So I think that's quite exciting. Same chassis, same dynamics, and the important thing for us is that the Academy car is sort of a great learning tool for our drivers. So it's quite a forgiving car to drive. Even though we've seen the lap times improve, it works as a perfect training tool. Every single input they put into the car, they can feel what that does and use it to learn and then develop through their careers.
Lovely. It is that engine. It might look the same to a lot of the fans watching compared to last year, but it's that engine that's key. how will it differ for the drivers behind the wheel? What will they be feeling with this new bigger and more powerful engine?
Yeah, so certainly an increase in torque. So the way the car comes out the corner will feel like it has more power from that turbocharged engine, more boost. It won't rev quite as high as the previous engine, so it's making its power in a slightly different place in the rev range. And as such, with any turbo car, it becomes quite critical to be in that correct rev range at any point. So I would say our drivers for this year are probably going to be a bit busier with their gear changes. They're going to be up and down through the gearbox a little bit more, and it's going to be the drivers who master keeping the car in its sweet spot that end up being right at the front, whereas perhaps there was a little bit more leeway between the drivers in previous years. So yeah, in some respects a little bit more challenging to the drivers in that respect.
Wow, it sounds like it's going to be such an exciting year for this new Academy grid. If people want to get involved in the Academy racing, like you said, there's a variety of ages, different experiences, all still rookies of course. How can they get involved and potentially be on the grid next year?
Okay, so the main thing is to contact us through the Caterham website. We have a dealer group set up in the UK who are really well educated into the Academy. In fact, a lot of our dealers have been through that process themselves, which is really important, to register their interest, and they'll talk them through the whole process basically. Academy is a one-stop package for everything. It includes your car, it includes getting your race license, it includes all of your race entries, the hospitality that we're standing in now for you, your friends and your family. So it really is an all-inclusive package entry into motorsport and a training program at the same time. So I can't recommend it enough. I would say that, obviously, I work for Caterham, but genuinely I think it's one of the packages I'm most proud of out of anything that Caterham does. And yeah, the dealers will talk us through it. Right now for 2027, we're already into double digits of sign-ups for next year, and that's how popular it is. So if you're interested, don't delay, go and speak to one of the dealers and they'll explain how to do it all.
Brilliant. Well, I appreciate you're busy, you're being pulled every which way. I've got one final question for you. This has been months, possibly years, with the regulation changes in the making. How are you feeling ahead of the first day today at Donington?
Confident as always, right? So, you know, we have a great team here at Caterham. I'm so happy with the car that our engineering team have put together on a relatively short schedule. I'm really happy with the product. The drivers are all a really nice group of people. We've done everything we can to support them, and when they leave the assembly area, it is over to them at that stage. But I'm really happy with everywhere that we're up to and excited to see how they go on.
Lovely. Have you got anyone that we should keep an eye on that you think?
Well, I probably better not say, because I'll have favouritism then at that point, won't I? So I think it's going to be really exciting, and I'll be watching at the same time as you to see who establishes themselves at the front.
Lovely. Alex, thank you for your time, and make sure to keep an eye on the Academy grid a bit later on this afternoon. Right, we've made it down to some of the Roadsport grid. I'm here with Matt Fox. Matt, how are you? Bit overcast, brightening up a little bit now. How are you feeling ahead of qualifying?
All good, thanks. It was absolutely scorching yesterday, so I don't mind it being a bit cooler. The rain's come in, looks like it's clearing. There might be a little bit later on, but nothing like we had in the last hour or so, so I think it should dry out nicely.
Lovely. It'd be a good afternoon if it's a bit drier. You are on the Roadsport grid, which is your second year under the Caterham sort of ladder.
Yeah.
How are you feeling 4 rounds now into your Roadsport season?
Yeah, pretty good. This is round 4. We did Spa last time out. I finished second in the second race, which was great fun. It was absolute chaos because it's a tow fest up the back straight up Eau Rouge and then into the really complex section, which was just unbelievable. Before that, Croft and Cadwell, I had a couple of good runs, a few issues, but yeah, it's so good doing 2 races a weekend. I think that's the key bit about Roadsport versus Academy. Like, the first race in the weekend, you're kind of all nervous or all excited, and then the second one you can kind of bed in and you can feel your way through it, as it were.
You know, Roadsport is great for that. And it's also great you get to go to places like Spa, obviously the Formula One's there, you get some endurance races there too. What is it like sharing the track, knowing that people like Lewis or whoever have been on that track and you're now going up Eau Rouge in your Caterham? What is that like?
It's pretty incredible. To be honest, I'd not really thought about Spa before. But then when you get there, it's such an impressive track. The dynamic kind of nature of it is there's the elevation through Eau Rouge all the way up the Kemmel Straight and then back down. It's so steep. You kind of you get a little bit blasé about it in the car, but then you realise it as I walked the track, I ended up going around it, and it's just phenomenal. Yeah.
Lovely. No, it is a unique experience. Obviously something you don't get to do in Academy because of how they choose the calendar, but it's lovely. Yesterday then you were here doing some testing, paid practice. What did you feel like out on track? Obviously the conditions will be different, but how was it for you?
It was super hot by the middle of the afternoon. It was pretty challenging to kind of keep the focus because it was 25 minutes, which is a bit longer than we race. We only race 20 minutes. there's a lot. It's a very technical track because it's very quick. You can't put too much brake in at some of the corners because otherwise you slow down too much and then you lose all the momentum, and you kind of get mugged by everybody that's behind you, and you lose the people that are in front of you. So it's a challenge. There's no doubt. Donington's a good track.
Yeah, no, it is tricky, and it's been made a bit trickier by this. Tom, if you just get a little zoom on this, a little chip in your windscreen. What happened there? What did Ollie do to you?
Ollie was firing pebbles at me at the exit of Old Hairpin, so I 100% blame him for that one.
Well, that is one of the risks you get with such a big grid, isn't it? Like, you're all very close together, but is it a good kind of feel in the championship? Would you all get along off the track?
I think we do. We were effectively a single group in Academy last year, which made us a bit closer than perhaps previous years where they had two kind of 25 to 30 people grids. And even the people right at the front, we're still, we go out and have a pint together. 18 of us went out for dinner last night at one of the local pubs, so it was good. Right, it's very relaxed.
Lovely, perfect place to kind of start your career in motorsport, then, isn't it?
Career, hobby, yeah. I think it's great fun. I think Caterham's unbelievable. The impact of how fast these cars go and how quick they can go around a corner is staggering. Because they can only do 110, maybe 115, but you can go around a corner at 80, 90 mile an hour and it feels brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Wow, in typical Donington fashion, not sure how much of that we heard because of the massive aeroplane taking off from East Midlands Airport. But Matt, thank you so much for your time today. Lovely to speak to you, and make sure, you can't really miss this bright yellow Caterham out on track later on. Well, we're crouched under this gazebo, sheltering from the peeping sunshine that's trying to come through, and I'm joined by Rich Northridge. Rich, how are you? Donington Park, you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am actually. It's I've never been here before up until this week. Came in Tuesday and then did practice yesterday. It's a really fun circuit, I've got to say. It's super fast, super flowing, quite technical in a few places, but it's also highly tactical because it's all about can you get the toe, whereabouts, all that sort of stuff as well. So I really personally enjoy all the tactical elements of it. It's not something you expect when you come into Caterham. You just think it's about going as fast as possible, but all the tactics in terms of where you are, who you're behind, where you position yourself, all that stuff, I think that's really starting to learn that this year. And so then this circuit there's so much of that going on here. So it's could be a bit of a lottery, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, especially if we do get those mixed conditions, there's potential for rain later. It is a leveller, isn't it? And especially somewhere like Donington, which people like you might not have driven at before, it is going to be an even playing field, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's and there's people who are really fast in the wet who aren't so fast in the dry, and it really does mix things up. And where the wet line is versus where the dry line, it can be all over the place. And plus, there's the added thing: if it is wet and you're 3-4 cars back, the spray element of it, it's I've got to say that's pretty scary. We had a torrential rain at Spa, so hopefully looking up at the sky, it won't be quite as bad as that. So, but yeah, no, mixes things up massively.
Lovely. Well, you are in your second year now in the Caterham ladder, like much of the Roadsport grid are, and you're going into your fourth round here at Donington. What has this season been like for you so far, and how has it compared to last year in Academy?
Yeah, I'd say if you were just to sort of look at it in a binary sense of just points, it's going better this year. So sort of 7th in the championship, where last year I was a bit further down. So it's just, what's the way to describe it? This year there's definitely a lot more confidence, and you can see like this time last year there was a huge disparity between who was fast and who was slow, where now this year things have tightened right the way up. People are the Roadsport car, I think, is easier to drive quickly, and people's confidence has definitely built. And I think first and pretty much last on the grid now is down to 1.5 seconds, where in Academy it could be 3-4 seconds. So it's really good. So the racing's a lot tighter, but at the same time, there's I think everyone would say here we've got real camaraderie in our sort of Academy cohort that moved up to Roadsport. So we're all kind of looking after each other, and there's been a few people this year who've had their first podiums and first wins, and everyone's collectively really happy for them. But no, I'm really enjoying this year. It's the Roadsport car I enjoy driving more, I've got to say. I found the Academy one a bit sketchy at times, but potentially that was just my ability starting to grow. But no, I'm absolutely loving this year. It's fantastic, and yeah, all to play for. I don't think I'll get anywhere near top 3 unless something I benefit from other people's misfortune. But if I could get sort of top 6 in the championship, top 5, I'd be delighted with that.
Well, never say never. You never know what's going to happen in these Caterham Championships. One thing you did mention is about the grid being so close, which is really interesting because the grids are so big. You know, you've got 20, 25, sometimes 30 cars out on track. What is it like navigating, especially somewhere like Donington, where you cut out the Melbourne Loop? We don't do this part of the circuit, so it's a relatively short lap. What is it like being so close together out there?
It's weirdly how natural it feels. Oddly, in the moment, it's sort of, again, looking back on Academy, you know, we left each other huge gaps, but now we bumped right the way up. But it's, as I say, around here it's highly tactical, and I think the bit which we're all starting to learn now is that you don't want to fight over every single corner, because actually you end up going slower, and the people ahead will then start to pull away. So you've got to be close, I think, to be fast, but also just choose to do those moves at the time where you're not going to compromise your overall speed. You know, old hairpin and stuff like that. If you try a move up into there, going up the hill, you're just going to get monstered by those behind you. So we're all incredibly close in terms of how we race. But as I say, we're just starting to build that tactical element as well. So but it's weird. When you're in it, when you look at the footage, you think, oh, that looks terrifying. But when you're in the car, it feels oddly natural.
Oh, lovely. Well, my final question to you is, if you had to describe Caterham racing in one word, how would you describe it?
So a man just ran by with his shirt off there.
We see all sorts here, don't we?
Enthralling. Is that a word?
That is a word.
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Just how would I describe it? It just envelops you, and when you're here in the moment, it's just all enveloping. There's the camaraderie from all the people. Like, I've made genuine mates here. The on-track element of it, the build up to that, the nerves, it just feels like it's very enthralling, and that's the only way I could describe it. But best thing I've done.
Lovely. Well, Rich, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me. Best of luck out on track, and Roadsport is definitely one to watch this weekend at Donington.
I'm going to Google enthralling now to check that I've actually
We'll make sure to get the definition right as well.
Thank you.
Wow, I found myself in a Harris sandwich. I'm joined by Steve, Charles and Will. They've been out this morning for the 3:10 qualifying. Steve, we'll start with you. You had quite a positive morning, didn't you?
I did actually, yeah. It was wet and very slippy, and we did some good stuff. We actually, put the cars into a soft setup just before we left, and I don't think everyone did that, which was good. And then I managed to finish 16th, which for me is pretty impressive, to be honest. Normally, a bit behind that.
Yeah. Good morning for you. Boys, what happened this morning?
Yeah, not quite as good as Steve. I'm P9, Charlie's P7. Yeah.
Not quite as good, but they're...
Well, relatively.
Is it relative?
Sorry,
relative. I just say.
No, we're aiming for 1 and 2, so 7 and 9 isn't great. Yeah. It was a bit tricky. I don't really know why it didn't go so well, but we're going to go look now and try and figure it out. But it's quite easy to overtake, I hope, so we should be able to get some places.
And Charles, what about qualifying for you?
Yeah, it was mixed really. Track was a bit weird. It seemed to be faster at the start when it should have been faster at the end because it stopped raining. But was out on my own, so I didn't have the tow. Just sort of kept putting in laps, had a couple of mistakes, it cost me. But P7 and 7/10 off pole. So I think if we had the tow, we'd have been there, but didn't. So we are where we are. But like Will said, easy to overtake here, so it should be okay.
And well, the points aren't made in qualifying, are they? They're made in the race. You've got 3 of them today. So, like you say, if it's easy to overtake, hopefully you'll do better in the races. We've said you are the Harris family, all racing together, all in a 3:10 championship. What is it like racing with your dad and brother?
I get asked this all the time, and it's normal because we've always raced together. I've never done a race without my dad or my brother, so it's normal. I see Charlie and see Dad, and it's like, yeah, whatever.
And they actually, we only have one. Well, I only have one rule, which is if you hit anybody else, that's live. But if you hit each other, that's a problem. But no, it's been great fun. We've done it in the academy and through Roadsport, and it's been a really enjoyable experience most of the time. So, and these 2 guys are great. They're very, very competitive. But actually at home, everyone's really supportive of each other. So we spend all our time working out, looking at footage, working out how we can go faster, and they'll collie together and tow each other. And so it's actually it's not what you might think, and it may not. It's competitive, but actually really respectful. So that's cool.
And it feels quite familiar then, does it, for you out on track?
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, it's handy in a race situation because you kind of know. Obviously, you still fight each other and want to beat the other one, but you can work together, and that sometimes plays to your advantage. I mean, we had not so much this year, but last year a couple of races where we sort of get to 1 and 2 and then can run away because we don't fight. We just put in quali laps, don't disrupt each other, and then you can get a gap to the group behind. So, yet to do that in 3:10, but then we have had a couple of 1-2s. So yeah, see if we can do it this weekend.
Lovely. Steve, I'm going to ask the boys about being close together. I'm really sorry.
No, you carry on, it's okay.
Can't involve you. We'll come back to you, we'll come back. I like Steve, he's been a nice guy. You two are quite close in the points this year so far. We are only just getting to halfway in the season, but what is it like being in such close contention with your brother? Is it still you're trying to beat him? Is it like sibling rivalry like we all have?
To me, I don't really think about it too much. I just take it one race at a time. And Charlie's just another car, really. Like, off track, we'll help each other, but when I see him in the race, I don't look at him any differently, really.
Do you have to do that in a way? Do you have to defamiliarise yourself with your brother? Because I'm quite an empath, so I'm like, oh, my sister's there. But do you have to cut that out because you're trying to win, aren't you?
But you do a little bit, especially because if you don't make a move, because Will's my brother, you might have a car come up behind and make a move on you. So sometimes you've got to attack to defend regardless of which car it is in front of you. So yeah, I think it's off track, help each other and look at data and stuff. If you can help each other on track, great, but comes down to it doesn't really make any difference that you're related.
Of course, and seeing your sons so close together but doing so well too, what is it like as a dad rather than someone racing them?
That's brilliant. No, it's really brilliant. I mean, Will did really well last year, won the Roadsport Championship. Charlie unfortunately broke his wrist in a little accident at Alton, and you know, if he hadn't have done, he'd have been giving him a really good run for the money. So, you know, from my side, it's great. And you know, the reality is, as a family, and you know, Julia and my wife are here as well, it's a way of bringing us all together. And you know, when you've got two sons that are like 21 and 25, you've got to find some pretty exciting things to get them to come back and see you. So you know, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. No, but it's fun. I mean, we love it, and we've been we're very, very lucky to be able to have done it. And Caterham has actually, you know, provided a very good, well organised, well run format to allow you to do that. And you know, there's some lovely people you meet while you do it as well. So those are all the good things. You know, the bad things, you do have bad things when you've got 3 cars to worry about and 3 cars that have got things that need replacing and 3 sets of bills. But I mean, you know, as long as we could carry on doing it, you know, I would. So.
Lovely. Thank you all so much for speaking to me. Guys, the Harris family, can we all get in? Come closer. Look at this. Halsey and Harris. No relation to the speedway rider, but lovely. Thank you all for speaking to me, and good luck for the races this weekend.
Thanks a lot. Have a good weekend.
Hello everyone, or should I say Guten Tag? Do you like
Hello.
it? Oh, is that less formal?
Yeah, that's less formal. Yeah.
Okay. But I'm here with Henning, who is from Munich.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you? Are you enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the sunshine. Well, the sunshine pretends we would have a sunny weekend so far. We had nice sunny days yesterday, but we had a quite wet quali. So for me, it was a kind of a reset.
Yeah, it's quite hard to manage the conditions, isn't it? Especially if they're changing from what you felt earlier to today.
Exactly.
Does it affect your setup at all?
Yes, sure. The personal setup, the mindset, and the setup of the car.
Everything changes. So anything you like this morning, scrap it, is it pretty much?
Yeah.
Nightmare. Well, we won't talk about qualifying then if it was
let's skip that.
less favourable for you.
Let's skip that.
I wanted to talk about, like I mentioned, you are from Germany.
Yeah.
What pulled you over to race in a UK championship?
I was looking for some proper racing. So I did some racing in the past years in Germany. Or in Europe in the endurance championship. So I raced on the Nordschleife and did the 24 hours there 2 times. But in the endurance racing in particular for an amateur, so don't take everything what I'm telling you now from a highly professional perspective. But for an amateur, endurance racing is very much about finishing and just being consistent, being reliable as a driver and not pushing that much. And I felt that I was not completely untalented in that respect, but 2, let's call it lessons, were missing for me. That was the really close racing and being obliged to be on 100% of your personal best from the very first lap. So no time to getting into the zone, just being there and deliver. And I had a Caterham as a track day car at home, so and I know Cortland Lars, and well, the idea was born to go racing in the UK because they told me it's highly competitive, it's super close, and you need to perform from the very first lap. And this is what I try to do.
Oh, lovely. I think we might need to cut somewhere because I think he swore. So just to bear that in mind, if there's a good place to cut, please do. I'll mention it in the chat as well. So are you based here in the UK?
No,
or do
I travel. I travel from Munich. Yeah.
Every weekend?
Every race weekend. Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. The commitment is unbelievable. My final question to you is, how does the Nordschleife compare to somewhere like Donington Park?
I would say the Nordschleife could be perfectly compared to Cadwell. So Cadwell is the miniature example. So Donington is a little bit like the Nordschleife in a sense that it's a fluent circuit. But on the Nordschleife you have a lot more blind corners, a lot more ups and downs, and you have a lot more movement in the car. So this certainly is a different. I would say in an overall challenge from a driver's perspective, the Nordschleife might beat Donington, but you have to be very precise here and find your rhythm. And this is something that's quite similar to racing in the Eifel Mountains.
Oh, lovely. Wow. Henning, thank you so much. How do you say good luck in German?
Viel Glück.
Okay, I'm not going to pronounce that one, I don't think. I don't think I've got that in my remit.
Let's
but
keep it with good luck, yeah.
Good luck. I can't wait to see you out on track a little bit later.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. We're on to the afternoon of our day here at Seven Heaven at Donington Park, joined by Sam Parker. Sam, summarise the day for us. We've seen a lot of action out on track. We've got Roadsport doing their first race after lunch. Can you just summarise the morning?
Hectic. Very, very hectic. Having all the qualifying and racing in one day is very, very full on, but it keeps the atmosphere buzzing, and it's just, yeah, it's a brilliant atmosphere. Having only sevens here this weekend is fantastic, and there's lots of spectators that have come to watch as well, and obviously it's lovely having the new academy with us this weekend. So obviously their first round, they bring lots of family and friends. So yeah, the atmosphere is great.
Well, let's just talk through the morning category by category. We started with the one that you race in, which is the 310Rs. You were in the cockpit for that, a really well-deserved P3 for you. Can you just summarise the race, how you saw it out on track?
Well, obviously we had wet qualifying this morning, which is a lot more, it's all slowed down a lot more, and it's a lot more almost slow motion in the way that things happen. It's quite graceful in the way the car moves around. But obviously when it's dry, like it has been, it's very, very hot. Like the pedal box gets super hot, so your feet are really, really hot. And it's just, I felt like I had bees swarming around me. That's how I can only describe it. Because you pull away and literally you've got, cars this side, to that side. That's Caterham racing though. Always, never changes. It's always like that. 3-4 abreast, they'll always give it a go.
I know, I think at one point, I'm not sure if it was the academy, which was very brave if it was, but we had like 3 abreast going down Crane, and I thought, this isn't going to work here.
No, but it does though, right? Somehow you just slot in one behind the other to go around the corner. Sometimes not slot, sometimes it's too wide, but yeah.
We squeeze wherever you can, aren't they? That's racing though, isn't it?
We're only little cars.
I know, beautiful cars. They're still very powerful. Speaking of powerful, the Academy showcasing their increased engine and power units for the first time this weekend, their first race, and apart from that squabble at turn 1 on the first start, it was a pretty successful race for a lot of them.
It was, and some people, I think there's so much to take in your first race. You've never ever competed under those circumstances and that pressure and everything before, and it is just an incredible experience. I remember my first one, which was 2 years ago, well, just over 2 years ago, in 2024, and it was the most incredible experience. You'll never ever get that feeling back again because you only ever do your first race once, right? So it's the most incredible atmosphere in the Parc Fermé, and it's just, absolutely brilliant. The guys, I think, were obviously a little bit, it's difficult for them because of that big crash at the start. It sort of unsettles everything because you've got to do a full restart, after a red flag because it's under 2 laps. So it's learning all of that procedure and knowing if they've remembered it all. There is just so much to take in. So, but they all did absolutely fantastically. So I'm really proud of them and pleased for them.
Yeah, it is going to be a big learning weekend for a lot of them. They do have the 2 races to kind of adjust to it. First race might be more learning than others. What can we expect from the academy a little bit later on this afternoon?
I think maybe I don't know. I think some of them will want to just keep pushing that a little bit further. But I think maybe they've realised it's certain things you have got to just wait. It is a 20-minute race. You don't have to try and win it on lap 1. So think about the long game rather than trying to. So maybe they might try and just be a little bit more observant maybe on the first lap. But saying that, you're in that, you've got your helmet on, you're in that racing mode, and you've got to have eyes everywhere because you're watching that car to see what he's doing. He might have a little bit of oversteer, but then someone here is coming around the outside and you haven't maybe spotted. There's so much going on. So yeah, it's definitely tough when you're not used to this situation. But no, they did great.
Yeah, it is such a lot to take in, but they all did fantastically in their first race. And then just before lunch, we had the 270R as well, and that was a great race from start to finish, wasn't it?
Absolutely brilliant race. That they always put on a good show, the 270s. A majority of that group is the group that I did the academy with, so I know them all really well. There's Georgie, she's in Roadsport, so say hi. Hi, Georgie. and yeah, they're such good racers, so good. They know the cars extremely well. They know how each other race, and it's just fantastic to watch. Always changing positions. Yeah, it's brilliant.
I mean, it's just been chaos, but in the best way from start. Good chaos. Yeah, in the loveliest way from start to finish. And we've got 7 races again this afternoon. What can we expect from these 20-25 minute races that we've got coming up?
Right, well, all the races coming up, I mean, more of the same. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be so much overtaking. If someone would like to count how many overtakes there are, I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of overtakes that happen. Because the tow with these cars, it's so strong. You have to. There's Steve there, Steve Loriman in 270s. Hi. And you have to stay one behind the other. People try and break the tow by moving out, and that's why we get a lot of overtakes, because you get the tow, you get the run on somebody, and it just pulls you around. It gives you extra acceleration to overtake. So as long as you're in the gap for the tow, then you'll always get lots of overtaking. So just be lots more overtaking, and hopefully no crashes.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's just going to be excitement from start to finish, and we won't know where to look because of these massive grids we have too. But the one thing that this is my first Caterham race weekend that I've ever come to watch. I love the Caterhams. I have loved seeing them this morning out on track. But the one thing that I've pinpointed is just the support you get from Caterham, no matter if you're at academy level right through to the 310Rs. It's really special, isn't it? And I want to talk about the progression through the categories, because it is a really natural process, and you've done it all. So can you talk about how you maybe start, if people maybe next year want to get involved in the academy right through to where you are now, what does that look like?
Well, so Caterham Academy is like the starting point. If you've never ever raced before you start in a Caterham Academy, you can start in Roadsport, but we suggest you start in Academy. Everybody's in the same boat, so no one has ever held a race licence, and Caterham hold your hand throughout the whole process. They have organised your race licence day, you do a handling day down at Boscastle Combe for us, and I think it was for these guys as well, and that's where you do your ARDS test. They are on hand to give you all the trackside support, so we've got loads of techs that will all fix your cars for you at the race weekend and give you the guidance that you need, and they literally do hold your hand throughout the whole process. So that's in Academy, and then that takes you into Roadsport, which is the next step on the Caterham ladder. So there's just a few changes, like, well, tyres is the main one. So you change from quite less grip road tyres that you have in Academy to some proper track tyres in Roadsport, and the difference is unbelievable. The grip that you have, and you change a roll bar as well, so the car is a lot stiffer. So no engine change, the cars are the same, but obviously it handles so much better. You can corner better, carry more speed in, more speed out, that sort of thing. And then we move to 270 after that. So 270, you lose your windscreen, you lose the headlights, and you can obviously put this all back in on the car to drive home if you wish to drive your car home, because they are road legal. So in Academy and Roadsport, they have to be road legals. They have to have a number plate on the car. So we've got one guy in Academy this year, Steve Holyhead. He's driving his car to and from. Oh, here we go.
Hello.
Hi, Academy driver. Would you like to talk about how it went for you?
Yeah, please do.
I don't really want to talk about it, to be honest, but Ollie said I should come over here. Not the best first race of the season, to be honest. We didn't finish, to be honest.
Did
but
you get caught up in the turn one?
Yeah, I was just a passenger. I've come round the corner and the car's moved out of the way, and there's a car in the middle of the track in front of me. I mean, unfortunately it is what it is, and that is racing, but we now have a nice car over there with no front end, and my pride is a bit damaged, but apart from that, yeah, done about 20 minutes of track time all weekend, which is a bonus. I'm just looking forward to going home now.
It's tricky, isn't it? It's tricky when you have a weekend like that. Your first weekend that you've been looking forward to for a long, long time. But unfortunately, that is the highs and lows of motorsport, hey?
Exactly, and it is your first one. What positives can you take in terms of learning experiences from this weekend? There's got to be some.
The pace yesterday, once I finally got my turbo plugged in, was actually okay. I had a bit of pace and I qualified okay. I started 9th. I thought the chaos will unfold above and ahead of me, and the chaos did unfold, and I was part of that chaos, unfortunately. But I have learned some stuff. Some people I need to stay out of the way, and other people you can be a bit closer, but yeah, it is what it is, unfortunately.
What advice would you give now in this position, because it is so difficult and it is just such a learning curve, especially getting tangled up in perhaps an accident where you are just a passenger. You can't go anywhere, you can't do anything, and because the racing is so tight, it literally is wheel to wheel constantly. What advice would you give him to recover for the next race weekend?
You've just got to dust yourself off, put it behind you, and just move on and go for it again at the next one, but obviously it's having that awareness as well. I mean, not saying you haven't, but you've got to have that awareness around you.
I'll show you the footage in a minute.
Okay, good.
We're getting exclusives.
There you go, I'm going to get inside info.
Yeah.
But it's just having that awareness of what's going on, but also you've not raced with these people yet, so it's difficult to know how they react in the situation, and trying to see situations unfolding so you can try and not get involved in it. But yeah, it's very, very difficult at this level. But yeah, just dust yourself off and put it behind you and go again at the next one.
Luckily, I'm not the one paying the bill, so it's okay.
Well, lovely. Well, I appreciate you speaking to us, even though it's been a far from ideal weekend for you.
Yeah. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. But it is so hard, isn't it? Especially when it's their first one, which it is for all of them, isn't it?
I know. And to be honest, for their first race, I just want them all to finish. I just want every single one of them to have completed, because they also get signatures. So they need to get the signatures so that they can upgrade for Roadsport. So they have to have 7 to be able to move on to go to Europe next year, which is, we get 1 European round when you move into Roadsport, 270, 310 and 420s. So last year was Zandvoort, this year was Spa. So yeah, which is great, right? Everybody wants to race in Europe at least once. So it's really, really good calendar. And so obviously we were talking about 270, weren't we? The slight changes, same tyres as Roadsport, but obviously upgrade on the power and wide track suspension. And then we moved to 310. Now it's quite a big change because you've got obviously power upgrade again, but you have a limited slip diff. So the car handles exceptionally well coming out of the corner. You can put the power down a lot earlier than you can in the 3 previous groups. Although saying that, I'm just going to move on to 420 next because there's something else that's different. 420, complete different car. So forget this year's Academy, because this is where it gets confusing. This year's Academy is obviously quite different. When I did Academy, it was the Ford Sigma 1.6 engine. And it's that same car that you take into Roadsport, 270 and 310. You stop there with that car, or you can keep doing 310, or do 270 several years. It's up to you. 420 is a completely separate car. It's an outright race car. It's 2-litre Duratec, sequential gearbox. Yeah, and they've got slicks and wets, so yeah, that means business. But obviously this year we've got the horse engine car for Academy, so it is different to our Sigmas. The horse engine car has a turbo, and it also has a limited slip diff. So they have that slight advantage already. So they will be able to take this horse car into Roadsport, 270 and 310. So that's how it will. We had to change the engine, so that's we've got this new fantastic horse car engine.
I was going to say that is such a benefit to this new regulation change, although it might be different. I was saying to Alex, I caught up with him this morning, that I mean, it's great for the Academy drivers because they don't know any different, do they? Because it's their first car they've driven, which is such a benefit, and especially when you're given something like more power. Some of them will be pinning it, some of them will be a bit more nervous, but that's such a benefit of this regulation change, isn't it? Is that maybe why it's come into play now?
Possibly, yes. Yeah, I'm not really too sure. It's it needed a change. Obviously, there weren't any more Sigma engines, so we had to change the engine. So, and this is the one that was the best fit, really, for what we required. We didn't want anything too powerful because they're novices. We need something that's good for that level. It's probably not far off the Roadsport pace, so which is good. But obviously, then next year when these guys move up to Roadsport, they'll get the upgrade of the tyres, and then it will be incredible. Yeah.
I mean, it's an exciting year this year, but next year is going to be absolutely amazing too. And this championship just gets better and better and better every single year, doesn't it?
It does. And it's lovely because we've got a lot of people that have come back and raced this weekend that haven't raced since last year. So you can be a guest entry for the season, or you can be, one that's for the full championship. So like Rob Kennelly in 270s, he's just come back to do a guest round. And it's lovely to see those faces come back. So it's really, really good.
Well, it's definitely attracting the right crowd, and if people keep coming back, then Alex and the whole team, they're doing something right, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. And you get this Caterham Hospitalities here every weekend. They provide us with lunch and breakfast and tea and coffee and refreshments all day. It's a lovely atmosphere. I mean, I've been part of Caterham for 20 years, so and I'm still here.
Well, it's doing its job, isn't it? Keeping people here. It's such a special championship, and we've got so much action coming our way this afternoon. The Roadsport, their first race, is up next, and to talk you through that, I'm going to hand up to Paul and Chris in commentary. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
To comps around the circuit for our 7 Heaven race event here today.
Thank you, Leah, and thank you, Sam. And well, ladies and gentlemen, that leads us very nicely now back into this afternoon. And we've got 7 more races to come today here from our 7 Heaven event, brought to you by the British Automobile Racing Club, the BARC, from the Donington Park National Circuit. And coming up next, slightly later than planned, we are running about 10 minutes behind schedule as a result of the red flag in the Caterham Academy Championship opening season race earlier on today. We will be coming up to the Roadsport Championship, sponsored by Bilstein, and of course that will be their round number 7 of their campaign. Before then, we do loop everything back round. We'll be going back to the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, then to the Fan Drive Caterham 270R, then to the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy Championship, after which they'll complete their races today. That'll be the final races of the afternoon for the Caterham Roadsport Championship, the Caterham 310Rs and the 270Rs. But back with me now is Chris, and Chris, of course, we've had a brilliant morning. 3 races that definitely set the tone. Now another 7 to come here. The sun is coming out, which is looking absolutely lovely as well. Skies are really clearing up here at Donington Park.
Yeah, it's getting warm in the commentary box, isn't it? It is getting a bit stuffy, I would even say, but we will suffer. But we can see cars out on the track, ready for the start of this afternoon's action, and we are starting with the Roadsport. We've not seen the Roadsports out there yet. They've got 2 races with us, all the races are 20 minutes, and here's the grid as they're lining up outside our window.
Oh, indeed, and taking pole position for this round is none other than Michael Fasagna, who has yet to take a win this season, but he took pole with the best part of the 10th. Oliver Smith will join him on that front row of the grid. Fasagna's second in the championship, Oliver Smith is 3rd, but Smith does have 2 wins and an extra podium on top of that. And then you come to Matthew Fox, who starts 3rd on this grid on row number 2. He'll be joined there by Richard Davies, your championship leader, and well, if you excluded Spa-Francorchamps, was an absolutely unstoppable run until Belgium hit quite hard, and unfortunately for him, his win streak and his podium streak has come come to a close. Otherwise, he's had 4 out of 6 wins and really is, at this point in time, many would say perhaps the early favourite of the season, but it could all chop and change. John Bond starts in the 5th place ahead of Carl Townend. Keep your eyes out for the number 19 driver. He's 4th in the championship and he's had a very consistent run of form, but he just needs those bigger results to get it into that top 3, with Ben Oliver and Archie Kennedy Dyson completing your first 4 rows. We then do have a couple of rows to take you through, ladies and gentlemen, as our green flag lap has just got underway, and you'll see the wonderful Roadsport cars making their way through in the rear of the picture shortly. But starting in 9th place, that's Sam Evanson, and the man who definitely was hoping for a bit of rain. When I caught up with him earlier today, he was saying to me that he's responsible for the rain dance, albeit the rain hasn't stayed long enough. He enjoys those conditions, and also the pleasure of catching up with the man who sits alongside him on that 5th row, Stephen Fisher, who's very excited for this one and knows it's all about momentum here at Donington Park. Rob Hicks starts in 11th, just ahead of Joe Oliver, and then we do have Georgie Tuffin. She'll be starting 13th ahead of James French. Then it's Heinrich Watson and Miller and Luke Wilson who complete your top 16. But wait, there's even more drives, and we'll bring you the remainder of the field very shortly. And was a very closely contested qualifying session, particularly for your top 17, separated by 1.5 seconds. And at the back of that, Oliver Walsh just ahead of Richard Northridge. Then we do see Rich Watson and Jason Spencer completing your final 4 around row 10. And last but not least, Mark Hensler starting 21st in the number 88. So that's the scene set. We're almost ready to go. And we're so tight in qualifying, you can expect it's going to be even tighter in the race. And in terms of where these cars stand, Chris, in the Caterham Motorsport ladder, this is the 2nd tier. So interestingly, this is going to be a bit of a send-off in a way to the 1.6 litre Ford Sigma engine, because this is the last time we will see it in Roadsport.
That's right. They will they'll take that engine on with them into the 270R next year, and the Horse engine version of this car will then come and step up in its place. 2nd step of that Caterham Motorsport ladder, and currently still got the Ford Sigma 125 engine, and this over the Academy car, all that's really changed is we've strapped on the Nova ZZS tyres, so more race-focused tyres, and then we give them a rear anti-roll bar, and the rest of it's pretty much exactly as the Academy car that we've already seen out there today, but it gives them a significant speed increase, much more race focused, and that rear anti-roll bar really does mean that the car's much more stable, so it really is starting to get race focused now, so we see them cars all forming up. You gave a really good intro to the season, and as you say, Richard Davis looking to see whether he can recover that really good form that he had, but lost out. And we have dropped scores, but we're about to get the green flag, and then we will get the first of 2 Roadsport race actions up and running. 20 minutes of action incoming.
Oh, indeed, all of cars set, and while Marshall at the back there giving the green flag wave, that means we are green to go racing. Look to your right, there are the lights, everyone will be looking up. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, round number 7 of the Caterham Roadsport Championship gets underway. It's a good start from our pole sitter there, and Vasanya absolutely bolting away initially, but now Smith trying to catch up to him here in the run towards Redgate. But watch out behind, you can see Fox there staying nice and tight in the middle of the road, and well, it's going to be Vasanya who leads them through Redgate Bend. A couple of tries going wide, somebody snaking over understeer, somebody goes to the gravel, gets it back together just about, but at least they're all safely through the open bend. Here they come down through the Craner curves. We're starting with Hollywood, then to the Craner, and it's going to be for Sonia, Smith and Fox who lead the trio, but then the rest of the field follows. 2-3 wide further back. Oh, big spin.
One out of contact as they go down Craner curves, as they're going to spin across the pack, and everyone else does manage to avoid. In fact, one other car caught up in then at the rear of that field then, so there's you see the Marshal running out there. Might well see a safety car in order to go and get that. They have got a live snatch option, but there were 3 cars there, and they may even choose to throw the red just to get it all back under control. As the rest of the field though are up and around, so we'll keep an eye out to see whether that gets deployed. But Fasani made a great start. He had a little bit of it. In fact, the safety car has been deployed, so Fasani is still out over the top of Oliver Smith in that 2nd place. And there's contact in there, and remember the safety car boards will be out, and there's 1 car out of that. It's not going to go down well with the stewards, as there are a little bit of shenanigans there, as some people had spotted those boards, and obviously it's a really difficult thing as a driver to spot that, but it is your responsibility, as we see the number 8 out there. So Jason Spencer looks like he's caught up, and is that Joe Oliver as well, I think, stuck halfway up there. So those are the 2 drivers. In fact, another car having to lock up the brakes. Who was that? Not sure why. Number 80 there was absolutely on the anchors coming out of that corner, but Ben Oliver there missing out. Everyone else has taken avoidance. So a quick replay incoming on that, but as the rest of them are all lining up, they will have to get in the order they were as those flags came out. So you can see the leaders coming through. It was actually near the rear of the pack where we saw it, and it was as they came around the left of Craner curves where the issue happened. So we can see Fasania going down. It was getting busy in that mid pack, wasn't it? 1 driver out wide, and he just lost the rear of the car. In fact, it was the car in front who contacted, and then the one that sort of came in. we just got caught out as the cars then rejoined and sort of spread across the track.
Oh, indeed, and keep in mind, of course, cold tyres right at the start, plus also these Caterham cars so light, so when you do start to put on the brakes so you can't put the throttle through there, you're already on a flat piece of road. It already makes the Caterham even less stable than it normally would be, but you're coming downhill, so all the weight is being catapulted around in the car. I mean, that is not easy to keep a car to control through there, even at full pace.
You're asking an awful lot of a car to be, the corona curves themselves, they're absolutely flat out, they're downhill, off camber, to the left, blind turn in, and all the cars around you, you're asking an awful lot of your car, and the Nova ZZS just said at that point, no, I've got nothing more to give you, and that's what sent the rear of the car around. And then it was just an unfortunate way the car spun. Everyone was a passenger at that point. Those cars, they can see the JCB being distributed down there. They will move those cars out the way. The rest of the circuit will be under safety car, so the safety car will lead the pack around, and we'll keep that pace low and efficiently as possible get this race back up and running. So Davis was given the lead as he came across the line last time. I wonder whether there's going to be any movement after this race, because when we last saw them, Fasania was in the lead, and as we didn't see exactly when that safety car board got put out. So and John Bond, in fact, Fasania's down into 4th place at this point. I wonder whether he'll get a chance to either recover that or whether we just missed that overtake. Here is Fasania coming up the hill. In fact, he is coming down in the corona curve. So just look at the back. You'll see one driver nearly lose it, but it's the car in front of them that actually loses the rear as they're coming down into corona this time. It's busy in there. It's the car on the inside, I think, just loses the rear of the car and just will not give up anymore. And then just an unfortunate slide out to the outside. Where does that third car get involved? It's as he comes across. It's didn't see exactly where that contact happened. But yeah, it's.
So it was just as I think it was one of our very back runner cars. I think it just came to us in the instant, expecting the car that had already started spinning to roll away to the grass patch. It spun back on, and unfortunately at that point when you committed online, I mean, you'll be able to tell me better than I can tell our audience, Chris. Once you committed online for the corona curve, you can't suddenly change your line through there. You are fully committed.
No, it doesn't really matter whether you turn more, brake more, accelerate more. It doesn't matter what you do. The car is going to do what it needs to do. And physics is fully in control of that at the moment.
As we do take a look back again and just give you further replay. And just so unfortunate there, but understanding, and well done to everyone who was able to react in time to that incident, because that could have been far, far worse. I mean, we never like to see an incident, of course, ladies and gentlemen, but our drivers doing a brilliant job. They're showing their experience and being able to avoid that. And the good thing is, from what we've seen, all drivers seem to be out of the cars okay. You can see our number 18 driver there just walking away from the car to the tyre barrier and to the fences, and our marshals doing a fantastic job. This always gives us an opportunity to give a big shout out to our marshals. But we couldn't go racing without, because, of course, safety always comes first in motorsport.
All volunteers out there doing what they love. If you're ever interested in getting involved, speak to Motorsport UK, speak to BARC, and they'll tell you how do you get involved as a marshal. You get an amazing view, you get involved in the action, and you're a vital part of a race weekend. We say it a lot because it's so important for us as racing drivers. We love to do what we can, to go racing, but we can't do it without the work and the hard work of the volunteers. And they're out in all sorts of weather. Today they've got nice sunny weather, but it's not always this sunny in the UK, as most people know.
Oh, 100%. And another selling point as well, being a marshal, if you do have a quote-unquote boring day where nothing happens instant-wise, of course you have the best seats in the house. You are the closest to the circuit and get to see the racing right there from circuit side. Indeed, being a marshal, it's always great to do. Indeed, there are plenty of communities out there, and there's plenty of volunteering days, and also what would be known as, I think, eye-opening days or taster days to becoming a marshal. And we do see our number 88 there bringing up the rear of the field. That's Hensler, now still behind safety car at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. And to put you in perspective, we are currently 13.5 minutes still left on the clock, so I suspect we are going to be seeing about the first half of this race concluded on the safety car, and then we'll be body back up and running. If you're sat there thinking, well, why was the race earlier on red flagged, but this one has not, it's because in the Academy race, of course, we did have that blockage across the racing surface. We couldn't go racing there, whereas in this one, all three parties involved have ended up off the circuit, or far enough off the circuit it is safe to drive around slowly, and the safety car and, of course, the clerk of the course all being integral in making those key decisions as to whether we go into safety car, whether we go to red flag and such forth. But
So the idea of the safety car, and you'll see it picks up the leader, is the general concept, and it bunches all the cars up in one place on the track, which is why you'll see them all there nose to tail, sort of as close as they can be safely running behind that safety car, because it means all the cars are in one place. It leaves the marshals the rest of that lap to then look after and do whatever they need to do without the added issue of cars coming by, and obviously it does that at reduced pace. The lights on top of the safety car are the way just signals to the drivers whether it's going to continue around for another lap or whether it's going to come in. So you'll see the lights flashing on top of that car mean that it's going to go back, and at the moment that's still showing that it will go back round, but it's slowed the field up, and we may well see those lights go out as we come back down onto the straight this side of the track. So they'll go up and up at the top. You'll be in a position where all the drivers have an opportunity to see those flashing lights. As soon as they go out, the drivers at the front of the field, so in this case Davies, will become the safety car. The real safety car will zoom off and go back into the pit lane, and then as soon as they all cross the line, they can start overtaking again. They are not allowed to overtake until you get to that start-finish line. It's the control line, as it's officially called. The lights are still on at the moment, but we'll be looking to see whether they do go out as they go down the straight. Otherwise, they will have one more lap in order to do that. You'll see them weaving a little bit, and that's to keep their tyres clean more than anything else. They won't need to be keeping them warm at this stage, and it's also they'll be using their brakes occasionally just to make sure that all those are still working as they're going to need them, because the first time they are going to need them. And can we see the safety car? The lights are out, so Davies is now that safety car. They are going green at the end of this lap then.
Indeed, so safety car makes one through. Davies bunches the field up, and as soon as that safety car crosses the pit limiter line, he is allowed to go, and there he goes. He goes nice and early through the S's. That's to be expected, but it does catch out several drivers there, and we are green for 11.5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. It's back underway, round number 7 of the Caterham Roadsport Championship, sponsored by Bilstein, as they roar the way in towards turn 1, and well, Davies are nailing that restart, and Bond following through. And credit where it's due to Bond, he's had an absolute brilliant start to this race. Change of position into Redgate there, a bit further back inside the top 10. We'll update you on who's changed what shortly. That's all come through. Another shout out as well. Emerson and Fisher both started on that 5th row, 5th and 6th now. They're going to be ones to watch out for as this race continues. Yeah, look at that, Chris. Our top 7 splitting, and then Sonny battle for 8th place.
Yeah, speaking to John the other day, and he was saying how he's got his lucky underwear on, and there are definite rumours that it's a Lacey number going on in that car, so certainly going quickly there in that 2nd place. But Davies, yeah, whatever happened when the safety car boards put out, he put it to the front of that field at that point. Sanya's having to do a little bit of work, and he's in that 4th place still as they come up into the cleans this time. Townend finding himself in that 3rd place. Can he keep it there to the end? He's had a little bit of a topsy-turvy season, and as have a lot of them, and it's just because the racing's been so close and competitive, and at the moment, so everyone can carry a drop score, 2 drop scores by the end of the season, so it's not the end of the world that some of them are carrying lower scores. It moves them down in the championship, but actually that will count as one of their drops as they're still weaving and trying to get rid of that toe. It is still Bond in that 2nd place, but Townend is looking down the inside. He's going to have that inside line at the moment. Bond just said, right, fine, at this stage of the race, I'm okay with that, but that's going to give for Sanya a little bit of a run as they come into Redgate this time.
Oh, indeed, as they head on down. Davies right now continues to try and just weave a little bit of break the toe, but the battle for 3rd, it is going to be for Sanya on the right of your picture, and as he looks around the outside, can he get this done on the brakes? Maybe not, as Bond goes defensive there, but Sanya says, you know what, let's go all the way around the outside, see if we can make the dance happen. He's just got a little bit of nose ahead. He wants a better traction out the corner. He does just squeeze in a 3rd place as he hums through Hollywood. We see a little bit behind there, Emerson and Fisher still trying to play catch up to this group. It's changed to 3rd for now, but right now Emerson and Fisher seem to be working together, bringing Watson and Smith with them, and then we do see a bit further out. That is going to be the Hicks French Fox contingent, all fighting over 10th place. But back towards the front we go. Davies right now trying to pull away, but I think Townend is going to reel him in at this rate.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Fox. He got caught out in that middle pack, and he is now in the top 10, which is exactly where we expect to see him in that yellow machine. He would normally be further up, and we saw him having an engine change at Spa last time up, but he's going to have to do some work to get back through. And with that safety car, it's not so many minutes left on the clock as this battle is raging on. And at the moment, Vicious still heading in that group in front of him. It's Emerson, the sort of meaty-coloured car. The rest of them come down towards us.
Well, indeed, he's doing an absolute mint job at the moment, carrying the theme of his colour scheme, but here comes a look up the inside of Fisher, but that's a swap of position, and Emerson immediately just simply saying, right, I'm going to let you go, we need to keep moving forward, otherwise we are losing time. But the problem is, right now, Watson and Smith, they may not have got the memo with regards to that one, as meanwhile, back to the front into Redgate. It's a look around the outside of Townend. Can he get it done? Davies goes very late on the brakes there. He's going to try and hold it, and he's going to then go a bit deep through the corner. Townend backs off. 9-2 is not going to work out there. He's going to fall back into Hollywood. But like you say, Chris, with the amount of time they've essentially got half the race they expected. So therefore, for our drivers here, is going to feel is a sprint race by default, but this is going to feel an even quicker race. That's content with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not, you don't have that long to settle in. You've just got to go, and I think so Davis is doing that well at the moment. For Sanya, though, firmly back involved in that top three. John Bond just losing out a little bit in this middle phase as the rest of that battle all coming through. I saw the cars really twitching there. It's the temperature has gone up since before lunch, and it will mean the tyres are really having to work hard. And maybe if they haven't dropped the pressures a little bit, they were sort of twitchy underneath them. And as the temperature goes up, they do tend to get a little bit like bubble gum almost. They kind of the sticky, gooey mess that's trying hard to give them all the grip they need, but isn't always able to. Here comes Fasania then. He's got the super toe down the outside. He's going to overtake both of them, is he? But then neither of them are going to give up at this stage. Again, we're into the later stage of this race. Really trying to hold on down the inside. Davis is going to do it. They're going to lose momentum, and Fasania should be able to carry a few miles an hour as he go into Redgate this time. So watch the green car, see whether he can do anything about the position in front.
Well, indeed, smart racing for Fasania, trying to pressure the leading duo to battle each other, race offline. And suddenly he gets that catapult momentum coming in towards Redgate, looks around the outside again. So that is Townend covering him off and also looking for a run on Davies. That also means that Bond now starts to get a little bit closer. And suddenly what was a leading duo becomes a leading quartet, as it's going to be Townend looking around the outside of Hollywood in towards the Craner curves. Not going to work, backs off the throttle there. 9, if he tries to go for it, it's probably going to end up in disaster. We'll see him take a trip to the grass. Not that just yet, but there you can see top 4. Then it's 5th through to 9 to get that Smith, Emerson, Bishop, Watson and Oliver. And then Fox right now has the rather stoic attempt to hold on to 10th place, the Hicks and French, as they all make the way up through the second half of this lap. But right now they're all just picking their places as they come charging on around. But look at this, bit of a change of position there. That's going to be, I think, for 7th place. I think that is going to be Watson getting a move on Vicious. A change of foot there. The more they fight, the more they could split the field out. And that's the last thing you want to do at this point.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely a game of gamble. If you go for the overtake, you're going to lose momentum. But Davies has been absolutely resisting that overtake. He's holding on, given that he's been out in front, but he's super late on the brakes. I don't think he's going to make it happen this time. Carl Townend is over the lap of him. In fact, he is. He's still going to go really late on those brakes. At some point, he's going to run out of braking potential, but at the moment, it's all working out for him, and he's managing to hold this field back. That is not an easy task around this Donington National Circuit, where normally, and as we've seen today, the overtakes happen readily, but he's absolutely protecting that inside line. But that's brought John Bond right back up towards Fasania there in that 3rd place, and Smith isn't too far back, and he's going to be joining in this battle not too far away from now.
Smith's going to be grinning from ear to ear like this, seeing them all fighting each other non-stop, but of course he'll start to worry about the fact if they continue to fight, he can't find a way through. That's going to bring Emerson and Watson in there. You can see Vision out the back of that trio, so it's still Emerson holding on to that 6th place, and where it's the wet or the dry, he seems to do very well either in those conditions. Just see a little bit further back, Oliver there. Not quite able to stay with them, but a bit run wide. They're using all the runoff area and extra tarmac with it. We call it value-added tarmac of the AT. And well, right now, Watson definitely trying to find a way into that 6th place. I think he feels though he's got the pace to chase down the top 5. But the problem is you've got to pass the drivers in front of you to get to that top 5. Watson, you can't just simply get through like that. See a bit further back. Go on.
I think he's got the pace in it, because he's come from forward 15th on the grid and actually come all the way up to 7th. So he's fought his way through. So he's definitely got the speed in that. But Oliver is now very much part of that lead battle, and it is Heinrich who's next up on the track. Has he got any speed to come across the gap in the last 4.5 minutes? Side by side, Townend to the outside. Can he resist into this corner? Still having to leave Davis the space on the inside there. Davis has not relented this lead for as long as that safety car has brought them up under racing conditions again. But Townend looking like at some point they are going to make that overlap happen, and what will Davis do at that point?
Indeed, it's going to be interesting to see, and keep in mind, of course, that Carl Townend yet to take a win this season. He's going to try and spoil what would be a 5th win of the season for Davies if he can. That's not going to work as me. Well, Fasania just holding off Bond, but Smith right now getting the better run through Redgate. That's with Bond and Smith side by side, coming all the way down towards the old hairpin. But immediately Bond says, I don't want any part to play in this. I want to stay with the leaders, thank you. So he gives Smith the right to take 4th place. The 89 moves up a position, but look at boys Watson and Fisher behind. They were 2 seconds back on the previous lap. Now they're 1.5 seconds. They will be there if this continues, and we have not got long left. 4 minutes left on the clock this lap, plus most likely at least another 2, perhaps 3. It's building up to a bit of a boiling point here, and I'm not talking about the temperature in the commentary booth as they come charging on past us again. But goodness me, load of battles building up here, Chris.
Smith was absolutely sideways all the way down Craner Curves that time. That's not going to be good for his tyre temperature. And actually Townend looking around the outside. McLean's can work, but Sanya's now got the inside line for Coppice. In fact, they're going down out Coppice now, so he is on the inside and he's still looking, but absolutely Davis protecting down that inside, and they're trying to just go over the top of him on that inside line because they know he's late on the brakes. And as Fasanya got it done this time, Davis still coming back to him. They're having to leave him that space because he's alongside enough. Fasanya's going to have to go the other side of those tower barriers. Careful on that rejoin, he's going to lose all his momentum. And here comes Heinrich Watson Miller. He's absolutely up there, so Fasanya is going to lose that momentum, and that gap has evaporated.
It completely has, and Sonny, all this field together. For Sanya learning the hard way, unfortunately, that Davies is the latest of the late breakers. But here comes Town, and he says, I'm going to prove I can break just as late as you. 2 wide, they come through, literally so close they could touch as they make the way out. Davies just holding on. And well, we can see there Smith. Look at Smith coming up the inside here, coming through Hollywood, but he backs off once again. He just does not want to stick his nose in there until the very last moment. That final lap, expect Smith to be absolutely razor sharp and clinical with his moves. But looking at how it's brought all the field together, and for Sanya right now back up into 5th already. Chasing after Watson at this point, and well, goodness me, it's so close. Any one of our top 13 could win this race now. In theory, be on the podium. It's all going to be chop and change. And Emerson's actually slipped back down to 9th whilst all this is going on. Oliver's got ahead, and so has Vischer. But there we go, 2 by 2 as they come through Swanson in towards McLean's. And at this point, I mean, if you're further down, Chris, you're somebody towards the back end of the top 10. Are you looking all the way to the front, or are you still thinking about the 2 cars in front of you?
I think you're dealing with this corner by corner at the moment, just seeing whether you can go forward. Here comes Heinrich Watson Miller, so he is now into that 2nd place. So he really has got a head of steam coming from deep in the field in this dry conditions. He's really got that car under him. Can he do what everyone else has not been able to do and depose Watson? I think he might have done it. He's actually going to take his line. That's going to give him a little bit of room there, ever so tight as they go from the shape, but he's made it to the front of this Roadsport field. They are about to start their last lap of the race then. 20 minutes to 10 minutes under after the safety car has come in, and they're absolutely all back together again.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible, but here we go, 3 wide towards Redgate here, Townend on the right. Meanwhile, it will be Davies in the middle, and in the end, Watson decides to back out. He doesn't want to play the game right now, and I do wonder where he thinks so with the time remaining. We may squeeze in one extra bit of run winder from Fasanya, a little bit of bodywork coming off, but I think that's all innocent there, and it doesn't seem to punch anyone's tyres. But right now, the tempo of the racing is actually building up, but for the first time today, Townend now leads this race ahead of a very hungry pack of drivers behind. What's going to be the game plan? How does he now go from being the hunter to being the hunted? As it's still going to be Davis looking all the way around the outside. Well, he's going to find some road there. In the end, he has to run it all the way onto the exit curb. That's going to be now for Schwanz in towards McLean. He goes for it. He sends it all the way out to the inside, and I think that might be Davis back into the lead.
It is, but does he want to be in the lead as they head onto the final straight this time? Going into the chicane is going to be ever so... He's been such on the last of the late breakers. Maybe it is the right thing. Still Townend actually out in front. Watson Miller just behind them. Smith then for Sanya, still seeing whether they can all do something about this. They're all taking that extreme left, which means that they're going to be ever so slow as they go through the middle of this corner. This could all end in tears, but let's get them through this side by side. Townend's in the cheap seats at the moment, but we're going to look round the outside. Can he go? Watson Miller's in that 3rd place as well, but it looks like Townend is going to hold on for that win over the top then of Davis in 2nd place. Then what a run back from our 14th place starter there to take Watson Miller into 3rd place.
Indeed, I think we've still got one more lap though, Chris, as they head on. We've still got 10 seconds left to go, so it's not quite over yet, but absolutely lovely enthusiasm. I don't think anyone can blame you for that, and right now I don't want this race to end. Neither of us do, to be fair, but as they come charging on down the hill, Townend right now still holding on, but Davies, Watson there, and Smith just simply sitting in the background with the popcorn in his car, metaphorically speaking, and thinking, well, how do I get involved in this absolute cinema? And what he thinks about it, it's the old hairpin. That's not going to work out. This top 3 is incredible right now. A bit of a run wide there from Watson. Watson right now, he's trying to tease out all the pace he can.
Absolutely, and as they head up the field then with that one more lap to go, luckily they're all looking at their timers rather than listening to me as I bleat on here in the commentary box. They are absolutely side by side then once more as they head out onto this crucial last straight then, heading into that chicane. Who we have seen, anyone who's come out of that chicane in front has maintained it to the line, so it is absolutely essential. And it is Watson Miller who is out in that lead as they got one of the drivers well out wide there. They're going to lose momentum. Hopefully they're not going to spin around. They do manage to join back up again.
Oh, indeed, keeps it together, but now it's into the final 2 quarters of this race. It's going to be almost 4 wide up front, then it becomes 3 wide. That's going to be Watson hooks on the inside. He backs out. Townend versus what will be Smith there. Smith tries to get it through, but it's not going to work out. And in the end, for Carl Townend, as he charges towards the finish line, it's going to be a first win of the season for him in the Caterham Motorsport Championship. And then it'll be Smith and Watson who completes your top 3 ahead of Fox, who somehow comes all the way back through from what's 10th into 4th place. Fasanya takes 5th. Oliver 6th, Emerson 7th, and then it will be Bond, Northridge and Davies.
Yeah, he was the guy out wide on the grass.
He went wide right through Coppice Bend. So Davies, who was looking so cold, cool and composed, it all went wrong at Coppice Bend, and how about that? A complete turnaround. Best dressed was Georgie Tuffin. She did very well to hold off Hicks, and then Vischer, French and Kennedy Dyson completing that top 15. What an end to that race. I mean, we only got half the race, but to be fair, it's almost as if they heard you're going to get half a race, so double up the amount of excitement to make up for it.
We got the important bit, didn't we? But yeah, there's definitely going to be some stories in the paddock after that one. There was, I'd say, a valiant defence all the way through the first bit. As soon as we got down to those last 2 laps, as it turned out, he will go. They absolutely pulled the pin, and yeah, it looked like Watson just drifted off wide, and it was a bit unfortunate he's lost out. But we've got the provisional results in.
Oh, indeed, and ladies and gentlemen, after an incredible, what was in the end, 13 minutes or so of racing for round number 7 of the 2026 Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship here at Donington Park National, Carl Townend taking his first win of the season by 2 tenths over Oliver Smith. And well, for Oliver Smith, it does mean now that is his 4th podium of the season, and Heinrich Miller in the end, going all the way through to 3rd place. And keeping in mind the fact that he comes into this pair of rounds today at the very back of the championship standings, he's going to be absolutely overjoyed with being on the podium. Matthew Fox, 4th there, almost on the podium. What a stoic effort from him. And Mitchell Fasagna, 5th there, didn't quite work out. Ben Oliver, 6th, and well, the top 6 separated by less than a second, and it was a further 4 attempts to Sam Emerson, who couldn't quite find a way into the top 5 in the end, but did very well to hold on inside the top 10 with John Bond, Richard Northridge and Richard Davies completing the top 10. But for Richard Davies, that's not the way he wanted to go. That run wide at Coppice cost him a huge result. And well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a breather in the commentary booth, because we have got Sam Parker down in Parc Ferme, all set and ready to interview our drivers, particularly our top 3 from such an epic race.
Could well be, when you get to the end of the season, you look back at which were the races that made the big difference in terms of point swings and things of that nature. That could be quite a big one. Here's your full rundown then. Carl Townend takes the race win. Oliver Smith.
Wow, let's just sort of take a breather a minute, because what a road sport race that was. I can't even count the amount of times the lead changed, especially over the final few laps. Absolutely brilliant result and a brilliant race win for Kyle Townend. His first win of the season, making his way from P6 to P1. I mean, the margins, they were so fractional, weren't they? He won by just 2 tenths, just over 2 tenths of a second over Oliver Smith, a frequent visitor to the podium this season, as we just see Ollie Smith coming off of the Scrutineering Bridge now. And here we have Heinrich Watson Miller, your P3 man on the podium, his first podium of the season too. And then just behind them we have P1 Kyle Townend. We'll just wait for Heinrich to get out of the way, see if we can get this shot here of Kyle coming on to this scrutineering platform. Should we just grab a quick word with Ollie Smith actually? Is he going to stay in the car or is he going to move? We just want to catch up with him. As I say, he's very frequent on this podium, no stranger to it at all, and another great P2 for him after getting some wins this season already too. Heinrich's just going to cross over us. Is he going to be going? Are we going to yo-yo together? Who knows? Let's cross over quickly. Ah, look. Kyle is coming out of his car now. Let's see if we can grab a quick word from him. He's still got his helmet on. Sorry. Kyle! Sorry. No, you take your time. You decompress. You do whatever you need to do. I'll just big you up. P1.
What a race.
First of the season, how's that feel?
Yeah, amazing. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Yeah, it really is. It's been this season's been so hard. These guys are insane. It's just so competitive. So yeah, to get the lead and manage to keep hold of it. Yeah, I'm in for that.
Well, you made your way out really well, P6 to P1 throughout the race. I mean, you were yo-yoing, weren't you, with both Ollie and Heinrich?
Yeah.
The whole race, especially those closing laps, it could have gone any which way. We also saw Davies go off, didn't we?
You know, well, I didn't, to be honest. I didn't see that, so that's news to me. But no, I mean, I saw the pack behind me, and I knew if you yield too much going to the chicane, it could be P2 to P6 or whatever. So I just had to hold my ground, and and luckily came through ahead.
Wow, I think down to P10 at one point it was all of you for the win, only separated by fractions.
Yeah.
I'll let you go, decompress, have some water, they're giving it out, go and see your friends and family who'd be so proud of you. Congratulations, Carl, amazing win for you, his first of the season. And I actually hear that the 310R cars are now on the grid, so I'll hand back to my friends Chris and Paul in the studio.
Goldstein on row number 2.
Well, what a race that was, and we will see our Roadsport series out there again a little bit later on today. But now we go all the way back to the beginning, because we now come back to the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship 2026, and this is their second of 3 races here at Donington Park. And for the grid for round number 11 of the season, it's Alex Vincent who starts on pole position. Remembering they line up how they finished from race number 1. And Tom Willie starts in second place there, and then we will see Will Chadwick starting in third, with Paul Goldstein alongside him after the turf, and definitely saw plenty of elbows out action in race number 1. Andrew Murgatroyd starts in 5th there, wanting to make up for an absence on the podium in his first race today, with Will Harris alongside. There's Charles Harris and Josh Jackson, who complete your top 8. The Ampulses there complete our first 4 rows, as we look a bit further down the order, starting in 9th, David Yates ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton. Outside the top 10, Stephen Lancaster and Sam Parker all am row number 6, ahead of Ryan Wilby and Liam Cook. And then do have Tim Hardcastle and Chris Buck on row number 8. Well, it's going to complete your top 16. We've got a couple more drivers, which we'll show you very shortly on this grid. Indeed, that AM pack is going to be one to watch out for just as much as your primes out there. Graham Finlayson starts in 17th ahead of Henning Eschweiler, and then we see behind the Munich man Stephen Harris and Chris Broome completes that top 20, with Robert Lowe and James McCullough on row 11, and then last but not least Peter Mott 23rd of our starters. And Chris, as we come into this one, a very exciting race this morning, a bit of an interesting one in terms of the finishing order, and perhaps some of the favourites or the leading names not quite finishing where they wanted to, but of course there's 2 more races, so they have an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, absolutely, a chance for them to come back through the field and see that, you know, a lot of them did already make up some places from that maybe a slightly out of position start off the wet qualifying this morning, so maybe chose a different setup as we've dried out. Another chance for them. The other all felt what the track is like now that it's been cleaned from this morning with all that rain. And I say the most experienced drivers we've got here on the grid today, and so they've seen it all, done it all before. Alex Vincent starting from that pole position alongside Tom Willis then, and it's Chadwick and Goldstein lining up behind them, with the whole pack that are lining up in the next 6 places after that will all be firmly involved in that battle. And we had a great battle between Lancaster, Parker and also Josh Jackson for that AM lead. Josh taking it this time, but he will be right in that battle, and Sam Parker seeing whether she can take a higher podium step in this second race.
Indeed, as the last start drives takes a spot on the grid, ladies and gentlemen, such an expansive grid, we're almost ready to go once again. We wait for Marshall at the back, there's the green flag, the lights go on the right hand side of your screen, and without further ado, for the second time today, it is go, go, go for the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship as they roar their way.
The driver's not started on the left. Oh, everyone avoided him.
Everyone did a brilliant job there to avoid, I believe that's our Pulses who didn't get away.
Might well have been Vincent, yeah. So yes, he didn't get away at all. Everyone did avoid him, so Tom Willis does take that lead then, going into the turn 1 alongside Chadwick, and then Goldstein following along.
Indeed, difficult start for Alex Vincent, but well done to everyone. There was also a bit of contact between 2 drivers further back. We did see a wheel cover go flying, however that has not landed anywhere near any of our drivers, but all the field safely on through now, and as they roll their way for the opening 4 corners, well, that's going to be a bit of an understeer wide moment there from your number 27, so that's not the way you want to go. That's Josh Jackson, the AM posted who ran wide, so he's going to drop a long way down the order. We're going to probably see a new AM winner in this one, but never say never, to be fair. It's 20 minutes of racing, anything can happen in that.
And got a lot of speed in that car, so yeah, plenty of opportunity to recover back. There's no significant gap. They will get back onto that, and they'll be fighting on through. There's Chadwick now over the top of Willis into the lead. Goldstein still looking on in that 3rd place.
indeed, and they roar the way around right now. Our two leaders are already starting to fight a little bit, but it does seem as though, well, Will Chadwick wants to try and get this move done sooner rather than later, and he has got ahead, but then Willies goes off the inside, and there goes Goldstein as well, and the all-gold machine. It stayed with him since his debut days in the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and will definitely a very noticeable car as they come across that timing line. One lap down, plenty more to go, and it is Willies who leads, but look at that behind, looking one way than the other, and in the end, that's not going to work out for the Harris brothers, but definitely eager to make a bit of an impression through Redgate. They go for the second time, too wide here. Willis and
Appleton maybe coming out in front here then.
Oh indeed, I think he's going to go for it down the hill, but they want to go too wide here from Hollywood to Craner Curves, and in the end it is still going to be Willis holding on for now, but Lopez Appleton, he's really frying himself at this, Chris.
Really is, started deep on that for fifth place and sixth place, but he's made up all the places he needs to right now and is firmly ensconced in that battle. David Yates having a look around the outside, see whether he can do anything, and then we've still got that story coming through with Ryan Wilby again starting only sort of 10th or 11th on the grid, but coming back into that lead pack early on. Little bit of a gap back here in the midfield, so they'll be wanting to watch out for that just to try and bring that back in and get them all back together. But it's Willis leading them around. Ben Lopez Appleton in the number 5 car is in that second place. Then we've got Chadwick, then Goldstein comes along after, and then it's the two Willis brothers, and then comes Ryan Wilby. So he is making good progress again, and they do a coordinated change at the front. Ben Lopez Appleton to the lead over the top of Willis and Chadwick.
And it's brilliant to see Lopez Appleton. Of course, he started 13th for race number 1, finished in the end in what was 10th place at the end of it, and now already up into the front. I mean, yes, Alex Vince had the slow start and everyone had to react to that, but the point is, anyone can win these races. All it takes is a little bit of fortune and also a bit of guile and skill. As we go 3 wide into Redgate this time, who comes out ahead? It's going to be your 81 of Willis who moves back ahead. Like you say, Chris, a lot of chop and change tonight, everyone trying to work together, although saying that, Son, it's as I say, it's almost as if they're listening to the commentator and going, well, let's fight a little bit more now, because the commentators think we're working together.
I think they're maybe listening in the car, although I think they're pretty busy at the moment. Chadwick back to the front there. We are changing at every opportunity. So whereas in race 1 we kind of just changed at the main opportunities down at the chicane and into Redgate, they are now choosing to overtake and use opportunities wherever they are. Willis always a driver that wants to be in front regardless. You know, you never know when a safety car is going to get thrown. You want your car out front if that does happen, and so he is absolutely pushing to be out front, but he's currently having to sit in that 3rd place and be a little bit patient as the rest of the field comes through. They are all back together again now after those early contacts, early issues in the gravel.
Well, it is fantastic to see, and we literally do have the entire pack together at the moment, and in the lead battle it's 10th through, so essentially 15th place. It is Lancaster ahead of Hardcastle with Parker just behind, but at the front here we can see another little bit of change there, and Chadwick just forced down behind Goldstein, so now he moves up in the 3rd, but we'll see a bit more of a change of foot as Lopez Appleton here goes a bit defensive. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Is he going to be as compliant? Well, Will Chadwick doesn't want to sit behind Goldstein for as long as he has to, because he goes up the inside there. It's going to be a very diagonal 2x2 here, and in they go 2x2 going out of Redgate Bend. A bit further back, well, you do have the Harrises. It will be Will ahead of Charles in 5th and 6th. They're just watching this right now, and well, I do wonder if there's a bit of sibling rivalry between them.
I mean, almost certainly is. Absolutely, you wouldn't want you don't want to get beaten by your sibling, do you? Or your father, as who's also in this race, a little bit further back at this point. But Goldstein is currently holding them both at bay, and that's the lead 3 battle away. Murgatroyd trying to fight back through, but he's got David Yates firmly in front of him. Lancaster, our AM leader, is then following along in the Dutch Barn Vodka car. Sam Parker not too far behind, fighting with Tim Hardcastle. I think Sam Parker's just gone through into 2nd place in AM then, as then the rear of the field, just a tiny gap in front of them before they all come tumbling on through as well.
Oh, indeed, a gap of what is 3 seconds between Parker and Henning Eschweiler. So that is really the gap between 12th and 13th at the moment. But like you say, Chris, then we've just got the whole rest of the Anfield and a prime or two thrown into the mix. So it is looking tight wherever you go, and this field could be compressed back together. We're only 5 minutes into this race. That's a big brush with the tyre barrier there for our leader, Lopez Appleton. Gets away with that going through the S's. He's got to be careful of that. That was right on the limit of what's possible before suddenly you turn that suspension into Swiss cheese. But right now, Chadwick look on the inside here, wants to retake the lead. He's going to go for it. He wants to make up for race number 1 earlier today. And Will Chadwick right now will not sell for anything other than being the number 1 as Paul Goldstein goes very sideways, more slidey than straight out of Redgate.
All the way to the edge of the track there, so he might well have triggered a sensor there. In fact, we're getting notification that number 27 has got track limits on there, so they'll have to keep an eye on that as they go through. That's Josh Jackson, so our person near the front there. So yeah, so Josh Jackson will have to be a little bit careful as the rest them fly on through and up the field. Lancaster still winning the AM battle, and it's Sam Parker in second over the top of Hardcastle. They're all back together then in this lead group, and that gap is disappearing back to the chase group as well, so we may well see them all back together again at the midpoint of this race.
Indeed, it's one long traffic jam of drivers all going around Donington Park at the moment, but to be fair, this is what we absolutely love to see when it comes to Caterham racing. And just talk a little bit about these 310Rs as well. That 310, it's not just a number we've plucked out of thin air. I do believe that's the power to weight ratio of these machines.
That's exactly it. They weigh about half a tonne, so about as much as a Mini, and they have 155 horsepower. So 310 is the overall power to weight ratio, as Willis bumps himself over those metal blocks that they've put as a discouragement to go over there, but they are all riding over them. As they come towards us then, as we've got heat haze out here and all sorts going on as they come towards us into Redgate, this famous shot in motorsport. And our leader is out wide there, so Chadwick, Willis, Lopez, Appleton was the order as they went over the line. It won't be that by the time we get round to McLean's and Coppice next time through.
No, but what's interesting here is the fact that Goldstein's been elbowed down the order. He's now dropping down to what could be 6th place here. Indeed, he tucks back in. That's going to be behind Wilby, and also I believe that's going to be the machinery of Will Harris there. But Goldstein needs to find a bit of momentum, as that was too wide a bit further back there. I'm not sure who that
was Hardcastle or Lancaster going side by side, I think maybe with Sam Parker. So Lancaster's still in the lead, but it is now Hardcastle over the top of Sam, so she's lost out that time through into the old hairpin. Yeah, if you get shuffled to the side of this long train of Caterhams and you can't get your car back in, you are just going to tumble down because you lose the toe and the line, and there's nowhere for you to slot back in. So Goldstein did a good job then of actually limiting that the damage and slotting himself back into the queue. And okay, he's lost a few places, but it could have been an awful lot worse.
Oh, 100%. Of course, they all want to shuffle Paul Goldstein down because he's the championship leader coming into this race meet. But meanwhile, shuffling at the front here, where it's going to be staggered shuffling in your number 14 of Will Harris. That's another clip to the tyre barrier there for Lopez Appleton. He loves that tyre barrier at the start of the S's, albeit it's not going to love his car for much longer if he keeps that up. That was the rear right having a bit of a brush there. He's got to be careful of it, but to be fair, doing a good job so far. Paul Goldstein's car, they're trying to exhibit weight reduction over the left rear wheel arch, but to be fair, looking at all in good condition at the moment, as well, we just hold around the outside, a bit of run wide there. That might be one of the cars of Hardcastle, and coming down through the hill right now. We're almost at the halfway point of this race, but see that top four now starting to make a bit of a break here. But I think all the battling is suddenly going to be put on pause because they all know they're starting to spread out a bit.
They are starting to spread out, but as soon as they go side by side through the next corner, it will all come back together again. And Willis is there in that 4th place. We know he doesn't like being in 4th place. He wants to come forward, and the rest of them are those gaps sort of slightly spreading out, but also pulling everyone together. So it's going to be a one long line of Caterhams. The number 42 has spun out then. That's Chris Broom just recovering back to the circuit, and that's not ideal, and they'll be ready to take race 3, I think, rather than getting back involved in this one. But Chadwick leads us down, has done for the last couple of laps. Lopez Appleton, that 2nd place, has been there for the last couple of laps. Then it's Harris, has made his way through past Willis this time, so he's the man on the move. He's come from 5th or 6th on the grid to now find himself in 3rd place, so just be patient, working himself forward as we reach the halfway mark of this race.
Well, indeed, patience is going to be absolutely critical here as they come on to lap number 8. You can see there, but fanning out of our number 14 of Harris, and now this will force Lopez Appleton to think about going offensive defensive. It'll work. Chadwick there on the outside, and behind the leading trio, that's Willis and Wilby. We're just watching it with eagle eyes, and Lancaster has moved all the way up into 8th place now. So the AM leader, putting a few params between himself and then the rest of the AM field. But the point being, right now, really, you do have that time in the field at the moment, and all the AMs are back into the lead packs. Suddenly, what looks to be a three-way fight for the AM win could actually change complexion completely later on. See if that out again. And out of curiosity, Chris, in terms of the tyres here, do they need to worry about managing the tyres over the 3 race rounds, or do they have multiple tyres available?
They have allocated. They have one set allocated them per race weekend, so they can choose. They have to sign on with those tyres. They don't have to choose to use them during the races. That's one of the Harris brothers out wide there, I think. Here's the number 14. So yeah, they don't have to use them in that race weekend, but they get one new allocation per race weekend for them to use however they'd like to do. Some people save their tyres for later on in the season. If we have wet sessions, then they'll gain some that they can then use so a bit later on. And yes, you absolutely do have to manage them. These tyres that they're the ZZRs, they are best when they are new, so it's about managing that situation, working out when do you want those new tyres, and if you want to try and take a tyre advantage by taking a bit of a tyre disadvantage at some points during the race weekend. So there's definitely part of the strategy is your tyres and management of those through your race weekends.
Oh, brilliant insights there, and we're everyone pushing it to the limit right now. We do have a couple of eager drivers there using all the road and plenty more. Just got to be careful of those track limits. They are allowed to run wide a bit at Redgate, but not too wide. So intriguingly, Chadwick and Lopez Appleton constantly still doing the swap back and forth. Paul Goldstein now back up into 5th place. So he reasserts himself in this pecking order, now can set his sights firmly on the podium, if nothing more. Keep in mind, of course, that Paul Goldstein and Charles Harris both yet to take wins this season. They didn't take wins in race number 1 of today, so therefore their championship leads may not stand the test of time, as we see 2 wide further back there. Well, that's going to be quite close. I do believe that's going to be Mott Jackson and Eschweiler all together in their good old ding-dong battle. Looking back up towards the front right now. Onto that back straight they go, and well, the top 5 have got the memo, go line astern, everyone else behind I think itching and trying to creep into it a bit more.
That's always the way, isn't it, as they go side by side for the lead once more. A little bit of a coordinated overtake there, absolutely exactly what you expect at this stage. You wouldn't believe as a driver how much it's a shock when you look at your clock counting down and you think it must be only about a minute left because you've been going flat out for what feels like an hour, and then to find out you've still got 8 minutes left. There's definitely a little bit of oh crikey, I've still got to do all this again. It's how do you manage that adrenaline, and how do you manage the energy levels and the concentration you need just to race this close for this length of time. And not only that, it's getting closer and closer as the race goes on. It's not like it's spreading out, is it?
Oh, 100% not. It's only tightening like you say, and well, in the peak of a brilliant British summer as well, and well, understandably I think in their overalls inside those cars, despite the fact they've got plenty of ventilation, because they're not hard top machines, they just have the roll cage, it is still going to feel very hot inside that helmet, and well, managing your stamina is going to be just as key as Paul Goldstein goes the move, going on the inside into Schwann's, up him on the outside of McLean's. Does he get it done? I think on that outside he may lose out a bit of momentum going up the hill in towards Coppice. We'll have to see when they come back past us, as we do see a bit more fight between our Amdrive further back, including Sam Parker. Find herself getting caught up with Murgatroyd now. He's trying to fight his way forward, but has Goldstein got ahead? No, he's still in 5th place as your leading trio. They're definitely right now trying to seize the opportunity to make a small break.
Not only are hot temperatures, have you got the temperature of the air to deal with, your legs are right alongside an engine, a gearbox and a catalytic converter, and believe me, it gets super hot in the pedal box on the temperatures on days like this. So it's not just your own core temperature, it's your feet you've got to worry about. As each time you press that accelerator, it gets hotter and hotter as the drivers then come down towards us with 6 or 7 minutes just under left to go. So it is still Chadwick who's been a consistent force out there at front, so has Ben Lopez Appleton and Tom Willis. But now it's Ryan Wilby who's fought his way through that pack. He heads over the top of Goldstein now, and he has been a constant force there or thereabouts every single race, but something's happened each time to cost him a little bit of time, but he's in 4th place. Can he move forward? David Yates just behind Goldstein, coming back and joining us in the main Caterham ladder after a little absence, but it's good to see him back and fully up to speed with us here, and chasing on is the Harris brothers and the rest.
Oh, 100%. And well, speaking of up to speed, the new fastest lap of this race being set by none other than Vincent, and he might be running all the way down in 18th place, but to be fair, Greenhammer, 18th place, 8th place I should say, but 1 minute 16.38, a pretty impressive lap.
Considering he stalled on the line, I think that's a pretty good fight back.
Oh indeed, he's doing an absolutely brilliant job right now making his way forward, and well, he's in that pack. Can he find his way into the top 5? We'll have to wait and find out. Since they say it's not about how you start the race, it's about how you end it. Another swap there, Lopez Appleton creeping ahead of Chadwick, but it's all rehearsed at this. They're not teammates necessarily, but it's the classic, the enemy of my enemy is my friend moment, but what is a temporary truce may turn into outright warfare later on in this race. Oh, that's getting a bit elbows out there, and well, it's immediately going to cover off Wilby, but Wilby gets the inside of him. It's going to be free wide into turn 1. Does Wilby get it there? Almost, but still Willis is right there with him as they come down through Hollywood.
Yeah, and Vincent's still trying to make up places. He's definitely joined this battle. What a story that would be in the last 5 minutes if he can start waking his way through, but it gets harder and harder the higher up the ladder you go, the higher up the steps of the podium. The cars are really never giving anything away. Wilby has no speed out at the bottom of the hairpin, then he drifted a little bit wide I think, and he's got slow up the hill, so he's going to be absolutely being hounded by Ben Lopez Appleton and Tom Willis as they come into McLean's this time, but it's still Chadwick out front. It's 3 wide as they fan out across the road. There is an overtaking opportunity up to in this corner, and in the pack you might well take it, whereas if you're in a sort of just in a battle of 3 pack you wouldn't do it, but it's a really complicated situation, so you really want to take every single opportunity you can. But our front 4 are still the front 4 as they have been throughout the rest of this race. Goldstein just sitting there watching everyone else piling on through.
It's a changing situation for Goldstein now, because understandably everyone's now getting a little bit less patient behind him, as we see Your 88 will be move up the inside, so Wilby now takes the lead off of Chadwick, but Chadwick gets the momentum. Lovely run there from Chadwick to get all the speed coming off the S's. That's going to bring him right back into lead, covers off the inside, forces everyone behind to go 3 wide onto the brakes. They go Lopez Appleton on the right, on the inside is Wilby, and in the middle is Willis. And as they come through that corner, beautiful 3 wide. It's almost as if they've rehearsed it. No, that's just their experience. But Sunday, look who's behind them. That is Will Harris, that's Paul Goldstein, there's also Vincent and also Charles Harris there. Suddenly we go from a top 4 altogether to a top 9 altogether. And we still got 4 minutes of this.
Crikey, there's oh, we got one driver out wide. Who's that? Is that's number 17? Is that Vincent?
That's Vincent.
Again, so he's just got fought all the way back into the group, and now he's spun again. He has to be careful rejoining in a really kind of dodgy place there, but he is going to get up and running. Oh, we're not going to have the dream story for him as the rest of them then pile up towards McLean's, this time through Sam Parker. Now in front of someone else. I wonder who that was. We'll watch them as they come down the main straight, but Chadwick was leading last time we saw them. Wilby, Lopez, Appleton and Willis, and now it is Wilby out front, so he has taken the lead for the first time, and the rest of them following in his wake this time through. But he's tucking to the absolute inside. You can see why it costs you so much time when you're having to defend that heavily into the corner. He is going to be able to take those swoops to the outside line. No, he is going to resist, and that is going to slow them all down. A little bit of a rear lock up there. You can see the dust and the smoke out the rear of that tyre, so they absolutely have not got any more. We've got one driver slow. Is that Ben Lopez Appleton? Someone was locked up as they went in. I wonder whether
that's
that
Lopez
was him.
Appleton.
Yep, so he's lost a lot of speed and will drop to the back of this. 3 minutes to go then as they come into Redgate this time. Still Chadwick out front.
Well, it's a race of attrition. We are starting to see a few names fall. Lopez Appleton plus also Vincent. But meanwhile, what a story it would be for Ryan Wilby if he does bring us home. Started 13th, would come home the winner. It would be absolutely sensational. But as they all rolling through right now, just those fine margins might be coming back to pinch those and pushed a little bit too hard earlier on in this race because everyone driving the absolute limit. And there you can see still Willis together with Chadwick and Wilby as he tries to pull away from Harris, Goldstein and Yates, but that's not going to be possible. And in fact now it does seem as though all the fighting is just going to go with every corner here. Oh, and that's going straight
Goldstein.
on there. That's Goldstein getting it wrong. And I wonder if something's wrong with the car potentially.
Or whether he got helped out there, a little bit of a nudge and you get on the grass and then it's like a magnet, it just draws you in because the grip all disappears and the momentum carries you right out into that kitty litter and it's not easy to get out of there. So hopefully he's got enough momentum to drag himself through, but that is going to be him dropping back down the order. Still that Am battle there, line astern as they go down in this deep in this pack, but is Chadwick still looking to hold on? Willis down the inside. Wilby and Willis are going to go side by side. Wilby has to take the other side of the tyre barrier. He's going to lose some speed and momentum. That's Harris now coming through, and it's William Harris to see whether he can then take back into that podium paying position. So that's led to Chadwick a little bit free at this point. So as we go to 1 minute 41 on the clock, they're going to get to one more lap beyond this one, aren't they?
Well, indeed, there'll be 2 laps remaining and another twist as well. The Amley battle. We have a 5-second post-race time penalty for Lancaster, so he's got Hardcastle close behind. So it will not be, as we understand, Lancaster will be taking that and win after that 5 seconds is added on. He might win on the road, but he won't be winning in the timing lines. So keep your eyes on that further down. You can see them all fighting there, as that is going to be Lopez Appleton and Harris together. And Lopez Appleton is back up to speed. I wonder whether perhaps he missed a gear or something coming out to the S's.
Could easily happen. The gear changes. If you miss your gear, it will cost you all that momentum. So exactly that, and just maybe have to get back into it. And it's very easy to do, especially as you're trying to snatch a gear as the speed is increasing and the G-forces are increasing. Sam Parker at this rate, if that 5-second penalty is applied, Sam would be in the second place at the moment, so she's less than 5 seconds behind, but that might stretch as we get towards the tail end. Ben Lopez Appleton though on the back of Murgatroyd, and he's going to see whether he can overtake that. Chadwick still got that little comfort back gap, but that's not going to last. Willis is right back with him, and it's still William Harris and Ryan Wilby. So these are the quartet that sort of settle themselves in front as they start then the final lap of this second 310R race. 20 minutes of action, another absolute breathless affair, absolutely looking to see what he can do about coming back through. Wilby then is round the outside of Will Harris as they go in. Chadwick is still in the lead though, and has been for about the last 3 laps.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, through Redgate, and right now Will Chadwick holding off Willis, and well, either one winning it would be absolutely sensational, but only one can win it and the others have to sit on the bottom steps of the podium. Harris there meanwhile sitting behind in third. He's got a little bit of space between himself and Wilby, but this might just be the calm before the proverbial storm for our third and fourth place runners. And Will Chadwick gets a lovely run through the old hairpin. He is absolutely nailing those lines right now, but the problem is that Willis is doing just as good a job, and he's got the draft here as they come up through Schwann's in towards McLean's. We'll see them very shortly. That's getting very close now. I think Chadwick trying to back everyone into each other there. No, he can't make the breakaway, so Willis, Harris and Wilby literally stepping each other's toes. Where are they going to be as they make the way out the Coppice Bend? Well, there they are. It's still Chadwick ahead for now. Still hold on Willies, and well, it's one last run down towards the S's. They all tuck in. Will Chadwick goes as defensive as humanly possible, keeps it tight, then comes
He's
across.
left the inside open. That would be a double move. He's got to be careful with that. That was moving twice in the braking zone as they go side by side then.
Oh, a bit of contact there. That's going to give Will Chadwick the space he needs, and as he makes his way to line, well, for Will Chadwick, it is going to be a win. He fought hard for it, and he takes his second win of the season ahead of Willies, followed by Harris. Then it'll be Wilby. Then we've got Yates. Murgatroyd coming home in 6th place, just ahead of Lopez Appleton. Then it'll be Charles Harris in 8th, ahead of Hardcastle, who takes the AM win after the 5-second post-race time penalties applied to Lancaster. It'll be Sam Parker who takes 10th place, second in AM, and Jackson, after what's a dismal start to his race, he does recover to 3rd place to have 11th overall. Then we'll have Lancaster demoted to 12th as a result of his post-race time penalty, ahead of Mott, and it'll be Goldstein and Eschweiler who complete that top 15. And Goldstein in the end did get back on the road. Well, it's anybody's guess whether he was biffed out there or whether he made his own way, but at least he's made his way back to the finish line.
Yeah, and that AM then podium was Hardcastle over the top of Parker, and then Jackson taking 3rd.
And here are the provisional results, ladies and gentlemen. There might be some question marks about some moments there, but to be fair, in the heat of racing, it's understandable. You're always going to expect intense and absolutely firm racing. And Will Chadwick taking that win after 16 incredible laps ahead of Tom Willies and Will Harris completing that top 3. It was a 10th, well, in fact, it was a second that separated the trio right at the end, and Ryan Wilby was only 2.5 tenths behind and made sure to steer clear of David Yates, who did a brilliant job in getting ahead of the rest of the pack to take that 5th. Andrew Murgatroyd took 6th place ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton, who you've got to feel for. He was right in that lead battle for 35% of the race, and then by looks of just a missed gear change came out the S's. Sonny pushed him all the way back down the order, did well to make sure he didn't fall further than 7th. Charles Harris, we didn't quite get to see him stay with his brother, so in the end finishing 8th. Tim Hardcastle taking the AM win there after the post-race time penalty for Lancaster, so taking that 9th. Congratulations to him. And Sam Parker run up there only 27 hundredths behind, taking 10th place, but most importantly second on the AM podium. That was your top 10, and your fastest lap was set by none other than Alex Vincent, who we saw go for an incredible recovery drive into it all, end up spun around, but he was the quickest driver out there for 1 minute 16.38. An incredible lap there for Alex Vincent, and we'll expect him to be absolutely ferocious in race number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few wounds there, and like I say, there's a little bit of caution in that last chicane, so maybe there'll be a bit of stewarding to look into that, just check everything was okay. But what a fantastic race throughout for the whole of the 310 grid. Really great stuff as they go down there. And we have our Parc Ferme drivers arriving in Parc Ferme, so let's throw down and we'll listen to what Leah's got to say with the drivers.
Your finishes for race 2 of the day for the Vertex Caterham 310 Park Championship. Another thriller. If you enjoyed that,
Wow, what an absolutely thrilling race for the 310Rs. A great win there for William Chadwick, making his way up from his P3 early on today. He did say he wanted to go up the orders. He did jump a place, but we'll let him off because it's a race win. Also nice to see Tom Willis back on the podium. Started P2, finished P2. Obviously wasn't without its difficulties though. I mean, these Caterham races just deliver race on race on race, and no matter what the category, no matter what horsepower, no matter any of the regulations that any of these cars have, this is constantly delivering. And also great for William Harris to be back on the podium after that treble podium he had at Spa with those 2 wins, and also I think it was a P2, maybe P3 for him as well last time out when they were in Belgium. We'll try and grab a quick word with the race winner when they come through. Obviously you'll have to forgive us, it's a very busy grid down here in Parc Ferme. So many cars coming out of scrutineering, so many cars coming into Parc Ferme as well. I do want to give a big shout out though to Ryan Wilby. He is a Pro-Am racer, but he started down in P13 and ended up P4. He didn't like he could win it for much of the race. He ended up just 2 tenths off of a podium spot. Let's see if we can chat to William Chadwick first. William, I'll let you get your helmet off. I'll speak to you while you do that. I spoke to you earlier down here for race 1. You had a brilliant P3. You were very happy. You said, I think I'd like to make my way up the order. You greedily jumped to space and went straight for the win. Talk me through that, because it was absolute chaos again, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot of chaos as per usual in Caterham's, but yeah, I seem to have really good pace. Shout out to my mechanics. They did a setup change that we were kind of lingering from practice, because it's been a really tight schedule this weekend, so car was perfect, and yeah, I think we were only 0.5 kilos above the weight limit, so precision.
Well, it is down to things like 0.5 of a kilogram, isn't it? That makes that difference for you. Enjoying your time out at Donington Park, what do you think it is about the circuit that suits you so well?
I think I've been developing as a driver in Caterham's. It's my first season in Caterham racing, so Donington's quite a tricky circuit with the layout, and it's hard racing, but yeah, no, Donington's been good to me so far, and I can't wait to get back home to Alton Park next time out.
Oh, lovely. Well, your second win of the season. Congratulations, William. Go and celebrate with the mechanics. Go and give them a big hug, because, you know, they do deserve it. That is right. Big shout out to all the mechanics working in this heat as well. It's no easy task. And as we just look upon this 3:10-hour grid, we do have one more race for them a little bit later on. But now I was down at the assembly area just a few moments ago speaking to Jasmine Shaw ahead of her race in the 270R Championship Race 2. Here it is. Well, I'm down on the 270R grid, joined by Jasmine Shaw. A great P6 finish for you earlier. How was race 1 for you out on track?
Yeah, obviously we've got such a huge grid this year, so I was happy with P6. I've got P6 before, but I've never been able to crack into the top 5. So yeah, I was happy that we were able to make our way up from 8th in qualifying. So hopefully we can keep this going, get a couple more rows in front for the last race of the day.
Yeah, lovely. And I just want to talk to you specifically, because you've also got Anne in the same category as well, about there being more women getting into Caterham racing in particular. Do you see that as a massive, I mean, it is a massive benefit, and why do you think more women are attracted to a championship like this?
Yeah, I think obviously it's great. I mean, it's clear to anyone we are very underrepresented in motorsport, so it's really nice to see other females on the grid. It can be daunting in a sport where you are the very, very small minority, but I think with Caterham's as well, the paddocks are just so friendly. The drivers are lovely to get to know off track as well as on track. So I think it's just a really nice environment to be in, and everyone's genuinely supportive of females in motorsport. So I think that's probably why people are drawn to this series, which was why we got into it. We were introduced by another female driver who loved it. So yeah, Caterham's are amazing for that.
Well, there's no doubt that you are such a role model, especially in Caterham's, but for a lot of women wanting to get into motorsport, whether it's something like presenting or whether it's driving themselves, and you're holding your own in a class dominated by men. Being up here in P6 is a massive achievement, so I hope you can take some pride in that. Looking ahead to this race then, race 2 for you of the day, lovely bright conditions, no damp areas, unlike qualifying this morning. Is it looking ahead to chasing down the guys in front?
Yeah, I mean, always, always looking ahead. Obviously, on a race weekend like this, where all the races are in one day, it's another thing you have to think of. You know, how much time you've got in a day to fix any damage. So, obviously, nothing stupid as always, but yeah, always eyes forward and seeing how close we can get to that podium.
Lovely. Well, Jasmine, best of luck for this race. Can't wait to see you out on track, and make sure to look out for Jasmine, one of the future female motorsport stars of the future.
13th and 38 of Jimmy Way, and the 16th of Alistair Morton due to go.
Well, that was Leah catching up with Jasmine Shaw earlier on today, and well, the good thing is, ladies and gentlemen, we go charging back now into what is our Caterham 270R Championship, as sponsored by Fan Drive. And as our drivers make their way around on their green flag formation lap, this is how they line up based on how they finished in the first race of their day earlier on today. In round number 11, it's Brian Thornton on pole, and he will be joined on that front row by Aaron Oliver. Then we do have on row number 2 Scott Helm and Paul Oglesby. We have Luciano Caruso coming through from 27th to start 5th in this one, and Jasmine Shaw looking for that first top 5 of the season, looking for that first podium of the season, starts 6th. Christian Bond and Henry Speaks complete your top 8. That's your first 4 rows. And goodness me, have we got a very packed grid, ladies and gentlemen, because then we do see Slash Follet, man second in the championship, 9th in this one, but Craig Evans round off that top 10. Ryan Follet and Andrew Bailey on row 6 ahead of Daniel Crawley and Rob Kennelly. Then we do have Steve Lorriman and Sean Murphy completing top 16. But wait, there's even more drivers, and well, as we do get ready to see our next set, there's Chris Morling and Chris Hicks. The battle of the Chris's on row 9, and then Andrew Mackay and Richard Hay will be completing your top 20 in row 10. Row 11 is Gary Cross and Charles Chapman, ahead of Anne Hall and Alistair Kinnear, who complete your top 24. And behind row number 12, we've got just a few more drivers to take you through, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe. We'll see those very shortly in that order. And here they are, your last 2 rows, Andrew Davison and Shane Forster. We also do see Jimmy White and Alistair Morton completing your 28 starters. And well, Chris, another race. We're all set to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure Alistair Morton will be with us. I saw his car looking very, very poorly, getting on, strapped onto the back of a trailer. So unfortunately, I think he was one of the drivers that was caught up in that final lap issue, along with Jimmy Way. So we will look forward to seeing him back out on the track, as we always do next time when we see the 270s go racing. So yeah, the second of their 3 20-minute races. So we will see them once more again this afternoon. And it was really building up, wasn't it? Brian Thornton was able to resist at the front, but and just made it back. But it was really tight at the end. Aaron Oliver taking that second, Scott Helmut and Paul Oglesby, and Luciano Caruso, you remember, coming all the way from the back of the field all the way up to 5th. Jasmine Shaw taking that 6th. Can she break into that top 5? Really good to see that as well, wasn't it? And the rest of them there. So Seb Thole drifting away a little bit at the as we get these what is going to be about 26 drivers, I think, nearly lined up, and then we'll look for that green flag at the back of the field. Another colourful field of Caterhams, and we saw what a fantastic race they had. We've just been off the back of the brilliant 310R race. So let's see what the 270R boys and girls can get done this time out.
Well, indeed, you can tell everyone's excited for it. Our cameraman on the start finish track is nodding very much so. That's not the wind, of course, it is the wind, ladies and gentlemen, but the green flag goes up on the back. Our marshals doing so, and without further ado, it is lights out and away we go for their second time today. It's a great start there from our posters of Brian Thornton, but Aaron Oliver looking around the outside, fanning out there to almost 5 wide in the mid pack, but on to the brakes to all go, and they've all got to be smart about this. Remember, they've got 20 minutes, not 1 lap, but they've got plenty more than that. And well, a few snaky shakes there of the cars, but that's cold tyres, and now coming down the hill, it's still going to be 2 wide here. Our leader's absolutely relentless, Chris.
Thornton got an initial getaway, but then he's dropped all the way into the mid pack. He's in about 9th or 8th or 9th at the moment. Jasmine Shaw moved around, so he just maybe missed a first to second gear change. So it's got Helm in that second place. Aaron Oliver, I think, is out front. So there is Jasmine Shaw. There's Thornton just behind her, so he's got a little bit of work to do to get back to the front. He will get it done though, as they head up the field for the first time then. Great sight they are as they head then into it. Still Scott Helm in that second place. Hard with the light that we've got to be able to see all the cars as they come up towards us in this shot. They head across towards Coppice, and this is that apex. It's impossible to see that from the driver's seat until you actually land on it. Oglesby is having to defend quite heavily from the number 72 of Christian Bond there, who's firmly up in that lead battle once again. Thornton looking to see whether he can go around the outside of Jasmine Shaw as they go away from us and down into the crucial chicane. So go 3 wide. Scott Helm down the middle. Luciano Caruso, is he going to come and lead us the first lap? He is indeed. So he has just about made it through that chicane with enough momentum. He's going to cross that line first over the top of Scott Helm, and then it's going to be Oliver in that 4th place with Bond just following on behind them.
Oh, indeed, a phenomenal start there for Luciano Caruso, moving from 5th to 1st, and we showed his fever for wanting victories in race number 1. But that's a big look up the inside there, and that's going to be Oliver coming on in, and meanwhile around the outside Scott Helm. So the reverse Moses manoeuvre being done there on Caruso, but to be fair, he knows he's got the pace to lead this race. He knows he can win it. He's just got to take his time with it now. As behind, there's another freeway battle. That's Bond, Thornton and Fillet, and we're coming down the hill into the next braking zone. Scott Helm there backing off into the old head in 9 in a 3 wide. You don't want to be the filler in the midst of the sandwich, so he's backing off. He's going to lose a lot of momentum. In fact, this is going to give a huge opportunity here for Bond potentially to sweep round the outside. Is that going to work? No, he's covered off as they now make the way in towards McLean's. But everyone getting very tactical, very dicey early on in this race, Chris. I mean, normally we do see them calm down quite early on, but in this one, everyone's not quite happy idea of where they currently sit on the running order?
Just not quite settled enough, are they? They're not sort of thinking, yeah, this is about where I need to be right now. They're all thinking, I just need to be a little bit further up. So it's not a matter of just getting that momentum, is it? You've got to also have a place on the track to be able to use it, and Christian Bond had to give way, and that's actually cost him a little bit of time. But they're going to go, Oliver and Helm are going to go side by side. Crusoe's just going to watch on, or is he going to try for that second place? No, he's going to watch on. He wasn't under any pressure from Oglesby behind, who let that all happen in front of him, and therefore we can go single file and therefore not cost ourselves too much time. But Brian Thornton has made his way back up to 5th place already, so in fact 4th place as they went over the line, and so he's going to be looking to see, in fact he's over the top of Oglesby as they go round the outside through Redgate. Helm looking down the inside, Caruso squeezing him there a little bit, holding him in tight, not giving him anywhere, not letting that momentum happen. But Aaron Oliver once again is out front and trying to see whether he can pop off the front as these chasing group battle side by side.
Well, indeed, I think right now both of them are worried about the threat of Thornton in that number 33. We saw how menacing he could be in race number 1 earlier today, so therefore his thought process will be, can I be a bit of a menace to them? And they don't want any part of that if they can help themselves, but this is giving an opportunity for our leader to open up a little bit of a gap right now in the form of Oliver, but again that gap almost likely to be temporary. It's all just going to give him a bit of breathing room. And that's just one thought, Chris, when you're sometimes the leader and you do get that 7 to 8 tenths of a second gap, having that breathing room for a lap, does it help you cool the car down a little bit and just gives you the car a bit of respite?
Maybe if you have been following another car for a long time, most of the time the Sigma engine cars are not that worried about it unless the temperatures get really, really high, so mostly they can follow as long as you like. But it's certainly good for you as a driver just to be able to reset, go back to your points, not have to worry about checking your mirrors all the time, so you can be constantly looking at the front of the car rather than also having to check where the mirrors are left, right and centre. So at the moment, yeah, it's more about cooling yourself rather than cooling the car.
Oh, fair play, because I can imagine just how many different interpretations of the racing line you have when you're in clearer versus when you are behind 1, 2, 3, perhaps even 4 cars in the overdraft. But meanwhile, as they make their way onto another lap, let's give it a look around the outside by Helm. He's going to hold that line very nicely there, but Oliver, to be fair, just playing it safe on the inside and knowing too wide into Hollywood here. Are they going to go the too wide the distance? Yes, they will into the Craner curves. Helm's not going to back out. Oliver goes a bit wide, understeering, as you'd expect, but that puts him on the defensive line through the old hairpin. He's going to lose so much momentum here, but you can see Caruso gets a bit too close too soon. He actually has to back off. That causes a little bit of a slide in the rear end, and suddenly Oglesby looks down the outside. That doesn't work. Thornton says, well, if you're not going to do it, I'll try it, and then realises too late, oh, wait a minute, there's no space there.
There was certainly a disappearing space. He just got out of that in time, so just about capitulating just as he needed to, and Oglesby had nowhere to go either, so it would have, if he hadn't pulled out of that, that would have been a bit awful, because that grass is certainly not grippy at the inside there, and the next position your car meets the track is as they're all trying to turn right round McLean. So here's it all worked out as it should do as they're coming then down to the crucial chicane once more. Looks like Scott Helm is going to go into the lead as they go down there. Aaron Oliver on the outside gives away to that position. They go to take their racing line and therefore aren't slowing themselves, and actually by them going through pretty quickly that time, it looked like the chase pack were a little bit stumbling over each other. You can see that little gap just appears, and how quickly those gaps do appear if they go side by side through the corner. But Oglesby is certainly bringing to Ryan Thornton. We've got a front quartet at the moment, as then it's Caruso heading this battle pack. Is that Henry Speaks down the inside? It is indeed. And then I think it'll be Seville and Bond, going round the outside. Few track limits triggers being sent there as well. There's an automated sensor, so there's no really escaping from it. It happens as they all go down. Henry Speaks currently heading this pack then.
Henry Speaks done a really good job, and after Luciano Crusoe had such a really good start to this one, he's now been brought back down. It's almost as if he's been brought back down to reality a little bit, not being unfair to him. I think all the other drivers sort of saying to him, well, you know what, now we're going to show you what we can do, but Caruso's not done yet. He swaps the inside going to Schwann's, putting himself on the outside. He wants the better run on the outer line. There is a redefined racing line. They're going through McLean's from Schwann's corner, and if you can be on the outside line, you can carry so much more momentum when you get in like such a tricky corner, even the Caterhams, and will roaring the way and around. Right now, all the drivers really showing how adept they are at different lines through each and every corner. But that leading quartet just 7 tenths ahead at the start of this lap, but now there's sort of a couple of seconds. But here comes Oglesby. Well, right now he's in a bit of a hurry, moves into the lead. He's moved from 4th last time we saw him to up into the lead as he joins us back. A little bit of a flapping rear arch. We only attach them with nylon bolts to allow it to ping off. We don't want them causing the tyre rub. So at the moment it's just the bottom half of the back of that that's causing it a little flap. He won't even know it's happening, and it won't
won't slow the car down at all. You can just see the airflow as he pulls out of the slipstream. You'll see that start to waggle a lot more. Thornton having it on the inside of Helm, then side by side as they go into Hollywood this time, going down towards the Craner curves, and that has all sorted itself out in the favour of Scott Helm just for now. Again, there's no point pushing it at the moment. You're just slowing yourselves down, and that gap that you fought hard to, as a quartet to try and develop will be disappearing and evaporating each time you try and throw it down the inside. I do think we will see these drivers all back together again by the end of this race. It looks like it's going to settle in. That gap doesn't look terminal just yet, but what might cause it to go terminal is if some of these battles in the second pack go side by side. So keep an eye out for that, but we've just still got over half of this time left to go.
Oh, indeed. So we'll keep an eye on that gap and see if it comes down or whether it expands to the point whereby we reduce so many competitors for the win down to this limited quartet. But as they all coming out, meanwhile, well, it's going to be a bit of a challenging one here because we can see Oglesby and Helm going side by side once again. Of course, they fight each other, they certainly bring themselves in. But looking a bit further back, well, here's a potential move coming through. So he speaks under a bit of pressure here, but he's going to withstand the pressure from the number 28 of Sebastian Follett. And we're coming out of that S's sequence now. Enjoying a good old scrap, but understandably this is giving a bit of space there to Caruso as they come on through onto the next tour of the circuit. A bit further behind, we can see there what is on run. I think
that's the other Follett. I think it's Ryan.
Indeed, Ryan Follett making some good progress in 12th place now with Murphy and Bailey behind him. Lovely livery on Murphy's car, it's got to be said there. That looks like a tidal wave in terms of the colours on it. Well, as we look from outside the top 10 back towards the very front, top 5 back to go. Luciano Caruso has made the break.
He's come across that gap in no time. As soon as he was free of that battle, he was able to use that toe from a distance and just absolutely drag back up to this front pack. So it shows how fragile those leads and those gaps, while they look like in any other racing formula they might be quite terminal gaps, they're absolutely not in these Caterhams, and especially with a little bit of a breeze. In fact, it's mostly still out my window right now, so that's becoming less of a thing. But these cars are not aerodynamic, and they really do benefit from following the car in front. As they all powering up here towards us as they come up towards McLean. So that nose cone looked like it was a little bit dislodged potentially on that car coming a little bit further back in the field, so keep an eye out for that in case it departs or he has to get called into the pits. Henry Speaks though having to defend very hard from Follett and Bond as they head up through and towards us, and that's not going to be helping their battle in trying to get close again to this lead pack. So Speaks is still holding on, and one of the drivers having to stay to the other side of that tyre stack. We've seen that a few times. You lose all your momentum and then you have to just rejoin back in. Liquid start all over again. Half race done, half still to go.
Oh, indeed. A bit unfortunate there for our competitive field down. That was Bond. I think Speaks just slightly understeered on the inside line, and in the end, Bond saw what's happening and thought, you know, I'm not going to try and make the corner. I'll take the escape route straight away, because otherwise there could have been the risk of a bit of contact. And well done by both there. But that's what happens when you're racing at such an intense level. You're always going to have those moments, but these drivers, they've got so much respect for each other, and that's why they know when they get it wrong, it's all about making sure you right it as quickly as you can. But there's your top 5. Then there's the run of what is 6th all the way through to 10th place, and then, well, of course, you do, in fact, to 11th place. They're Bond at the back of it, and then you've got Follett through to Murphy, Bailey, and Crawley, Davidson, White, Hicks, and Loremans all together. I mean, it's absolutely incredible here to think you've got 3 major packs out there, all fighting for big spoils, and also you've got some big names in the championship further down the order.
And then also people like Rob Kennelly coming back and joining us and having a lot of fun putting himself in his car back in this battle straight away. All the drivers, you're not used to those drivers being around you because they've not been there for the first 3 events, so it's you have to kind of get used to them being in that mix and really getting involved as well. But it's fantastic to see these battles up and down. But Oglesby is going to come down towards us in the lead this time through over Ollie White, and again we've seen those consistent forces in that kind of opening to mid part of the race, but we've seen at the end of the race that all starts getting topsy-turvy and turned around, and one thing leads to another, and then this group will come through in a completely different order, and who knows, maybe that chase pack will get back on. At the moment it is looking like a quintet rather than a quartet for that lead group, and it's just looking to see whether Speaks can do anything about coming across it. But that gap looks like it might be growing. In fact, it's Kennelly now. It is Kennelly, the next driver up in that queue. He's pinged himself clear. Can he drag himself across?
He'll be hoping to. 3-second gap he's got to try and close down at the moment. He will be at the mercy, really, of this leading top 5, just simply step on each other's toes. But look at this behind Kelly. That is going to be Sebastian Follett having to hold off the number sent to a Bond there. Speaks at the back of that group. So right now it's warfare for 7th place as they all fan out heading up towards Schwann's and McLean's this time. And they're not going to stop at any point here, the fighting. So really we are now starting to see that group come together, and that is actually bringing Ryan Follett, Bailey, Murphy, Crawley all together. So we could suddenly have essentially what would be about a 10 to 11 car fight for 7th place, which isn't for the win, but to them, the points are available. It will feel like a win come the end of it. and then we come back to the actual battle for the win on the road.
Yeah, they're going to be, some of them are going to be frustrated because they've got the speed in the car, they've just been on the wrong side of the battles, and I think Henry Speaks has sort of been a cork in the bottle, as I said earlier on. It's just that's the way he's racing that race, and they're now caught a little bit behind that gap. You can see that as soon as they're pinged free, they can sometimes come across and get back to this lead group, but it's going to be a hard work for Kennelly to get back with this group now, because they are absolutely going flying, and as soon as they stop battling, they really do have a lot of pace in this front group. But Caruso's just been sat there watching for a little while now, just paused and seeing whether, when are the opportunities going to arrive. Still got a little bit of time left in this race, so still no rush at this point. They still would rather see the cars behind disappear further into their rear view mirrors at the moment than worry too much about moving forward. You can see there is a substantial gap, of which Kennelly is right in the middle of it. But this front group then, Aaron Oliver, Paul Oglesby, then we've got Thornton, and then Helm, who has been there or thereabouts this whole race, and then following him behind them, still Caruso watching on. There's Kennelly in that middle gap, and then we've got Speaks, Bond, Foley, Shaw and Evans all running together.
Well, indeed, absolutely brilliant battles everywhere you look. And it's interesting this time the way Caruso's driving, but we'll come back to that shortly. Oh, what's happened there? That's our number 65 that seems to have had a spin. I get the feeling that's the old hairpin catching out, none other than what is Mackay, who gets himself back on the road quite quickly, so good to see him get restarted. But here we come back to the leaders, and well, Helm now back on the inside there, but Oliver just holds on. Always being shuffled back, but Caruso, again, look at the patience he's exhibiting, but I think he knows he can beat all four of them. The only problem is he's waiting. I think he's going to wait until probably the penultimate lap.
Nose cone. Did I see that flapping up and down very briefly? So the guy is in fourth place at the moment. Maybe he's had a little bit of contact. Let's keep an eye out for that. I just saw as he pulled out the toe that time, it looked like it flipped up and down. It might have been an optical illusion. Who knows? Maybe it's just the heat haze. But we'll see it if he's tucked nicely up behind someone, then pulls out. If that nose cone is loose, we'll see it. It might just be in my imagination. So let's keep it going for now. But Aaron Oliver down into the old hairpin, and then it's Oglesby and Helm, and then we've got that Thornton car, and then Kennelly is coming across that gap, isn't he? He's only 1.2, he's 2 seconds back. He's going to be firmly in the toe as they go up the hill, and that's worth an awful lot in this car, so he will be feeling the benefits of those cars. Even though they're quite a long way in front, he will be drawing back, and he will gain the extra miles an hour, and he's also able to use full braking, which they're all having to be a little bit tentative because they're going side by side sometimes.
And that's the thing for Rob Kennelly. That last lap, he was a second quicker, so Sonny, he's almost half the gap down, and if he can carry on at this rate or not, he will be with them going into the final 4 minutes. And well, understand, we now enter towards the final quarter. Oh, that!
Just a bit of tire up. Maybe that's another reason. Maybe there was some contact between the nose cone of Thornton's car and someone else, but that tyre rub is going to be slowing Caruso down a bit. Hopefully not enough that he can stay involved.
Well, it looks like he's backing off at the moment. Perhaps he's trying to see whether if he runs at a certain speed the rub will stop, or whether the bodywork that he's rubbing against. In fact, he's not in the picture at the moment, so I think he might have backed off. In fact, I'm going blind. Thank you, Chris. All making mistakes today, and well, he is still going on. As meanwhile, we do see Thornton there on the inside of Helm, trying to come back for third place here. Bruce is staying with them, and I think he has been able to dislodge whatever's rubbing against that tyre. So it does look as though the fight between our top six is almost there, but Kennelly will be grateful. This is going to give him a toe. It will get in there, even if Caruso in the end falls out of that battle.
Yeah, so at the moment, it looked like I can see that the front wheel guard's slightly amiss, which would have just been rubbing on. As long as it's not the metal, normally if it is just the sort of the fiberglass, it's normally okay. It will wear down quick enough and you'll be able to carry on. But obviously, the puncture is something you need to be a little bit cautious of. But he just took a little bit of time to just check what was up. He would have seen the smoke coming off the front tyre, and now happy again to push on. Is that Jasmine Shaw trying to move up into? I think she was in 8th place, so she will be at the head of that chase pack, or near enough. The head Kennelly has very nearly bridged that gap then, so Caruso will be looking in that rear view mirror to see how much more stable and steady these cars are compared to the Roadsports and the Academies we were watching earlier. They really are flat as they go around, as they become more race focused. Remember, they've got uprated dampers, wider track front suspension as well, so they really are much stiffer. Really the softest setting for this 270R is stiffer than the stiffest Roadsport settings you can do, so it's just how much more race focused they become at this level.
Oh, indeed. It's great to see how the evolved car really does handle compared to the ones we've seen previously in the earlier tiers of the ladder. But into the braking zone they go this time. Around the outside goes Oliver, as Oglesby sets a personal best of 1 minute 19.70. It's not the fastest lap of the race. That's Caruso on a 19.50. There's Helm, Oglesby side by side behind, and that is going to be Caruso and Thornton together. And meanwhile, Kennelly is still a little bit too far back to get involved at the moment, but that draft is definitely helping him along. As they come out of the old hairpin, Thornton falls back. Caruso now up into 4th place. Caruso's going for this. He's now starting to build that momentum. He wants to tick them off one by one here. He's got the lap to do it one by one. There's everyone going to catch into his game plan soon, as Kenley now is on the back of that group. He now joins them. Then we do see 7th through to 10th there all together. That is speed time to keep Evans behind him, with Bailey and then the Foley family are just behind there. Sebastian Foley has fallen back down into 12th place, I believe.
Yeah, I think tyre temperature may be a thing. I'm seeing Brian Thornton also struggling with the rear of his car, and I wonder whether the rear is just giving up grip now. And for some of these cars, maybe they were set up for more at the beginning of this race than as this tail end sort of kicks in. And once your tyres do overheat and get squidgy, they do lose a lot of the grip that you were relying on a little bit earlier, as they all come down then. 2:25, so penultimate lap started. They will have this one and the next one as Oglesby looking to see what he can do. Caruso, Helms drop back in this kind of little phase, and as Kenley joins the battle, and then it's that Bond back into the lead there over Jasmine Shaw. So as they're coming through, indeed it is Bond and then Jasmine Shaw. There's Henry Speaks, who's sort of done all, and again you can see the rear of that car just never gripped, did it? It just looks like the temperature out there has just peaked for these guys. They're obviously 20 minutes into their race, or 18 minutes in, so their tyres have been working hard for a long time now.
Oh, indeed, and Speaks right now having to go very defensive here to try and hold off Evans, who looks sort of moving the 86. Not going to work out at the moment, but like you say, tyres now really starting to come back against some drive. Speaks just does not look comfortable out there, and well, it definitely is warm. We've got quite a bit of cloud out here, but also a lot of sun. That wind is picking back up again as well, and actually does some bit of a headwind down the start finish straight, looking at the flagpoles outside the Conti booth, which is only going to make it even more challenging. But penultimate lap here on the cards, and there is your leaders. That is Oliver and Oglesby, and intriguingly, fight for third has dropped away from the top two.
What happened at the old hairpin that time that caused this to split up? They've got a little bit of gap now. Maybe they do need to work together though to keep that gap, because they've only got one more 3-kilometre lap around this Donington National Circuit. 2 miles, not very much, but they have got a significant gap, and I wonder whether one of those tyres, Thornton's in that third place. Kenley has now come over the top. Caruso's still there. Are we missing one? Where's Oglesby? Oh, no, Oglesby's having his lead back. So yeah, I think we've got everyone. They just must have had a sideways moment which caused the split to occur.
Well, Dean Oglesby as well having an intermittent transponder in his car, so every so often you see him fall down the time tower just to leap his way back up. But as we come into this final lap, well, there are your leading packs, and you do see a little bit further back the fight for 6th place. That is Shaw and Bond together. We are missing one of our competitors out there. We did have a top 6 together. I'm not quite sure who's fallen down the order there. I think it's Scott Helm we're missing.
Oh, it is Scott Helm, yes.
So I wonder if Scott Helm had a bit of an issue, and perhaps that's caused the split in the field. We'll never know the true story.
1+1 sounds to like it will be 2, yes.
Oh, indeed. But right now, as we add it all up here in the Conti booth, we haven't got long left. 20 seconds left to go. And, well, your top 5 definitely settling down into their final packs, but then the fight for 6th all the way through to 12. It's anybody's game, and whether Jasmine Shaw can make it back-to-back 6th places. But to the front we go, and right now, Oliver weaves one way, then the other. Brings himself very tight to the inside. Says to Oglesby, come try it if you think you can. Oglesby says, right, I'll take you up on that challenge. Here they go into the braking zone. Oglesby looking around the outside. He's going to sweep on past. He goes a little bit wide, and he touches the Oh, it goes round for Oglesby, and was looking to be his 5th win of the season. It's no more. And Oliver takes the rallycross approach, but he will take the win on the road ahead of Caruso, with Thornton coming home to round of the podium ahead of Kenley. Then it'll be Bond at the end of the top 5 ahead of Jasmine Shaw. And in fact, for Jasmine Shaw, I believe that is going to be 6th place in the end. Staying consistent, Evans Speaks, and then it will be Ryan Valet ahead of Sebastian Valet to complete the top 10. And then we'll have Bailey, Oglesby, Crawley, White, and Davison completing that top 15. Goodness me, Chris, what a dramatic end to it. All came down to Oglesby just being a little bit too on the wide line for the Essex.
He just carried so much speed in. You could see the rear just let go in the middle of the chicane. He had no opportunity. He decided to keep to the right side of the tyre stack, and then he was just on a compressed line, nowhere to go with the car on his outside. He turned the wheel, and the car just said, I can't do that for you, and lost it. He's going to be absolutely gutted. He wanted that win though. Here is a replay of it. You'll see his rear of that car just step out. He carried so much speed in, it just wouldn't do it. You can see the oversteer moment. He was very lucky not to make significant contact with that tyre barrier. His car, whilst he may have stalled and therefore couldn't get it going quick enough to get even into that top 6, he'll be glad at the moment that car is all in one piece, because it was an awkward moment. But that does mean that it was Oliver over the line first. Caruso takes 2nd place from the back of the starting grid, and Thornton 3rd.
Oh, indeed. And just to take you through those provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, well, Aaron Oliver bringing home the victory in round number 11 of 2026. 2026 Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship here at Donington Park. And well, for Aaron Oliver, that does make it his 1st win of the season. Luciano Caruso took second place ahead of Brian Thornton, who did well to recover to third place, all things considered. Rob Kennelly took fourth place ahead of Christian Bond, and then Jasmine Shaw sixth place back to that top five, just eluding her once again, but managing to hold off was Craig Evans, who took seventh. Henry Speaks was eighth, and then Ryan Fillet and Sebastian Fillet completed your top 10. Fastest lap of the race set by Luciano Caruso, and that was an incredible lap there, 1 minute 19.30. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. We had rises, we had falls, we had drama, we had battles, we had everything, and the great news is you'll see the 270R machines making their way out once again a little bit later on today. But just to wrap up their race, of course, we do have what is the pleasure very soon of going down to Park Ferme to get some interviews with our drivers, particularly for our top three. I do believe at the moment the presenting team of Leah and Sam Parker are making the way there. But in the meantime, I mean, Chris, that sets us up so nicely for their final race today, because of course we've had Aaron Oliver, who's now taking his first win. He'll be absolutely ecstatic about that. Luciano Caruso proving it doesn't matter how you start in qualifying, you can fight your way forward. And Brian Thornton constantly chiseling away at another win.
Yeah, Thornton's taken that win and then the third place, so he's been there or thereabouts. But Caruso's story is coming through. Can he take to the top step in the final race of the day for them? But we've got the Academy up next, and I'm looking forward to hearing the drivers from the 270R and seeing how they got on.
Indeed, it's been great to hear from them when we do, and they're just heading to Park Ferme, ladies and gentlemen. And indeed, it's very unfortunate for Paul Oglesby, and I suspect we'll see him come back out in full force later. But without further ado, we are going to be going to Sam Parker, who's down in Park Ferme, and let's hear from our 270 drivers. It's over to Sam.
Number 78 of Dan Crawley was next up 13, then the 38 of Jimmy Wade, 15.
Goodness gracious me. Just when you think the race is done, there's something else that gives us a spectacular ending. I feel really sorry for Paul Oglesby, that's really sad. But let's speak to our race winner, Aaron Oliver. Fantastic job yet again. Like, goodness me, how was that?
Yeah, I mean, it was easy compared to the last race, because just me and Paul, obviously he was letting me through the rest of the track, and I was letting him through down the back straight. I knew obviously it was going to be who could break the latest into that corner on the last lap, and then luckily I came out just about unscathed, and then
you nearly crossed the line on the grass.
I know, I was trying my best, but I thought I might as well get on the track before I get to the line. But yeah, no, yeah, good fun.
Yeah, brilliant race. It's sad for Paul obviously to have a spin.
Yeah, because I knew what was going to happen down to the last lap, and it seemed to be between me and him. So I thought, obviously, hopefully he can break the latest and survive through that corner pretty much. Yeah, no, it was good fun.
Fantastic, well deserved for you, and one more to go later.
I'll try and recover for that now and then, get my head together and go again.
That's it, it's a lot in one day, isn't it?
I know, yeah, a lot to get through, but good fun.
Well done. Let's speak to Luciano.
Well done, buddy.
Luciano, fantastic, well done, and fastest lap.
Really? Oh, wow, okay. I didn't think I was going that quickly. I was just sort of following these guys around.
Oh, clearly it worked.
Yeah, no, it was good. Obviously, after the qualifying this morning, my gear shift broke.
Oh,
so
did it?
Yeah, after like 4 laps of qualifying. So I started from the back. Race 1, I was going to say yesterday, it feels like yesterday. Race 1 was dramatic, coming from the back to 5th, and then today my strategy, I actually had a plan this time, was just to stay with these guys and see how it went in the last 5 minutes. So yeah, car's feeling good. It started the weekend really off. I didn't have any pace, and then shout out to Darren and DPR. They sorted me out, and yeah, felt really good today.
You're so calm and chilled, and don't look like you've just done a 20-minute hectic race.
There's another one to come. You can't get too wild. You got another one. So yeah, it was a good race, and it was great to be with Brian. I guess Aaron, and I didn't see what happened on the last corner with Paul, I think, got turned around, or
it was just whoever's going to make it through the corner. Who braked the latest going into it, basically.
Well, that's the chicane for you, I guess.
Yeah.
And then, sorry for Scott as well. He seemed to make a mistake, but he had massive pace, so it made my life a bit easier coming through. So yeah.
Well deserved. Well done. I'll go and have a word with Brian. Let's move on down. He's having a chat with a couple of the other guys. Brian, fantastic. Well done. Did you enjoy that?
Tough racing again, and I'm exhausted from earlier on. Did I enjoy it? It was great fun. Yeah, it was just really tough. Really tough.
A lot of brain power though, doesn't it?
Yeah, really tough conditions. The racing was really hard, like really hard. But hey, delighted to see Luciano get up there. I was getting into good tussles with Scott, and then gave Aaron a bit of a break. I think Scott and Paul were having a good work together, because every time I got past Scott, Paul would park me and then Scott would be back in, and I was like, but that's racing. Yeah, so it was it was great. Yeah, really enjoyed it. I just don't know how we're going to do a third.
I'm with you on that one. It's a lot, isn't it?
I missed gear off the start line. I got a great start and then missed second gear, and I was like, and then I'd say I dropped back to maybe 10th. So I had a great race considering.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll take a podium from that.
So yeah, absolutely, all day long. Thank God, it was amazing. Great racing. Yeah, sure, just what a privilege, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the sun is shining.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And well done.
All right.
Thank you.
Hi to Jane, Sean, Joshua, and Lucy at home. Love you guys. They're all at a birthday party. Happy birthday, Max.
Oh, there you go. Hope they're enjoying the celebrations. Right, next up is the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy race for their race 2. So hopefully it's a very smooth, very exciting race. So I'm going to hand back to the comms guys.
Thank you, Sam. And well, ladies and gentlemen, from an absolutely superb race from what was none other than our 270Rs, we now come all the way back to the bottom step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, but by no means the least, because it is time for the second round of the
first step.
Oh, indeed, the first step. Now, I've got to get my words right. The very first double ladder, right, you said, Chris, and well, it is going to be the Caffeine and Machine Caterham Academy Championship for 2026. It's their round number 2, and they line up as they finished in race number 1. And it will be William Mulholland, who in the end ran away with it in race 1, albeit, to be fair, he was aided a little bit by what's an incredible restart under the safety car, and in the end able to get the job done by just bolting away. In fact, it was not the safety car, it was under a red flag. Let me correct myself there. And well, he ran away with Tom Stanton coming home at second place. But for Tom Stanton, it was a story whereby he had to dig deep in order to be able to make that result happen, and was able to break away from Barnaby Hussey Yeo, who in the end put together an incredible performance to come through in third. Phil McGovern took 4th place, and well, that's where he'll start, ahead of Benjamin Prince Stone, a big fan favourite there, your number 75 driver, and then Tim George, 6th place, just ahead of Dan West and James Greenhall. That's going to be a top 8. We've got a few more rows to walk you through, ladies and gentlemen, as our Caterhams make the way around on their green flag lap. Olin Murphy and Freddie Caldwell complete your top 10 on row 5. Row 6 is Owen McIntyre and Anthony Dam. Then we do have Jonathan Macklin and Donatas Yukauskas starting on row 7. Row 8, complete your top 16. It's John Wells and Adam Mann. And well, outside of those top 8 rows, we've got a few more drives to cover, and also we will be missing a few drives most likely, given the incident that happened on the open lap of their race. So therefore, take with a pinch of salt, if you will, who you see out there. Michael Bedford, James Whiting will be on row 9, Stuart Gardner and Sean McCammon will be on row number 10, and the last of the drivers who did finish under their own steam in race 1, Nicholas Tuckett. So that will be down to 21st, and then should they make it back out there, we may, in theory, see Zach Parkhouse 22nd, Morton Stratton and Alistair Murray on row 12, 23rd and 24th. We've still got a couple more drives to cover there in terms of the potential rows of the grid, although keep in mind, of course, we may not see these drives depending on the conditions of their cars. Craig Latimer and Freddie Kelly would be on row 13 if they make it out, and Steve Hollyhead and Peter Holland will be on your final row. That's row 14 to make up your 28 car field. But of course, Chris, a bit of an interesting experience, race number 1, but to be fair, when we did get the race restarted, we had plenty of brilliant racing. Incidents happen, of course, but in this one they've got through that first race, and I suspect for round number 2 we're going to see a very tempered race at this one.
Well, they've got 100% knowledge now, and they're about to extend that to another 100% beyond that as they go on and through. And yeah, I was speaking to the tech team just over lunchtime, and they thought they might get one of those cars back out, but there was significant damage on those other ones, too much in this compressed time format to allow them to get them out there and up and running safely. So we'll see who that driver was and if they did get that out there. But yeah, it was a bit too much work in the compressed time we have. But yes, we've got another 20 minutes of action. The final time we're going to see the Academy this time through, and that's looking forward as we're watching for the green flag at the rear of the field, which signifies everyone's in their place and we're ready to go.
Indeed, the green flag is dropped there, it's waved, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, for the second round of the season, it is time for the Caterham Academy Championship drivers to 3, 2, 1. And And it's lights out and away they go.
Oh, we've got another stall driver.
Oh,
they're going to avoid him. They have managed to get around, so well done. That was one of our front row drivers again, I think.
Indeed, I think that was Tom Stanton there not getting away, but well done to everyone, like you say, for taking that evasive action and well able to avoid making contact. It's always scary when that happens, but our Caterham Academy drivers are already showing they're willing to be aware of what's going on around them as they make the way through the opening couple of bends. Boy, it's been a brilliant start from Mulholland there. Hussey Yeo already going on the attack. A little bit further back, we see a couple or two eyes. In fact, Hussey Yeo has moved into the lead of this already. Mulholland's not having things go the way he wanted it to. And well, the rest of the field now comes on through, but most of the drivers not deciding to fight their way through the Hollywood into Craner Curve segment, and the old hairpin that ends it, understandably, because of the reason that requires warmed up tyres and a lot of experience under your belt. But looking back to leaders now, well, Hussey Yeo may be leading Chris, but it looks as though Mulholland and also a couple other drivers are very eager to make an impression.
Yeah, remember Tim George also started 6th, but that was because he fell down. He was fully involved in that second, third place battle until it all went a little bit wrong. And we've also got McGovern fighting his way up and fought across a gap, so he's there battling, and it looks like George is going to go back down the inside of him as they go up. So he's made some good early places and be looking to join that front battle. Like I say, Hussey Yeo in the lead then, and Mulholland is going to have to just sit and watch a car, which has not been usual for him so far. So he will have to cross the line in second place for the first time in an academy, and gaining experience at all times. As they come across the line, it's Hussey Yeo, then it's Mulholland, McGovern into that third place, then it's Tim George and Greenhaller, and then Prince Stone into the 6th place.
Well, it's going to be a move here for the lead. Mulholland's got a bit bored of being in second place. He doesn't like looking at another car, and he says, right, I want the lead. But Hussey Yeo, with all that experience gained in race number 1, battling his way through the field, I suspect here Mulholland's going to have a fly that he's not going to be able to shake off the back of him as they come down the hill. Battle for 6th place a bit further back. That is going to be Prince Stone and West going somewhere. So Prince Stone does take that place back in 6th. And well, the fan favourite there in the YouTube chat continues to fight for a spot inside that top 10. Comfortably, can he catch up to the top 5? He's weighing it. We'll have to wait and see. But the field right now, everyone's safe to through these corners once again. We are starting to see the field spread a little bit. A little bit further back, we are seeing some great progress being made by some drivers. Man's all the way out from 16th to 12th. Although, keep in mind that Stanton will also be trying to come up through the field, down in 13th at the end of lap 1. But watch out how quickly we'll see our 22 driver, Tom Stanton, come through. That's all I'll say.
Tim George is absolutely hanging the rear of his car out. We saw that in race 1 and it had it a bit costly in the end. I wonder whether he just needs to adjust his setup a little bit to let that rear end settle down a little bit, because at the moment it's costing him more time than it is gaining him. Is Mulholland then right out the front. You can see again sideways as he went in. He actually touched a bit of the grass on the way into that. So just definitely treating the car with a little bit of anger at the moment, and we need to calm that down if he wants to stay with this lead group. You can see how the two at the front of him are much more smooth at the moment in their stage of their racing career. But McCullough is actually, he's just losing out. McGovern's losing just a little bit out in this middle phase, and Prince Stone making some good progress in that blue car to come back into that battle. You can see the middle of the pack there, just absolutely just another position lost by Tim as he goes down the hill.
Oh, indeed, they're not being on the right line. It costs you so much momentum, but it's all a learning experience here. And well, Donington Park, definitely one of those circuits where if you're going to learn how to drive a Caterham or learn how to drive a race car, you'll learn how to drive it very quickly, because as we mentioned time and time again, this is really a momentum circuit. You lose time at one corner, you feed it for the whole lap. It's not just you lose it for 1 or 2 quarters, it all adds up here. And that's why you're top 2 right now. Hussey Yeo definitely staying close to Mulholland, but using the toe to do that. But then we do have West and Dan having a bit of an exchange in the fight for 7th place. And then we can see that sizable gap between McIntyre and Mann from 11th to 12th. And then Mann, Stanton, Macklin and Jaskauskas all together. But coming all the way back up towards the front, you see your top 2 running away off in the distance, and then it's none other than George and Greenhall together. Onto the base they go, battle for 3rd here, very much on the line. Greenhall defending to the inside, around the outside goes Tim George. Can he get it done? No, he cooks it a bit too deep into the braking zone. That's to correct the oversteer, but in the end Greenhall makes a mistake of his own coming out of the S's. They both make a complete ham sandwich out of it, and in the end it's now going to be 4 wide as a result of it.
Looked like a gear change on the way in there actually from the green car there. He just, I think he missed his down change, and that just cost him on the way out, maybe in a lower gear than he wanted to be, and just had no pull on the way out of that bend, so suffered it a little bit as the excitement of being in an overtaking position just took hold, I think. But this is absolutely a battle for the lead this time, isn't it? So they're working together, they're pulling away satisfactorily from the cars behind. They've got a significant comfort gap. Can Mulholland disappear up the road, or has he got enough to actually keep hold of them?
It's going to be interesting to see. I think Hussey Yeo definitely now, understanding, has set the fastest lap of the race 2 tenths quicker, but you could say that's as much about him being on the right racing line, as it is the draft he's picking up, given the size of the draft. But Mulholland not able to shake him, so it does mean we've got to fight on. But it'll be interesting to see how quick they close up that gap, because they're close on pace. We see that gap normally come down very rapidly with the draft. We'll have to wait and see. But the fight for third, meanwhile, that's now 4 seconds off the leaders. But understandably, they're all enjoying the fight for a good podium. And there is your 75 of Prince Stone, with McGovern still watching on behind. But they are starting to just pull a little bit of breathing room to the likes of Western Dan. We're falling a little bit away here. As into that braking zone comes Prince Stone here, but not worried this time to just naturally take his racing lines.
Yep, this time they all got to take their natural racing line and flick it through that chicane. It's a really, really fast chicane, unless you're side by side with someone, when it suddenly becomes a lot slower and more complicated. But yes, an absolutely fast circuit. This has really no slow corners at all. Redgate is probably, and the chicane are the two what you consider the braking zones, but really they're not extensive braking at all, and it's only due to the toe that we get so many overtaking opportunities around here. But you can see how often the toe is effective for these Caterhams, and they're learning that, and it's great to see these Academy drivers all up and running, and hopefully it's, compared to the first race, they've certainly got everything underway, and whilst we see a little bit of a spread in the field as far as ultimate pace, and that just comes from the experience and knowledge that they've got out there on this track, what they have all got is a battle on their hands, haven't they? In fact, that lead battle is probably the one that's most spread out now, with just losing out a little bit, not quite able to hold on just as we progress in. But yeah, whilst the battles are spreading out, they are all in a little sort of battle pack by themselves, but they're all having a lot of fun out there, I'm sure.
Oh, 100%. That's what it's all about. Have fun. You'll pick up the pace as time goes on. Get the car home after your first race meet. That's the equivalent of winning. Anything else on top of that is icing on the cake. And well, there we can see our number 73 coming on through, and that's going to be the lovely colour machine of Dan there, currently completing at the top 10. Finding himself in a little bit of a lonely position as his rivals are just up the road from him. Although, to be fair, you can see the number 23 they're being chucked through. That is George once again.
He loves sliding that car.
He's more sideways than the straight, even on the straights, I suspect, at this rate.
Yeah, I'd say it really from the outside it looks like you want to dial that back a little bit as a driver, just to see whether you can carry more speed, because every time you're scrubbing the tyres sideways you're just losing a little bit of speed, and really you want to flow through that chicane rather than do that kind of jinking. But nevertheless, he will work out whether he wants to do that or whether he's very happy going sideways, because it certainly looks spectacular from where I'm sat, I have to say. And behind him, Prince Stone now having to defend quite heavily from Murphy, who's doing a good job of holding on in there at the moment. And behind Murphy, we've got Greenlow as well behind him.
Oh, indeed, and Prince Stone right now making sure that number 19 can't get too close, but Murphy definitely picking up the pace compared to race 1. He is gaining time, but intriguingly as well, we are starting to see personal bests from all of our drivers inside the top 10, so they're all picking up the pace to measure. Cars are getting lighter, understandably, so that's always going to help out, but also all the drivers getting in the groove, and there's always those little pre-race jitters, those little nerves, particularly when this is only your second formal race of your racing career right now. The first race was just to get that experience, in this one it's going to be a very different territory, because they are going flat out for the full 20 minutes. We do see your number, I think that's your number 60 there heading on through. And who is that? I hear many ask. That is Honeyhead. Currently running towards
back out there, because he was one of the cars that was damaged, and now he's put back together. I mean, he can drive home okay, because that was one of the keys, got to get all the way back to Brighton here, driving his Caterham. So it's a good job that he's back out there and racing around as the rest of the field then come across. Yeah, Tim George still holding on over the top of Murphy and Prince Stone. Murphy, though, has made another place up that lap through. He's going to probably lose it as we go into Redgate, but making the progress in the right direction for sure.
Oh, indeed. All trying to move forward towards the very front, and our lead battle is definitely now spread out more and more. And we do see Mulholland open up the gap now. 2.1 seconds almost versus Castillo. And then it is a further 4 seconds back before you do get to the fight for third. And Tim George trying to break away. He's going to move for fourth. It's a lovely move from Murphy. And Prince Stone then saw it coming. I think he wanted to tuck into his normal race line, then realised at last moment, okay, I've got to cede it, because I've got, well, Murphy's not going to be able to stop that car anytime soon.
Car in the way, wasn't there? If he tried to turn in, he would have not had anywhere to go. It was definitely what we call a block pass, that one, but brave, and actually got it stuck and didn't go out wide. So that's the main thing about whether it was a foul move or not, is as long as your car doesn't go out wide and beyond the track limits, then generally speaking, all's fair. Might not go down that well in the car that you've just done the pass to, but nevertheless, he did keep it all under control. But it is the number 67 then, doing what he did in the last race, which is give himself quite a nice easy time, and we're going to have to wait until we see those cars fixed that we saw exit turn 1 of the first race to really see where he stands. But at the moment he is making hay while the sun is shining here at Donington, and he looks like he's got a nice significant gap over second place. Yeah, 3 and a quarter seconds already.
Oh, indeed, Mulholland doing a fantastic job up there, and for CEO, to be fair, also credit where it's due, maintaining a safe gap for second through to third, that being the best part now of 4.5 seconds. So therefore, it's really battle for third place that's now really building up more and more, because you have got George, you've got Murphy, you've got Prince Stone, falling a little bit off of it. However, he's being motivated along there by Greenhall. McGovern is there in 7th. West, Caldwell's 1.4 seconds behind, but he wants to try and get onto the back of it and might be able to join as well. And we have Stanton, the man who started in the number 22 right towards the front but had that stalled start. He's now up to 11th, he's just got past McIntyre. Stanton's doing very well, to be fair.
Absolutely, and what I'm also saying, so the Academy run on a completely different set of tyres. They're not the Nova tyres that we run on there. We used to nickname them van tyres. They're a little bit better than that nowadays, and they actually offer up a significant amount of grip. But I can see in this hot weather that they really are struggling a little bit, even down corner curves. You can see as the cars lean over in this Academy, you can see the angles these cars make is just showing that they don't have that rear anti-roll bar, and the cars are a little bit higher up on those tyres. And so yeah, the weight transfer at the moment is a little bit more squishy than it gets when you go higher, but it's all about teaching you how to race these cars, feeling that weight transfer, feeling the balance of the right rear tyre, and then working out how do you extract the most speed from it. And then by the time you get to Roadsport, we stiffen up the rear of that car quite a lot, and it allows you to really work that car a little bit. Oh, we've got a car off, that's the number 19 then. Didn't look like they made it to the barrier, but
that's
that would have
Murphy.
been yeah, so Owen Murphy out of the chicane. It looked like he maybe just lost the rear of it, but didn't go into the wall as far as we can see.
Murphy seemed to avoid the dreaded wall, but as the drivers all carry, we have one question in the YouTube chat from Teddy Viper, Chris, which is, are these gearboxes sequential or are they full manual H patterns?
These are all full manual H patterns. In the Academy car here, they've got a 6-speed H pattern box, and in all the other cars that we're seeing today, there's a 5-speed. The only sequential boxes we've got are in the top level, who aren't with us here today, and that's the 7 Championship UK cars, and they have a 6-speed sequential SADEV. But all these guys and girls are using an H pattern box. Heel towing is something that they're all having to either learn or work out how do you drive without it, and various things like that. So yeah, that's all about driver control. You've got a steering wheel, you've got an engine, you've got an H pattern box, and nothing else besides.
Oh, absolutely brilliant there. Definitely a raw route racing with regards to our Caterham Academy cars. And well, as we come back to the battle here for what is third place, unless my memory has escaped me, what goodness me, it's definitely built up. In fact, we have had Prince Stone lose out a little bit in 4th place, so therefore we might have had a bit of chop and change. I want to say, wait and see how they all come across the line, as there is your leader, Mulholland, and right now, well, running away. Although, to be fair, and to your point earlier, Chris, I've just been checking the best lap times of drivers. We are, like you say, because of the warmer conditions, we are running about 2 to 3 tenths at least off of the previous best of races lap. So definitely, they are struggling a little bit out there, but they're having to deal with the fact that at the end of the day, there is not often as much grip, and that's all part of learning.
Well, not only that, it's because the air temperature's gone up. Engines really like cold air, warm temperatures, but cold air, and at the moment they've got to get that through a turbo as well. So the radiator and the intercooler is going to be working really hard on these Academy cars today to cool everything down, and yeah, can just lead to a little bit less. I think that's an overtake for the lapped race car, as we watch McGovern still deep in that battle with Prince Stone just going ahead and then West behind. So the battle's still absolutely raging in that chase pack, even though it's spreading out a little bit at the front of the field. Not that much that last time through though, so Mulholland just made a mistake on one lap, which caused him to lose that 3 seconds, and he's just been able to get back across it at the moment. But yeah, battle's still up and down, and then obviously the back markers also just being dealt with and dispatched with as they go on their merry way.
Well, it always makes it challenging, so therefore your top 3 with 6 minutes to go come the end of this lap. Well, in fact, we'll recap that very shortly, because that's Prince Stone battling with Greenhall at the moment. So the fight for 4th is still building up. McGovern and West on the back of it as well, but your number 15 driver Greenhall and your number 75 of Prince Stone here really enjoying a good back and forth battle. I don't think this is going to be over until they see that checker flag, and of course I think it could be a rivalry that carries on to Brands Hatch Indy in a few weeks' time. To wait and see, but there we go with our leader meanwhile, and well, just looking absolutely to be in a bit of a department zone. Although saying that, last lap 8 tenths lost. I see CEO is closing up. That could be because of having to get past a lap down driver, but alternatively it's the CEO here demonstrating the fact that he's a bit more consistent over the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's definitely that little bit, and if you have got back markers and you're not sure, if you've got that much of a gap, you will take a little bit more care and caution, whereas in your 2nd place you want to try and make every opportunity you can, so you might take a bit more of a risk as you're going past them. So maybe that can explain it. We'll keep an eye on that time, but it's yeah, definitely it's still significant, but has come down in the right direction as far as the battle for the end. We'll keep an eye out as that goes through. But still happily, Mulholland, Hussey, and then George still in that third place, defending away from Princetone and Greenhalgh, McGovern, who have sort of separated themselves a little bit. Here is that battle as we're all coming back together again. So they're absolutely nose to tail for where he's going to be fourth place, isn't it, that they're battling for at this point.
Well, indeed, the fight for fourth builds up there, and well, here comes Greenhalgh up the inside, and in the end, Princetone just simply lets it go for a little bit, but knows on the outside race line he'll get the better momentum out the chicane if he nails this exit. Gear changes and all, but here comes McGovern, and McGovern says to Princetone, remember me from about 7 laps ago, one back now, so it's going to be 2 wide between them and the fight for fifth. You can see there West also thinking about getting involved, also Caldwell catching up, so keep your eyes out for the bright yellow machine at the back of the picture. You could have a go. Oh, that's your number 20. That's Bedford, who's had a bit of a spin out the old hairpin. Not the first to be a victim to the old hairpin, probably won't be the last today who's a victim of it as well. And very slowly gets himself back up to speed and rejoin as safely as possible going through Starkeys.
I wonder whether that was a crane of curve issues, because normally you'd see them kind of on the different part of the bank. But anyway, either way, it's a fast part of the track, and you'll certainly be happy that you're facing in the right direction and back joined the race as they go up. And we watch Dan Wester. In fact, Dan West is chasing McGovern behind them. There is that car trying to rejoin, I think. Or is that another driver? Maybe another spin, actually. So is there some fluid or something slippy on Crane of Curves? Or maybe it's just the temperature is now such that the tyres are really struggling.
Well, to wait to see. We might find out if anybody else gets it wrong, although hopefully nobody else does get it wrong through there. But in the meantime, well, as Arnhem trying to try and rejoin him, we have had a change of 10th place off camera. That's Stanton getting ahead of Murphy on his recovery journey into his race, but right in the thick of the fighting at the moment, this is still the fight for fourth place. And Princetone has been forced back behind Greenhalgh, but he gets himself back ahead of another one of your drivers there, and as they squeeze the one out of the chicane, McGovern follows as well, and that was all of them making their way past Whiting, your number 12, who now goes a lap down. Such as the spread of the field then for that battle for his hand to weave its way between cars that have lost a lap. There's your race leader, and that's not the best place you want to catch somebody, because you've got to back off through there, but at the same time you've got to try and keep the car pinned. And sadly, I think we've seen a polystyrene board pass away.
And it is on the exit of Crane, so someone did have an exciting moment at the top there, didn't they, to lose it out and come across. So yeah, one of our polystyrene boards is no more, and will gently blow into the wind.
Oh, goodness me. Well, in the meantime, 2.5 minutes left on the block. We do have a track limits warning now back to white flag and far centre free driver, and that being none other than Dan, and that's for a red gate. Being a little bit excessive there with the runoff area, most likely of the opening right-hander. Right now, Mulholland only what is 2 laps away, maybe 1, but most likely 2 away from making it back-to-back victories here in the season opening meet of the 2026 Caterham Academy Championship, sponsored by Caffeine and Machine. But as he makes his way onwards, meanwhile the journey for fourth place, it's still Princetone battling with Greenhalgh and McGovern. McGovern gets to turn his indicator off, but to be fair, that just means he's going fast. As they come down to that braking zone, Princetone goes very defensive here, but really measures it well, putting himself in the middle of the road, and Greenhalgh doesn't know how to respond other than tuck back in behind. Some smart work there from Princetone.
Yeah, really good defensive driving then to carry the momentum on through the middle of the ground was enough to see him out front. Didn't lose the momentum out the corner easily as they come down, screaming down towards us into Redgate in what is one of the bigger braking zones, but is still very insignificant as they go in, and not really enough time to get a full break. So they'll be experiencing a full break corner a little bit later in the season as they go to different tracks. But as they head round Donington in this 2 mile, 3.1 kilometres, not very long track at all, and very, very fast. We've seen that sort of averaging over 80 miles an hour. So again, think about going over 70 miles an hour on the motorway, and they're going quicker than that, and they're going and negotiating all these corners as well. It really does show what kind of speeds they're doing, and it doesn't necessarily look like they're going that quick when we do these long camera shots, but believe me, when you're in the car, you've got cars in front of you, behind you, left and right, it all gets very exciting, because I think we're going to start our last lap not that long away from now.
Oh, indeed, very true. And one thing that's very noticeable, by the way, of Greenhalgh, we saw him going to Redgate there. I'm not sure if you spotted how much of the pit lane exit he started to use. He's using more and more of the tarmac. At some point he's going to discover there's no more tarmac to be used, there'll just be grass. But meanwhile, somebody who's using all the tarmac just enough and keeping it well within the limits, it is none other than our 67 driver of Will Mulholland. And right now, 1 lap between him and back-to-back victories in this Donington double-header for the Academy Championship. And right now, he's looking very happy in that car. All he's got to do is get it to the finish. To be fair, he has been matched lap after lap by the CEO, who's not quite been able to maintain that pace as well. But understandably, for Mulholland, this is just looking to be the dream start to his season. He looks so acclimatised to that car.
Imagine dreaming of being a racing driver, and the first race meet you just come and win both of them. You're going to be thinking you're a bit of a hero at that point, aren't you? Long season yet to go, but what a start if he just has to go around another 1 mile of this track.
Oh, indeed, absolutely brilliant start, but that's not to discredit our other drivers as well. And well, coming back to what's perhaps not a dream-like result, but it will be a dream-like battle here for Princetown, Greenhall, McGovern and West. They're absolutely loving this. We're loving to see it, and we're right in the midst of that fight for fourth all the way through to 7th place. Let's wait and see how that one ends. But understanding, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving our leading man at the time on the cameras now as he comes out of Coppice Bend, because he's only got 2 more corners to go, and he's been absolutely incredible. They've had to wait until the start of summer to get racing, but to be fair, for some the wait is too long, but for this man it has not been too long a wait to see that second win. There's the battle for 4th place. We briefly catch that, and then coming out the final corner, here comes William Mulholland to bring on home his 2nd win of the season and his 2nd win of Donington. He's the Donington dominator, you could say, and it will be behind him Barnaby Husio, who comes home in 2nd. We'll then have Tim George in 3rd, but who's going to come in 4th? I think it is going to be in the end Princetown, but that was Greenhall going a little bit sideways,
West
and
has
West come through.
Yeah, well done. And then, yeah, absolutely. What a race across the lane. You can see how close it was as they took that checkered flag that time. So it was George, Princetown, West, McGovern, Greenhall, and then Caldwell. So yeah, fantastic for all of those drivers. And what a battle. I mean, in their second only ever race, it's brilliant.
Oh, indeed, an absolutely brilliant battle, setting the tempo nicely. And as we have a few more finishes coming through, McIntyre there 12th, and we'll very shortly have our number 24 of Jonathan Macklin coming to the line, albeit he was 20 seconds behind. But to be fair, some good points for his debut weekend. As well as we do also get ready to see what will be Macklin, and then just 6 seconds behind him, I think that is Macklin in the white and black livery machine. There he goes across the line, and then we will have Donatas Juskauskas, who comes on through there in 14th place in number 77. Number 11 of Man, and then Wells completing your lead lap finishing order. But absolutely brilliant stuff for round number 2 of the Caffeine Machine Caterham Academy Championship.
Full 20 minutes of action as well, and what
Indeed.
action it was. Fantastic. Can't wait to see them at the next round. I think they're at Brands Hatch next. We'll get there. I'll get that before the next time race we get to. But fantastic. We've got their provisional results, so let's hear where they ended up.
Oh, indeed. And well, ladies and gentlemen, after a great 20 minutes of racing, 15 laps over the distance, and Will Mulholland, he was kept honest by Barnaby Husio over the course of the first half of the race, but once he retook the lead, he bolted away. 6 seconds behind was Husio, making it 2nd place there, and in 3rd, Tim George. And well, outside the podium, 4 seconds behind, it was Benjamin Princetown, who did incredibly well to fend off Dan West, and also in there James Greenhall and Phil McGovern, but it was Dan West who made it into 5th, for Greenhall going a bit too deep into the S's right at the very end, and they all did very well to make sure that did not turn into drama right at the finish line. Phil McGovern, 6th there, will be a bit gutted. I think hoping the top 5 was definitely earnable, but in the end it was not, but he was able to beat Greenhall to the line, and then Freddie Caldwell, he just waited in 8th place, but the day never quite came for him to be able to move further forward. Anthony Dan took 9th place there ahead of Tom Stanton. Keep in mind, of course, Stanton did stall at the start, so did very well to recover to 10th place, all things considered, and that's your provisional top 10. And in the end, the fastest lap was set by your race winner of Will Mulholland, well, 1 minute 22.26. A brilliant race, no doubt about it. Very shortly, we'll be hearing from your top 3, and I do believe we're going to be cutting down to the Sam Parker, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it won't be Sam Parker. I've just been informed it will be Leah who will be doing the post-race interviews, because Sam Parker's already jumping in the car in preparation for the 310 race, Chris.
Yeah, and it's 1st of August down at Brands Hatch Indy, so if you want to be in the banks and go and see them out for their next 20 minutes of action, then Brands Hatch 1st of August is going to be that. So yeah, we have got the cars then arriving down into Parc Fermé, so let's head down to Leah and let's hear from some of our Academy drivers.
An absolutely brilliant showing we've had there from the Caterham Academy. Their 2nd race of the day, 2nd race of the season actually, and it is Will Mulholland who did the double at Donington. What a perfect way to open your season here in the sunshine. He's just about to make his way onto the scrutineering weighbridge now. These the scrutineering team have been excellent all day. On it, like a carb on it, you could say, getting them organised through the Parc Fermé area. Obviously, it is important for the podium finishers, especially to get way to make sure their cars fit the regulations. Whilst we wait for those, shall we go and try and find Ben Prince? Shall we try and find him wherever he might be? Just get a quick word because I know we missed him earlier. Because of a few time constraints, but I know we're eager to speak to him. Where is he? Quick cross. Where is he? There he is. Ben, grab a quick word with you, please. We didn't get to show you earlier. How was the race been? How was that one? Was it a bit more tiring than earlier? It's definitely a little bit hotter, isn't it?
Yeah, the conditions were a lot hotter, but they were equally so much racing going on. It was incredible. So yeah, thank you to all the drivers. Clean racing, it was fun. Really appreciate it.
It's been really respectful, hasn't it? Which is so nice because you're all so new to it. But have you enjoyed your first weekend as an academy driver?
Been very enjoyable, thank you. Yeah, it's been great.
Lovely. Well, best of luck for the rest of the season. Ben Prince, everyone, fan favourite, we know. But hopefully now the podium finishers will be getting out of their car so we can speak to our winner, Will Mulholland. Let's see if we can find him. Where's his car gone? Oh, he's over here. We should make our way. Tom, watch out for the cars. They're coming thick and fast. Such a big grid here in the Caterham Academy. It's lovely to see such support for the championship. He's having a drink, a well-deserved drink. Oh, I can't get into him. Look, he's got a little window just to keep me out. I'm going to have to turn around this. Oh, he's getting out. Look.
Am I allowed out now?
Customer service, honestly. Oh, look at this. It's all very technical, see. The agility, pure parkour there.
It's a lot of practice of this.
Just a quick word then. 2 wins to open your season in the Caterham Academy. You can't ask for better, can you?
I can't really. I mean, apart from if they could just reschedule all the other rounds to be here as well, then I'd be absolutely delighted.
Well, what have you felt racing your first weekend at Donington Park as well? Such a great circuit.
Disbelief. Oh, it's an incredible circuit. Yeah, it's pulling out and then going onto a grid. I was coming up into the first corner and Barney shot by me and I was like, I can't go down there. It's like there's another car there and it's like I look in my other mirror and there's another car and it's like, what on earth? That's a great race, man. That's really fun.
We've got Barney here, P2. We made up 1 place. Obviously, you had that great podium earlier as well. Yeah. Just summarise your weekend in the Caterham Academy, your first one.
Absolute carnage. This is the most carnage thing I've ever done in my life. I've never been so excited and scared at the same time, but it's absolutely brilliant. I love it.
Well, I'm both glad you enjoyed your weekend. Congratulations, cool off, get some water down you, cheers, go and spray some champagne. Wow, it's been such a brilliant weekend for the Caterham Academy. I'm so glad. Obviously, the race 2 was a lot more straightforward for a lot of them. I'm so glad they've had a great weekend. But I can actually hear now, we've got the Roadsport out on the grid, so it's time to hand over to Paul and Chris in commentary.
The 55 of Oliver Walsh are on row 8. The 86 of Richard Watson.
Well, thank you, Leah. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to move from the first step on the Caterham Motorsport ladder. I should say the laddie, goodness me. Next it'll be on the griddy. But speaking of the griddy, we now make our way into the grid for what will be the 2026 Caterham Roadsport Championship, sponsored by Bilstein, and this will be round number 8 of their calendar. And it will be, I do believe there, we just need to get our names slightly refreshed with regards to that, but we will do it in due time, ladies and gentlemen. But we will be seeing Carl Townend take that pole position. With regards to Oliver Smith, who will join on the front row. And of course, there our enthusiasm for the Caterham Academy shining through with that grid, but we'll get you that correct grid very shortly. And there we go. We have Carl Townend on pole position here after his maiden win of the season last time out, earlier today. Oliver Smith will take that 2nd place there. And well, he'll be very pleased to be starting 2nd, although knowing he wants to try and take another win to make it 3 wins in this season. Heinrich Watson-Miller, will keep your eyes out for him because he came all the way through the field to that 3rd place finish ahead of Matthew Fox. And then we will have Mitchell Fasania, who looked so strong at the start of the race, but then had difficulty as the race went on, and Ben Oliver will join him on that 3rd row of the grid. Sam Edmondson and John Bound, they'll be on row number 4, and then we've got a few more rows to go through, ladies and gentlemen, so without further ado, we'll shortly go to row number 5. And there's Richard Northridge there, starting 9th ahead of Richard Davies. The big shock there, championship leader, really struggling in race 1. Georgie Tuffin and Rob Hicks line up on row 6. And row 7, it's Stephen Vischer and James French. And Archie Kennedy Dyson and Oliver Walsh will be starting on row number 8. Then we'll come to rows 9 through to what I do believe row 11. And we see Richard Watson starting 17th ahead of Luke Wilson, with Mark Hensler and Joe Oliver completing a top 20 and Jason Spencer 21st. But bear in mind, we did have retirements for Joe Oliver and Jason Spencer in race number 1. Hopefully we'll get to see them back in this one, Chris.
Yeah, I hope so too. And yeah, Carl Townend then starting on that pole position. Not going to be too long before we get them off this grid. I think as they can see them out the window. Indeed, their engines are up.
And it's lights out and away we go, just like that. Perfect timing as Carl Townend gets a good start there. But look who started full by, Matthew Fox attacking non-stop here as they make the way into that first braking zone. But as they come on through, well, right now, I want to wait and see what it's going to be. Foxy tries to go around the outside. Can he get it done? However, Watson Miller as well. Phenomenal start from him, but unfortunately got boxed in on that tight line and coming all the way through right now. Not quite working out there, but Watson Miller definitely eager to make a good impression. But here they come down the hill for the first time in this race, and everyone right now too wide. They're getting very brazen, our Roadsport riders out there as they roar the way through. And we're immediately now into single file formation here as they make the way back up the hill and up towards McLean's. But at least this time it looks like it's Carl Townend holding on, but Matthew Fox, a phenomenal start from Chris.
Yeah, I think he was 4th to the lead, wasn't he, in the turn 1, and actually I think he might have got it back as they're heading up towards us again. Certainly the 2 yellow machines out front as they came towards us. Let's have a look around Coppice this time to see who emerges in the lead. It looks like is that Fox or is that Cantona? It's hard to tell at the moment as they go through, but it's now actually it's Watson Miller who finds himself in the lead then going down. They're going to take that extreme inside line. They're going defensive early. There's not really any room down there, but they're all jostling, all barging for Sanya, looking to see what he can do. Fox now back into 4th place, Townend into 3rd, it's Oliver Smith into the 2nd place. So it's all topsy-turvy in that first lap as they try and settle into that kind of natural order at the moment. They're certainly looking to take a little breath as it got a little bit tight into the chicane that time through.
Oh, indeed, as they make the one to lap number 2, Heinrich Watson Miller loses out there to Ollie Smith, and the only reason we know it's Ollie Smith is that licence plate, not because we know the door and I've read every of those lines, but as they make the way on through, Smith retakes that lead for a brief moment. But Heinrich Watson Miller, absolutely incredible. Remember, starting 12th in race 1, finished 3rd in this one, making his intent very clear. He's not happy with just a podium, he wants a win today. But behind him it's Townend, then Fox, then for Sanya, who's in 5th, holding off. Where's Oliver behind? And then we do have Northridge in 7th place at a Bond, Emerson and French at the moment. Could all chop and change, but the speed right now of our Roadsport machine such that as they make the way up the hill this time, you can see the top 4 starting to break away a little bit, and that fight for 5th between Sanya and Oliver. They're going to make a decision sooner rather than later. Do they fight or do they settle it down, because they will lose those leaders as further back Hicks and Kennedy getting very firm for 15th place there, but with an opening pair of laps, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Roadsport just settling themselves a little bit in this second lap, which is good to see, so they can settle into this race, have a look around them, see who's around them, work out what their tactics might be. And remember, this is a long old 20 minutes out there. So 20 minutes doesn't sound very long, does it? But when you're absolutely fighting tooth and nail every single corner, it definitely feels like it. But all of us hold on for that whole entire lap, and Watson Miller's just decided that he's happy to watch, easy to spot with his slightly higher roll cage. We can fit most people into our Caterhams without an issue, but we do have to have the drivers a certain distance below that roll cage for safety reasons. And yeah, we've got that high roll cage just in case we need it, and with Watson Miller, we do need to utilise it just to keep him nicely tucked underneath that roll cage as they all then head around Hollywood and down into the Cranicos, one of the most famous set of corners in British motorsport. If you've ever been on a track day, you'll know how wonderful it is to flow a car down and over that hill, and really does, the car's fighting against you, the track and the gradient, you can see how it's still downhill sweeping away from you, so you're trying to push as hard as you can, but gravity's trying to drag your car away from you, as these Roadsports showing what skills they built up in their academy year last year, and now turn themselves with a quicker anti-roll bar change at the rear, and these new Nova ZZS tyres, and off they go into Roadsports, and what a sight that is.
Oh, indeed, a beautiful sight here, and Orange Drive's really cool and composed. They make the way around, but right now Ollie Smith absolutely absolutely trying to run away with this as quickly as he can. He's definitely trying to get the move on here, and it's not just because he wants to get this race over so he can get on the road, but it's the simple reason, if he can make a break early on, he will be a lot safer. But right now, understanding Watson Miller staying with him, but it's that fight for third, and it does seem as though Matt Fox at the moment has come to a bit of an understanding with Townend, and we saw this in race 1 from Townend. He was very tactical for the first 15 minutes. He didn't want to fight too much. He just simply swapped back and forth, and it's what enabled him to then get into that position to attack for the win in race 1. But will Carl Townend be able to do again? We'll have to see. As here comes Fox looking around the outside. That's a poke. It's not going to work out there versus Watson Miller, but I think he's just saying to Heinrich right now, look at me, don't look in front, look in your mirrors instead. Forget about that braking zone that you need to hit, and getting distracted is a very big thing.
Absolutely, yeah, distracting. And one person who's not making that progress, Davies, who obviously we saw in that league battle nearly throughout the whole of the last race, had that issue, dropped him down later on in the race. He found himself slightly up in 8th place, but now has dropped back down to 9th, so he's not got it all his own way. So look for his red car with the black nose cone, but he's not making his way to the front of the field quite as quickly as maybe he wants. But I think he's still roughly within contact. Is that him on the outside there? It's hard to tell. I think it is. So he's just not making his way through that big pack, and Vischer was overtook a couple of good cars in that last time, so he's still stuck in that battle.
Indeed, it's frustrating for Davies because he knows he's got the pace to win races. He's seen that because the first 2 meets of the season he absolutely led the way in all 4 races. But Spa-Francorchamps was a blip, and well, he was trying to prove it was a blip, but so far it hasn't been a blip. It actually seems to have been a bit of a momentum loss for him. But as they all come through, we go 3 wide once again in the fight for 3rd place. Or is it the fight for 2nd? In fact, it's 2nd now, and Watson Miller is definitely feeling it as the wheel guard there decides to raise itself, and must add a little bit of aerodynamic drag, but nothing too critical as they come on through. But look at Smith right now. You can tell he wants to be the leader of this race through and through. He's going defensive before he even got a third of the way down the straight.
Wheel arch just saying hello, isn't it? Waving away. It will be a bit of a distraction, and if you're using any of your markers and lining your wheel up, you've got to readjust for that. Yeah, more of a distraction than anything else. He will just sit there and it's just will flap away for the rest of this. But yeah, absolutely, Oliver is acting as that resistant force, but they've still got the pace in that car to be able to drag this front 3 away. So Townend has lost a little bit of connection with that front 3. So maybe if I was sat in that 2nd and 3rd place, I might think, well, okay, we're making enough ground here that I'm happy. But things change so quick. Fasania's still absolutely involved as well, and really, he had a kind of unlucky result last time, again pushed back with not enough time to recover back through. So he's got a bit of work to do, as then there is a significant back to this next battle pack of drivers, and is Davies in the front or the 2nd pack? It's hard to judge, but yeah, he will not quite where he wants to be right now, that's for sure.
Well, Davies at the moment in 8th place. I think he has managed to latch himself towards the back, well, in fact to the front of that 2nd pack, but he's 3 seconds behind the top 7 at the moment. He's got a lot of work to do, but it's not impossible. It's all going to come down to his pace, plus also how exactly the top 7 want to play this out. Right now, Will Smith is dictating the fact that he does not want to give up track position whatsoever. I mean, track position, it's only vital when you get to that finish line. You need to be the one who gets across it first, but understanding right now, he's trying to show to everyone, no, I want to lead every lap of the race. And some drivers are like that. Their attitude is they don't want to give up ground. Coming out of Redgate Bend there, you can see that Watson Miller's still glued to the back. Northridge at the back there, falling away a little bit from the top 6. He's at risk of losing them at this rate. And here we do see the 2 wide through the Craner curves. That is going to be Townend trying to go inside to outside. That's not going to work. Fasania goes defensive and will cover off that 4th place for now as the leaders head back up the hill. And understandably at this point, it's all that position in between them all. And well, from the driver's perspective, Chris, I mean, they know each other quite well, so they'll know the different attitudes or the behaviours of their rivals, and that becomes a big part just as much as what you actually do in the car itself.
The game of strategy involves the players, and you really do have to know your drivers, and they will get to know each other even better, obviously, as they go through this course. They've done a whole season together in the academy, and then, yeah, they've upgraded to Roadsport, and they will continue that battle. But one person, Heinrich Watson Miller, so we spoke in the first race, he really hasn't had any good results up to now, but something has clicked this weekend, and it's not just a single pace lap, is it? He's absolutely clicked with the strategy and how do you race this Donington circuit, because he has been firmly in that front battle. As soon as he recovered from qualifying, his win mirror has gone now. It is sat in the middle of the track, which is not ideal because you don't want that caught under the front of your racetrack. It's a bit like driving on ice at that point, but it absolutely something has clicked, and you do see that in the Roadsport season. The tyres make more sense, the more stability in the car makes more sense, and then suddenly you'll find cars and drivers who just it wasn't working for them, suddenly it does, and it's great to see that progression.
Oh, 100%, and keep in mind he's had no top 10s, no top 5s, and indeed right now he's going to completely blow his way through, and well, he's already made it up to 1 podium. Can he make it 2 today, if not a win? Definitely a big turnaround, and given the drop scores, it could actually put him gradually in contention for a top 5 in the championship. There we do see the debris from Austin Miller's car that's just pointed upwards at the bone, and hopefully nobody finds the way over to it. And what can happen, to be fair, is that if there's a big enough gap in the field, a marshal may quickly run over and actually move it, because they're quite lightweight parts, I do believe. You can really pick it up with both hands.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like it's fiberglass, so it really doesn't weigh anything at all, but it's not something you want stuck underneath your front wheel, and if the car makes contact, it can break into shards, and obviously that's not good for punctures and whatever else. It was just deposited at the end of the chicane, and wind will tend to blow it off the racing line. Let's see what happens this time through. Then as Oliver Smith drives us through, Watson Miller in that second place, and Matt Fox takes us through third. So it's still in the middle of the track. Hopefully the draft here will start moving it to the right. It's not on that an immediate racing line, but it does start becoming the racing line as soon as they start fanning out. But hopefully at the moment that's not going to cause any delays or safety car period, and they will run at the moment as long as it doesn't start migrating towards that racing line.
Oh, 100%, and well, in the meantime, just to add a little bit more complexity to this race, a track limits warning, black and white flag for number 4 of Northridge, our 7th place runner. Here comes our marshal, going to retrieve it very quickly, and there goes the orange army. Brilliant work from them, and well, they won't quite be doing the infamous marshal diving through the pit wall that we saw at Miami in the Formula 1 quite recently, but big shout out to that marshal for retrieving that debris. But half the race complete, half still to go, and we have a top 6 glued together with a 7th place runner just a bit further behind. Then we do have Bond, Tuffin, and Davies completes that top 10, and Davies has not been able to stabilise that 8th place, not been able to really make a break there. So unfortunately, we've got 2 packs now as we see the second pack coming through, and that is Bond at the head of it.
It certainly is just one of those times where you've just got 2 races happening and you've just got to race the cars that are around you. Good to see Georgie Tuffin right up there in that battle. Great to see her back into the lead group at some point soon. Just seeing all the progression of all these drivers. Like I say, sometimes you just get these breaks where it could be a spin or someone going wide and it just breaks the pack up. There is Georgie Tuffin in her Jaws machinery coming down. You can see the teeth on the front there as she comes down, heading into that. And it's Davies just behind her, so our championship leader coming in here just behind her, yeah, absolutely right up there with everyone. In fact, it was Ollie Smith, wasn't it, who ended up being who's that? Is that Fasania? Has he had an issue into the chicane? He's lost his rear wheel arch, so maybe he made contact with the tyre barriers or something like that, tyre stacks?
I suspect potentially so, but as he makes way down, it's very unfortunate there. But meanwhile, well, the second half of the field carries on. That's your number 62 of Georgie Tuffin, now up into 7th place. Davies moves up to 8th as a result. It's a bit of a promotion there, so one driver's loss is plenty of other drivers' gain. It will be some extra points to them, but understandably, there's still plenty of fighting to come. Speaking of which, that second pack is now splitting into 2, because that's side by side. There's a lot of understeer there coming down through the crane of curves, and we'll just about survive that. My goodness me, that was your number 14 of Kennedy, and well, Kennedy almost turning his Caterham into a rally car there, but doing well to manage that speed. That's to show you just how much the car is thrown around through that sequence of bends as we come back to the front of the second pack. And well, Tuffin's got an unenviable task to hold on to 7th place, and with it, it would be only her 3rd top 10 of the season.
Yeah, absolutely, but being up there and thereabouts in the battling as well. As we see a sideways car there, the number 9 was absolutely on the riggedy edge. Vischer, he saw him making some spaces up a couple of laps back, and you can see now Davis is ahead of Tuffin right at the front of this, so he's had to fight all the way to the front of this group, having to the extreme inside line to do the defence. He knows how to do that, but he's got a significant gap now in front of him, so maybe this position is as far as he's going to go. They all get perilously close to that tyre stack as well. It's so easy to grab, something just to oversteer and then a slight grab of the front wheels, and you'll hit that, and obviously that's going to win a battle against the Caterham for sure. We'll happily take a corner of the car off. Georgie Tuffin to the outside, they're not necessarily going to carry the momentum around the outside. We saw Davis able to defend tight and against the lead pack throughout the course of that first race, so he knows how to defend, and I think that's what he's going to do for the remainder of this track, and he's just going to rely on other people having issues. That 7th place, which towards the end of the year might seem like still a drop score, but hopefully you don't know, there's so many races between now and the end of the season that you've just got to grab every single point you can.
Oh, 100%, and for Richard Davis in particular, given that 19th from the second race at Spa and then a 10th earlier today, right now that 19th you'll think, right, I've got to lock that into my drop score, and that 10th he's going to be putting things into, I can maybe get away with that, but probably I don't want to risk it. So therefore he's really got to get to the grindstone at the moment and make sure that 7th at least is his. If there are any more retirements or incidents up front, it could promote him towards the top 5. But right now, Davies definitely a risk, not necessarily losing the championship lead with Vasanya coming into the pit lane, but there is a risk that the overall gap, bearing in mind of course that it was 13 points in Davies to Vasanya coming into this race meet, and then the field was very tight behind with Oliver Smith and Cole Townend only at 3 points behind in total. We could see that top 4 essentially suddenly have no gap in it.
Suddenly it appears to have, absolutely evaporates to nothing. Just like we see the gaps evaporate to nothing in the racing, you have 1 or 2 bad results, and then the gaps evaporate in the championship as well. And they will be progressing through towards the middle part of the season already, won't they? It's amazing how quickly once the season gets going, you work your way through the events. But still plenty of races, as we say, to go. So it's double yellow peril at the front as they go down into the old hairpin. That time still Matt Fox, I think, again ahead of Townend. Is that right way round it? So yes, I think that was right. But either way, they are the double yellow machines. They've been stuck together for pretty much the entirety of this race. Front 2 though have battled away a little bit, haven't they? Oliver Smith managed to carry Heinrich Watson Miller with him, and they've got a little bit of a comfort gap behind, just enough to start making yourself feel like, oh, we might actually be able to make more of this if we work together.
Oh, indeed, and well, that philosophy definitely working out in their favour, but with only a quarter of the race remaining come the end of this lap, will we start to see that temporary truce suddenly turn into a bit of a battle between them? I suspect so. Here they come down once again, but they definitely are both really locking into this race right now and focusing. Oh, parked up car, that's the 55. That's Walsh there who is parked up, and that looks to be on the exit of the old hairpin.
Yeah, Ollie Walsh there. The car's stopped, isn't it? And it's in an awkward place, and that might well see a safety car, and if it is a safety car, that also might be the end of racing laps for this race. So let's keep an eye on what we do have live snaps opportunity with a single car. That might be something they will look to do. Certainly with 4 minutes left, it'd be a shame to neutralise this battle, but the safety is the primary concern. Therefore, we will just watch out what's happening. But nevertheless, we've still got Smith. Smith's got a lick of pace in that car. He's got a nice gap over Watson Miller. He's able to pull away, even though Watson Miller's got the toe. So it does look like he's got the speed in that car. This chase pack have upset themselves, and whatever happened with Fasania as well has caused that gap to extend. As then we've got the chase pack just a little bit further behind, still headed by Davies on Tuffin in that battle. Emerson, Hicks and Vischer as well, rounding out that sort of chase pack of cars. They've had another fantastic race from the Roadsports. 4 minutes left on the clock, and still no sign yet of any kind of recovery or issue with the safety car being deployed. But let's keep an eye out for that as we see the 2 yellow cars still absolutely side by side. The number 99 of Matt Fox is ahead of Townend just for the time being, but it looks like that might reverse again. It's Northridge in the slightly failure yellow car just following on behind him.
Oh, goodness me, Northridge right now wanting to have to hold on to that position. It has to cut to the inside line in the end, but he gets on the inside there completely. It's a lovely move on Fox. I don't think he planned for it. I think Fox was called out on that, and indeed an accidental pass, but to be fair, we love to see it. 3.5 minutes left to go, and the marshals are pushing away Ollie Walsh's car, so that's going to be removed just in time. Thankfully, no safety car required in this one. We get the full 20 minutes full of excitement, and well, Fox was bound to 5th, but I don't think he's going to stop there for long. And meanwhile, we have Ben Oliver at the back end of the 3rd through to 6th battle. Still might have been at the hunt of it. We've definitely seen these splits now of your top 6 into a leading duo. We're on camera here, coming for the old hairpin, and then it's the 3rd to 6th battle. 13 seconds back, we've got Davies ahead of Bond, Georgie Tuffin and Sam Emerson.
Well done, Marshals.
Indeed, well done to the Marshals there. And now that they are on the inside of what used to be the location of the bridge supports of Starkeys Bridge, one of the key prominent features of Donington Park, until it was knocked down years later, well, understand, I mean, now they don't have as much of a risk there, because it's rare that a driver will cut to the inside of that apex. But all the drivers right now, they've been doing well to respect any yellow flags that are in place at any point. And we'll come back to the yellow machines. Well, it does look as though Northridge just feeling a little bit of pressure coming out of Cobby's going to be a bit wide. Here comes Fox once again.
Yeah, and it's Carl Townend in front. The clerk of the course did say that he wouldn't do that live snatch or the marshals out there on track unless he was confident the cars were all behaving themselves. So well done again to the Roadsports for giving him their confidence to do that, and the marshals to get out there. It's not easy to push the car, even though it's only a half-a-ton car. It's not easy to push up a grassy strip. But the lead 2 have definitely back together again. So that battle has reignited itself, and now it's Townend who has forced his way clear, hasn't he, over the top of Matt Fox, who's lost his front number plate at some point during that opening part of the race. race. And it's the number 80 of Ben Oliver who's just chasing along back, but the battle for the lead is starting to reignite. That gap looked like it was becoming terminal, and Watson Miller is saying, no, absolutely, I am going for this win. He's taken the second place already today, hasn't he? So trying to get that, was it second? I can't remember, third place. So looking to, he's already in a better place, but let's go take that win as well. There's Ben Oliver on the way up the hill, striking car that one is. But these two yellow cars now suddenly separated just a little bit as they go into this final phase of the race.
Oh, indeed, and after this there'll be one more lap to go, and will we see Oliver Smith essentially trying to almost repeat Spa-Francorchamps by taking 2 podiums but a win this time, or will we see a first-time win for Heinrich Watson Miller? Meanwhile, whilst we can look at the battle for the top 6, there's also, you just saw a brief snapshot of the battle for 7th through to 12th place, and Davis, Emerson, Bond, Tuffin, Fisher and Hicks. But then you have the fight for 3rd here, so there's battles everywhere we look, which is fantastic to see. But on to last lap we go. Can Oliver Smith hold on? Can he take that 3rd win of the season, or will Heinrich Watson Miller be able to take his first win of his own? Here they go, onto that lap. It's going to be Oliver Smith, currently ahead by the best part of 4 tenths a second. That's quite a comfortable gap, Chris.
He's clinging on with his fingernails though, isn't he? He's still there, he's still on the rear, but he is absolutely having to hang on. Oliver Smith has got just about enough speed in that car to make himself feel a little bit comfortable, but he won't be feeling comfortable as we start this last lap, because Watson Miller only just has to keep hold of that toe as they get to that last straight. Can he do it? He's no doubt about it. There's absolute fingertip just trying to grab onto the rear of that car and trying to pull him forward. You want someone a fishing rod, don't you, to reel yourself along and just give yourself a little bit. He had to go ever so wide, so he's going to ping a sensor on the exit of Old Hairpin. I think he has to do it at this point to see whether he's got any chance of taking this win. His first win, anything from outside, well outside the top 10 for any other race weekend, and suddenly he's fighting for this win. What a sight, as the rest of them are all back together again. Ben Oliver's been called down by the 2 yellows, are absolutely line astern with Northridge, just seeing whether there's anything he can do as well. Clock ticks to 0. When next time across the line, we're going to have the checkered flag.
Well, indeed we are, Chris. And so as our 2 leaders come through Coppice, and then the rest, they can see also the battle for 7th place right now. Davis, Bond, Emerson, Fisher, all scrambling, but we must leave them be. We come back to the front, and right now Watson Miller looks to the inside. He's too far back. Surely it's not going to be enough, because for Oliver Smith, he was absolutely superb at Spa. It was a second in race 1 today, and here in race number 2, it's Ollie Smith who takes victory ahead of a maiden pair of podiums for Heinrich Watson Miller. Then who will be 3rd? This is going to be very close. They fan out, and it is going to be Matthew Fox who just brings it home by a 10th. Oh, somebody's in the gravel there. That looks like to be Fasanya, unless I'm mistaken. Well, it's a green machine. It may not be Fasanya, to be fair. We'll come back to that very shortly. We did see Fox ahead of Oliver, then Townley complete the top 5 ahead of Northridge, who will be 7th, and in the runs line it's going to be Bond who brings home 7th place just ahead of Davies, and then it will be Emerson and Fisher completing the top 10. Emerson and Fisher joined at the hip all day today, to be fair. Tuffin will take home 11th place ahead of Hicks, and then Kennedy Dyson, and it will be French and Wilson who complete that top 15, with Watson in the 86 just crossing the line there, and we will have about 20 seconds before we do get to Hensler in the number 88, that being Mark Hensler to complete the lead lap order.
Brilliant race. Watson Miller was so close to hitting that tyre stack on that final corner. He tried everything to take that win, just wasn't there, but he was millimetres from actually having a disaster, so he'll be actually quite thankful, I think, by the time he gets back there. So yeah, he was definitely having another story. But Fox making it to the front of that chase group as well. Well done. That last chicane must have been exciting for him. Ben Oliver, Townend and Northridge rounding out that exciting chase battle, and just behind them having that another deep battle with Bond just making it back to the front, and that wasn't looking likely a couple of laps back. Davis, he's not going to be happy with that. It's another score he's going to have to carry, isn't it, with Emerson and Fisher. So we're going to have to see whether he gets some unluck from other drivers, as other drivers now pulling back into the pits, our leaders, and making it all the way around onto their recovery grab. But what a fantastic outing for the Roadsports. We'll next see them on track on the 1st of July at Alton Park, and I can't wait to be talking about their racing once more. So fantastic action, and we will see them next time in July at Alton Park.
Yeah, that'll be absolutely fantastic to see. And well, as we wrap up the time at Donington, here are the results from round number 8, the provisional results, that is, for the 2026 Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship, brought to you today from the heart of motorsport in the UK. And we saw Oliver Smith bring home his 3rd win of the season after 15 laps of racing, constantly chased down by Heinrich Watson Miller, who was clawing onto the back of him, but in the end it was not enough for the 47 driver, who brought home his 2nd in a maiden pair of podiums this season. And given how his season started, he won't be complaining at that. Well, of course he will complain a little bit. He wanted the win. He couldn't quite get it in the end, but still it's looking good for him. And then in 3rd, Matthew Fox in a 4-wide finish. In the end, Matthew Fox taking that 3rd place by a grand total of 24 hundredths ahead of Ben Oliver, Carl Townend and Richard Northridge. You couldn't for closer. John Bond took 7th place there, ahead of Richard Davies just at line by 200. It was Sam Emerson and Stephen Bishop who completed your top 10. Fastest lap of the race being set by none other than your number 80 driver of Ben Oliver on a 1 minute 20.96. But ladies and gentlemen, with an epic race comes an epic set of interviews, I do believe. So we are going to send down to Sam Parker in half an hour. In fact, not Sam Parker, it's going to be none other than Leah. And we will be getting our interviews underway with Leah very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So over to Leah we go.
Vertex Caterham 310R Championship will be with them very shortly.
Wow, what a magnificent race for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. Ollie Smith taking P1, doing better than his P2 earlier. He's just come in through Park Fermo, so we'll actually cross and, well, we'll wait for Heinrich to go past. But now we'll cross over and go and speak to our race 2 winner. He must be pleased with that. I mean, throughout this day, one trait of these Caterhams is just how close the racing is and how competitive, but how fair it is too, which must make it an absolute delight to sit in one of these machines. We'll just wait for him to kind of get his gloves off, get his helmet undone, get sorted. It's very hot in these cars, but someone as good as Ollie, he knows the drill, he knows the score. We'll have to see how he's done at Donington today, what he thinks of this track. Obviously, the Caterhams haven't been here since October 2024, so it's a welcome return for them around Leicestershire. Ollie.
Hello.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a day. What a day. P2 earlier, P1 today. You know, you can't really do... Well, you can do much better, you can get another win, you know, but, you know, what do I know? Talk me through your day then. How have you enjoyed racing around here at Donington Park?
Oh, it's brilliant. So I live in Warwickshire and it's sort of my closest track probably. And yeah, it's great. I've been here a few times. This morning's, well, I suppose just after lunch hour race, the safety car and everything. It's a bit of a shame, but yeah, that race I was like, I got a gap. I was like, okay, please, let's just go and not make any mistakes, and I managed to bring it home. Heinrich did get close a few times. Yeah, great day.
Well, like you said, you are sort of like in between, I guess, here in Silverstone, Warwickshire's kind of like in the midst.
Silverstone. In a Caterham.
Oh, okay, right. I'm about to say, Donington's, well, you can't really compare the two, can you? One's flow and one's completely flat as a pancake.
We're just a bit slow for Silverstone, I think. You know, the long straights is sort of counting the time. Although that being said, we were at Spa a couple of weeks ago, and obviously we've got Kimmel there, and yeah, that was still mega. So
lovely. And then looking ahead, it's your 4th round. You've got round 5 coming up in July. Yeah. What are your thoughts ahead of it? Are you excited for it? I mean, this is great momentum to take into, isn't it? Get some water down.
Ultimately, this is my hobby. You know, it doesn't matter that much. I'm here to have fun and just have a good time, do my best. So it's great.
Ollie, like I say, get some water, be hydrated. It's really hot in those cars. The 310Rs are out on track, but I will just talk you through it again. Lovely camaraderie between the drivers here. We had P1 for Ollie Smith, P2 was Heinrich Watson Miller, and P3 was Matt Fox. Won by almost a second in the end, so not a bad day in the office for Ollie Smith. I'm going to pan back over now to my friends in commentary because the 310R cars are out behind me. So boys, over to you.
Thank you, Leah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, going from our 2nd step in the Caterham Motorsport ladder now to our 4th step, one from the very top of the steps. We come back to the Vertex 310R Caterham Championship for 2026, and they continue the story from the 2nd race of the day earlier on. The Hack's 8-day lineup is the grid. Will Chadwick starts on pole position ahead of Tom Willies after that incredible battle, which also saw Will Harris get involved in there, and the number 14 driver wasn't quite able to steal away a front row spot, but he was able to finish on the podium. Ryan Wilby, well, he was a little bit further behind in the end. He dropped to 4th, but he stayed there comfortably ahead of David Yates, and then we do have Andrew Murgatroyd joining them on that 3rd row. Completing your top 8 on row 4, it's Ben Lopez Appleton, who looked so good for a chance of a win in that race earlier on, but unfortunately the pace slipped away, and a mistake as well cost him dear. A missed shift coming out the S's, and Charles Harris completes your top 8. We've got a few more rows to go through, so we'll very shortly be moving on to our 5th row. And in fact, as we do come to it, if we start with your AM pole sitter now, Tim Hardcastle, who once again managed to thwart Sam Parker for being able to bring home a win here in class at Donington Park. But will Sam be able to do it the third time around? Will Tim Hardcastle hold his ground? Josh Jackson, well, he definitely had a bit of a frustrating start to the race, but he recovered well in the into third in AM, 11th overall, ahead of Stephen Lancaster, who did win on the road, it should be pointed out in AM, but a 5-second post-race time penalty for track limits, those pesky track limits. He would have gotten away with it, as the Scooby-Doo villains would say, but sadly, unfortunately, the clock, of course, had his way. Peter Mott in the end will start in 13th, just by Lancaster, and then we will see on row 7 with Paul Goldstein, a frustrating into the race for Goldstein, given how well it was going. 14th was all we could manage, and Henry Eschweiler starts in 15th, Alex Vincent alongside. And well, Chris and I here are both putting money on the fact Alex Vincent will be one to watch out for, because after that spin and that recovery, he's got to do it all once again. William Coop starts 17th ahead of Graham Finlayson, and then we have Chris Buck and Robert Lowe on row number 10 to complete your top 20. And then your final 3 drivers will be Stephen Harris and Chris Broom on row 11, and 23rd with your 23 starters, James McCullough. But as mentioned only moments ago, Chris, the one to watch out for, Alex Vincent. How far can he come through this field?
Absolutely, he's done it twice almost already. He's got to do it all again. It's a little bit disheartening, but if anyone can do it, he can do it. All the cars are now on the grid, so we'll be looking for the lights. And the third of the 3 20-minute action for the 3 cars.
Oh, indeed. Well, ladies and gents, without further ado, the green flag goes up, and for the final time today, for the round number 12 of the championship, it's lights out and away they go. And it's a good start there from Will Chadwick as they make the wound down, and as they roar the way onwards, well, we now gradually pan out there. And who exactly is going leading the way in towards turn 1? Well, it's not going to be Chadwick there, it's going to be a change of position. It's Willis who takes the lead there. Great start from the second phase of launch. Now coming down in towards Hollywood. Chadwick settles back into the second there. Well, meanwhile, William Harris just sits in third, or does it for long, because I think Ryan Wilby's going to have a little bit of a pop at that. Coming down through the crater curves, one driver steers wide, but they all keep it on the black stuff. And safety through the old hairpin, all 23 drivers safely through the first half of the lap.
And there is that battle, Ben Lopez-Appleton then with Ryan Wilby. Ryan Wilby just was up into third briefly, but now finds himself in fourth and having to look into the rear view mirrors. Feels like deja vu all over again, doesn't it, as these 310Rs set off on up and around this Donington circuit. 3 whole races today. It's been a fantastic thing to commentate on. I'm looking forward to the next 19 minutes of this race. Tom Willis, though, is leading them through with Chadwick in that second place and following down, and it's still that Wilby, but behind them the battles are deep and far into this pack. Has Sam Parker got away? There is a little bit of a gap in front of her, and I can see Hardcastle's on down the road, so she's not had the start that she wanted in this third race. Going to have to do a little bit of work. And it is the number 14 as well, Will Harris, into that third place, so doing what he needs to do for his championship charge and keeping it going. But Chadwick back in the front as they go across the line. Willis jinks out, so does Harris. They're going to move to the inside, and they're going to have a bit of momentum down the inside, and enough to carry them both through. So Chadwick went from first to third in that manoeuvre there, but did go across the line first, so it's one of the things to log away for later in the race. There is that battle. Lancaster's back in front of Parker then, so the battle for the podium in the AM Championship is chopping and changing in these early parts as well. David Yates just looking at the rear of this chase pack, and then one of the other Harrises, it's Charles Harris there, ready to see whether he can pick up the pieces, but can see the momentum as soon as you get shuffled out that row, or if the row switches the sides of the road and you end up being on the wrong side of that, it's very quick for you to drop away and lose time and momentum.
Oh, indeed, that momentum's so critical here in that uphill run from the old hairpin all the way out towards Coppice Bend. You really are going to be at the risk of losing so much time. But as the field makes its way through, very noticeable again, Jackson, much like we saw in race number 1 earlier today, having that lightning start in the AM class, being able to launch his way up into the lead. Parker dropping all the way down into 5th place in class. That's 15 overall, but don't rule her out, to be fair. She is one of those drivers whereby she doesn't have a great start, but she finds a way to come through. But meanwhile, coming through at the inside there, Will Chadwick being demoted down to 4th place. That was a little bit cheeky of a move there from our number 88 runner of Wilby, and Will Chadwick says, well, how about this? I'm coming back right now. And well, I do believe that sponsorship on the back HYMO setup's been part of his sim racing career. But as they come in towards turn number 1, free wide into the braking zone here, and Will Chadwick just simply says, well, go around the outside, you two can have a picnic on the Red Gates Apex, all I care. And well, Lopez Appleton in the end backs off there 9-3, does not go into one of the best of times.
Yeah, they really did have to have a picnic on that Apex, because they were so tight on the inside that they both lost a lot of got momentum, so it was a little bit of a case of I'm not going to let you have the space. Well, you've put your car in there anyway, but it was very slow for them to all get out of it, so it wasn't ideal. David Yates and etc. and Goldstein also having to recover through, isn't he, from this, and Murgatroyd as well, who we've seen battling up there right at the front of the pack throughout this course of this race weekend, but just as the races are finishing, he's slipping down the order again, and we've seen that a couple of times now, and so he's got a bit of work to do from where he sits in his green machine. But yeah, Will Chadwick doing great things in that first race and continuing on that effort into this race, just losing the front pair just a little bit. Willis working well with Harris to actually sort of pull a little gap, and as Ryan Wilby and Chad, they kind of work destroying each other's pace a little bit. This is where them working ahead and working together might well work in their favour. Let's have a look how this develops.
Oh, indeed, it really is the game now of finding friends out there as quickly as you can, as our two leaders in the silvery grey machines. They swap once again, so it is now going to be number 81 of Willies who takes the lead for a brief moment, but look behind that fight for third, and right now Wilby and Chadwick, I mean, the amount of swapping back and forth between them, they're not swapping happily, they are right now really pushing each other to the limit, and understandably, Chadwick, after taking his second win of the season in our second race at Donington here today, he wants a third win, he wants to make it back-to-back wins. He's been promoted from Pro-Am to, or from Am to Pro-Am. I think he really has got his sights set on the overall championship right now, but Sam's got a little bit close there. Goldstein trying to try and force his way past number 4 of Harris. Did he get it? No, he didn't actually. It was poor momentum. He lost place as a result of it. The old hairpin coming back to bite him on the backside. Where they come into the braking zone for McLean's. All keeping it clean, to be fair, but our top 10 once again, all Pro-Ams, and then the rest of it, all the Ams together right now.
Yeah, the battles are really settling in now, aren't they? And yeah, we are seeing the front two absolutely working as well as they can together, and even with the two behind them squabbling away, it's not been enough for spring clear, so they may go ahead as a front quartet as well, though, so it might not all be in vain as Willis goes all the way onto the grass at the exit of that corner. Just as you're applying the brakes, he just managed to get back onto the tarmac. You see how much speed he took out and how important it is to run every single last inch. A little bit of dust being kicked up in the background then as drivers really using that exit curb to an extreme, but Willis is still with Harris, but they have now got no gap now down to Ryan Wilby and Chadwick, so the front quartet have got a little bit of a gap there, but it's Ben Lopez-Appleton up next. Is that Alex Vincent all the way through then into 7th place, so again done the heavy work and the heavy lifting and done it quickly enough that he will be able to get to this lead pack, but there's still a bit of a gap there, isn't there? But if they just don't battle for a couple of corners, that will all disappear, and I think it's the same for the chase groups as well. They will be back together again unless they start really heavily battling each other.
Oh, indeed. And just on the thought of Alex Vincent, I mean, obviously, after what happened in race number 2, he made all that recovery, then had the spin. I mean, in this race, do you as a driver start to get scared of the circuit, or that something could go wrong because you've had it go so wrong, or do you just have to toss that out the window and just simply go, you know what, so be it?
Some drivers are able to turn off their brains like that. I was never able to. I would overanalyze things even in the driving seat, so I'd probably be still thinking about that, and maybe, like you say, you can get cautious of the track, but I don't think the pace that he's showing through there is showing much caution at the moment, so he's doing what he needs to do, and he's definitely got battle. He's got enough speed in his car, enough that he's going to be able to be there. And in fact, where's that? There's Tom Willis just disappeared. In fact, he's just been swallowed up by that chase group, so they're all together again as a group of 5. So Tom Willis lost out in that lap, and you can see how much the battling is starting immediately, and that will mean this chase group, including Alex Vincent at the front of it now, so he's really come through that chase group as well. It will be joining this lead group, and they'll be going, whoa, heck, where did you come from?
Oh, indeed, and Willis been bobbing and weaving more than a boxer there as he made his way down to Redgate Corner, looking one way then the other, trying to make a move. Will Chadwick, meanwhile, he's let himself fall back to 4th, and I think Chadwick's now taking the tone, which is, if they're all going to fight this hard, what's the point of me getting stuck in? That's what I absolutely need to. And indeed, it's been absolutely brilliant. And then with that 1.5 second gap to Vincent, who's now got ahead of Yates and Goldstein, he's leapt his way up into 5th. Could we see Alex Vincent join the back of this group? I suspect we could. As meanwhile, we've got our 42 there, making their way on through. That's Broome, trying to run away from none other than Stephen Harris, doing a good job so far to see how far he can progress. Those battles further down the order in the AMs as well. But seeing our drives come through Coppice Bend, and immediately there
the snake happens, doesn't it? As they try to get rid of that toe. That's what the whole thing there is, tucked to the inside, and they can't go down your inside, but it's not worked out quite. That side-by-side lock-up from him, from Wilby, just as he went in there, but absolutely on the raggedy edge of adhesion, but managed to make it happen. But you saw how much more speed Chadwick had to come back through and over the top, and that really is everyone back together. You can see David Yates is absolutely on there, as is Alex Vincent then to the outside. Can he sweep around them all to take the lead? Not quite this this time, but he's going to give it a good go. He's up into that 4th place, another place made up, but he's going to lose out just as they head down through Craner Curves again this time.
Oh, an incredible 4-wide moment there from our leaders going in towards Redgate, and well, we're not even halfway through this race right now, and the tempo is building here. They know there's plenty of points on the line, and after this is the midway point of the season. They've got 3 more race meets after this in the 21 round championship campaign, and you want to complete the first half of the season up with aplomb if you can. But right now, Will Chadwick started to move forward there, seeing if he can squeeze his way into 2nd place soon. And see a little bit further back how this is bringing them all together. And Murgatroyd is the only prime driver right now who's not in that lead pack. He's in a very lonely no man's land there, a bit further back at the moment, so understandably it's going to be a little bit of a frustrating moment for him, but he is bringing a couple of drives with him. But look at this,
Brilliant
it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, see, they're all bouncing over that McLean's and Coppice curb and just absolutely maximising. Remember, these are the 310R drivers. They've been in these cars and raced Caterhams for multiple years now already, so it's great to see them. Vincent down the outside, will be down the middle bit, and Harris on the inside. Harris wins out. Ooh. That's Rob Lowe spun. Looks like that might be at Coppice. He was near to the rear of the field, so he, whether he was pushed or whether he just spun it, who knows. But Willis back out in front, Harris in 2nd, now it's David Yates in 3rd, so there's been a bit of shenanigans on the exit of that chicane, because that's a complete reversal from how they went into it. Ryan Wilby now is behind, so they must have either made contact with tyres or they've just sort of had an absolute lack of momentum out that corner. But it's our lead 2, and then it's David Yates in that 3rd place car now.
And Will Chadwick there putting 2 wheels on the grass on the inside into Redgate in order to retake 4th place there. Well, he's using all the road and plenty more. So long as 2 wheels stay within the white lines, he's normally okay with regards to track limits. And as they come out to the old hairpin, Goldstein now getting closer and closer. The championship leader coming into this race meet. Well, he has been not completely anonymous, but to be fair, this hasn't been the happiest round or set around so far, but he may end it on a bit of a high if he's able to progress a bit further. But look at how they're all coming together here. In fact, you've even got the head of the AM pack now. You've got Jackson, Hardcastle, Parker and Lancaster. That's all the way down to 14th place all in this pack again now.
And they're absolutely nose to tail. Look at them as they bounce over that curb and fly around this Cobbs corner. As you come up to that corner, you absolutely cannot see the apex. You just have to tip the car in. It's ever so fast, but you if you miss the apex, you ever so quickly run out of all the track, and so it's just a really complicated corner. By this stage of the weekend, though, or the day, they are going to be very used to going around that corner and have worked it all out. And you can see how pristinely they were all following one another through there. Willis trying to shake that toe from Harris, but not making it happen. Yates now having to defend. A little bit of tyre rub from Wilby. You can see his rear wheel arch is a little bit dislodged, and that's rubbing against his tyre. So not only that, it's going to cause a bit of distraction, it's also going to cause a bit of friction. You can see it's tucked up underneath there. Sometimes they will ping themselves free again as they go over curbs and whatnot, but hopefully that's not going to cause his tyre to dig in too much, because that will cause a potential puncture. But if it continues to do that, you can see how folded under it is at the rear. But normally they ping themselves clear at some point. Vincent also losing a mudguard, so I wonder whether that was part of the shenanigans that happened in the chicane last time through.
Indeed, there may have been some shenanigans there. Meanwhile, we're a little bit further down at the order. By no means that lesser drivers here. We've got our number 42 of Broome, continue to try and stay ahead of Stephen Harris and Lowe. And well, we'll have to wait and see which way they go in due time. In fact, I think that's Broome ahead of Coop now, moving up into 17th place there. Lowe a little bit too far back after his earlier spin. Now, we do have a black and white flag for your number 15. That was just picked up there on camera. That is going to be none other than your runner of Yates, and that is a track limits the old hairpin. He does it again, and he will be getting a 5-second post-race time penalty. But that's the thing now. I mean, we call it tactical off tracks. You get a certain number of them, and everyone knows if you can exploit an off track once or twice, you'll do it. But now he knows he can't go too wide. As somebody has gone very wide and kicked up a lot of dust there, that just reels in his pace a little bit as we go into lap number 10. And right now, still Willis, then it's Harris, then Vincent. Alex Vincent has made 3 more places. Can he go the distance?
You want to keep those track limits in your pocket, because you have no idea when you're going to have a little error or a little oversteer moment that you didn't know, or hit a bit of fluid or whatever it happens to be. And then these are automated track limit sensors, and if they ping, they ping. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no marshal there calling you in, and therefore, unless there's extenuating circumstances, you can, there's no way you'd use them tactically. I think ultimately, unless you're on the very last lap and know you haven't done it once, then maybe you might start thinking about it. But yeah, it's not something you really want to play with too much, because you're playing with fire, because 5 seconds in this will drop you right out of the battle. And in fact, you can go right from first all the way down into sort of 10th place. In fact, 5 seconds back would put you into 15th place on this race, so you just don't want to do that at all.
Well, indeed, I'm just taking a look in the YouTube chat. Everyone's absolutely loving the racing this afternoon. This race really setting the fires on so many, but right now it's getting fiery at the front there, and that is going to be Harris in the middle of the road. On the outside, that's going to be, I believe, That's going to be Vincent and number 17, and well, just falling back there. He's falling back to third place. So they're quite passive that time, but then again, we've still got plenty more laps to go. It's not over yet as they go 3 wide down towards turn 1.
I don't think he had any choice. You say passive, I say he had no choice. You know, there were cars in the way, and hey, look, 1 corner later, and he's in the lead. He played that perfectly. As far what do we know? He's a multiple catering champion. He's done this all before. Great to have him back out there in the field. Had a great old Brands Hatch round as well. So good to see him. Still plenty of speed in that car. But Alex Vincent could be the story of this. If he could make it to that top step, what a story it would be. It would be elation from heartbreak, wouldn't it? But David Yates still very much involved in that, and hopefully he won't ping that track sensor anymore. And this front pack of 5, it looks like Charles Harris also looking to see whether he can do anything about coming up. Ryan Wilby, that does look like that tyre rub has cost him speed and momentum, because he is dropping back through the field. And what a shame, because we saw that in the first one. He had that nose cone dislodged, didn't he, which cost him time as well today. So yeah, not the best again for Ryan Wilby. He needs some good luck. If he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all, as it said.
Oh, indeed, and well, luck giveth, love taketh as well, from race weekend to race round. And right now, we are still going around here with another 3 wide coming down in towards the S's, but this time it is going to be number 81 of Willis who retakes that lead, going on to now lap number 12. 5.5 minutes to go as they roar the way down towards Redgate here, and now things are going up to that final quarter. This is where the elbows really come out. This is where now all the tactics start to go out the window to a degree, unless you've got the temper to be able to manage it. Giving a quick update further back down the order. Am leader still at Lancaster, just ahead of Sam Parker, and we have a red flag.
So something's gone on out of this track. Hopefully nothing too serious, but a red flag immediate. So we've got a car upside down. That was Hardcastle, isn't it? I think so. His car is upside down, driver out, so it looks like they've made contact maybe with the pit wall after having a sideways moment out of the chicane then. Yeah, absolutely red flag immediate there, so good to see driver out as well. Bit of fluid on the track, likely to be radiator fluid. But all the medical car immediately on the scene as well. Both cars out, both drivers out, but everyone will be looked after. Again, the marshal will have a bit of work to do. 5 minutes to go, in fact over 5 minutes, so we've not done the 7, let's not quite had it. Oh yeah, all the cars came together. Is that Sam Parker got forced down? Sam Parker got forced down the pit lane there, so that was our full AM battle, just absolutely coming to a head out of the chicane that time. And a bit of a topple over, wasn't it? So it's hit the inside wall and then a topple over.
Oh, indeed, a big of an instant there, but fortunately for Sam Parker being able to use the pit lane as an escape road, really. Of course, not the way you want it to go, but all things considered. But all 3 of our drivers there getting caught up together. But like you say, Chris, good to see all the drivers out the cars.
Difficult decision though now. We've got over 5 minutes left, which means we haven't quite reached 75 minutes, 75% distance. And it's red flag, so they probably will have to have a restart if they so choose. Otherwise, they may not get full allocation of points. If they can't get this race restarted, they won't get a full allocation of points. It's just on that real borderline. But obviously, anytime you have an incident like that, it's an immediate red flag, as it should be, so that we can get everyone to where they need to be immediately. And it looks like all the drivers out, all the drivers safe. And yeah, if we do have to call a result, it will be wound back to the last time that everyone completed a lap. And if and that can be up to 2 laps before, basically. But at the moment, all the drivers there. Sam Parker being held at the end of the pit lane, you can see, so he got forced down that pit lane, now being held there, whilst obviously the track has got a red light, because it's a red flag situation.
100%, and of course, when the results are taken back, should the race be called at that point, any driver who was involved in the red flag incident, I do believe they get excluded from the results.
Anyone who's not, so it's classed as anyone not running at the time the red flag is thrown, and these 2 cars would come under that. Sam Parker was still running and down the pit lane, so she should be fine. So it's not necessarily involvement, it's about whether your car was still under its own power and running, and these 2 cars obviously not at the moment.
A bit of an instant there, but it was only building up to be quite the crescendo right at the end, whether it was in the overall win battle, alternatively in the AM lead battle, but still, of course, I'm pushing it to the absolute limit. And we'll be interested to see if we do get a restart right at the end.
I mean, whilst we didn't see the start of that accident, it's a very easy one to happen. As soon as 2 cars come together, it's almost like a magnet, because the wheels sort of interlock and they grip, and then it could tell that Sam had nowhere to go. So just as they come in on the right-hand side, you can see the cars are already sort of having a kerfuffle, and they just get squeezed themselves to the inside, and Sam Parker just had nowhere to go. So it looks like Lancaster just got away with that. He's going to head on down. Sam Parker doing what she had to do, which was get away. And it was just the way the cars reacted that bobbled the car up in the air and over. If you're going to have an upside-down moment in a car, I think that's probably one of the nicer ones that you can have. But again, you can see the radiator's absolutely bashed in, which is what the fluid is. You can see all over the track there. Just so, that will need a bit of more, bit of TLC from both those cars, and we'll see them back out when we head to Alton Park on the 18th of July. But yeah, another little bit, this is why we run ahead of schedule, so that we can get these cars all tidied away. The Clarks can all have time to figure out what they want to do as far as restarting the race or calling it. We only have one more race to get done today, and that's the 270R, the final of them. But yeah, shame that was, because it was building, like you say, to a crescendo. Willis crossed the line last time we went across the lap, but we will go back a lap at least. So the results you're seeing in your tower on the left are unlikely to be what will be called or what will be gridded up if we are going to get this race underway once more.
Oh, indeed. And interesting, of course, speaking about obviously the schedule and the fact that naturally we try to run ahead so that way we build time back in. All circuits in the United Kingdom do have a local curfew in effect. Donington Park is a bit of an unusual circuit because normally the curfews are around 6 o'clock if you look at, say, Brands Hatch because of the local village of West Kingsdown, or you go to Croft, for example. Although certain circuits, they can request permission to extend the race day by up to 30 minutes. At Donington Park, the nearest venue you have really is the village of Castle Donington. It's a little bit further away, and you have East Midlands Airport. So in fact, racing here at Donington Park can go on longer compared to most circuits because it doesn't have as close a residential facility which would mandate such an early curfew. Understandably, the racing will be called at some point. We're not going to run into midnight, and that is typically when you start to go to darker conditions. When there's insufficient ambient light available, that's when normally the racing will get called. But we are in the peak of the British summer, so not saying it would happen, but it does mean we should have plenty of time to continue the racing here. And indeed, we'd like to see all the racing come to a close. And I'll tell you one thing, Chris, as much as part of me says they might call the race, I would love to see what could happen if we have 5.5 minutes and it is a restart race. It could be absolute pandemonium right at the end.
You know, ultimately it's the 310R championship. It's an important championship, and with 5 minutes 29 to go, they would have to call it half point. So it just depends how long it takes to safely clear away this barrier, make sure everything's in one place. They would tend to want to run it so that it can get full points, especially if they do have flexibility in the timetable. If the timetable is an absolute curfew and whatever regulations it is and local noise and things force them to call it, they may well do that, but they will do everything they can to get it completed. But I don't, if I'd crossed the line in first place, I'd be absolutely petitioning for maybe that not to happen, whereas everyone else might be petitioning for it to happen. So, but certainly, we come here to race. You pay your money to race, and therefore, if there's at all any chance that we can get, and they have been superbly well, in control today. And Donington Park National can be a difficult track to race at. You've seen how busy it is, how many overtakes you have, how many opportunities you have for things to go slightly awry, and today they've done a great job at managing that all through. We've even, with some stoppages, managed to get back ahead of schedule, as such has been the performance of all the drivers out there. So bravo to all the drivers. I know obviously at the moment it's not looking too happy for the two drivers that we're seeing on our screen and their cars, which will need a bit of tender loving care to get them back out again, but that will all happen, and the marshals are just indicating what they have to do to get this car back onto its wheels, and then they get it onto the low loader, and then we can get whatever the decision is back up and running. We saw them run the Academy run to 20 minutes earlier on, and they didn't have to do that. They could have shortened that, but they didn't. And so with 5 minutes 29 to go, yeah, I think we might still see them out there. They obviously want to get this car over as safely as they can without too much of an extra jolt. You can see the wheels stuck underneath there. It's a awkward time, but back on its wheels then, and we're ready to get fixed up for another day.
Indeed, and speaking of our marshals, I do believe earlier when I was walking through the paddock, we actually do have a set of Taste Today marshals or volunteers who are here today who have just been doing the ins and outs. I think they're beginning a tour of, not necessarily, I don't think they're going to be out on circuit necessarily, although saying that, I think there was one of them out there actually waving the green flag earlier on, so it's great to see a new group of marshals coming on through.
If you're interested in doing marshalling, head to barc.net and find out where your local marshal centres is. Other race clubs will have their own marshalling centre, and Motorsport UK will direct you where you need to go. It is really quite an amazing thing to come and do on your spare time if you enjoy motor racing especially, or if you just enjoy this whole working with this machinery, etc. And you can bring your skills to the fore, and we really need a lot of marshals to support racing, and they're all volunteers and they do it for the love of what they do. And say as a part of as an ex-driver, having been driving for 10 years, it is amazing that they allow us to do what we enjoy doing, because they enjoy the experience of being involved in that process as well. They play such an important role, more important than the drivers do, to making sure that everyone can do this and do it safely. And yep, get involved. And like we say, with our academy, we do encourage and incentivize our academy drivers going to do a marshalling day. Anyone is welcome to do it, and I would recommend all drivers once a year go and do it, just to remind themselves when we come in and think, why didn't you spot this? Why didn't you call that up? When you go and see a race happening in front of you, it really is a complicated beast. It really does bring you back down to earth with a bump of you're you're really not important out there, and there's other people doing way more important job.
Oh, 100%. And speaking of people who do love the racing, well, of course, we haven't had a chance really recently, because the racing's just been absolutely intense. We haven't had a chance to give a few shout-outs to those of you tuning in. And we take a look to the Caterham YouTube chat firstly. And we do say hello there to Middle Age Mayhem and also to O Kibble White. We also say hello to none other than Jose Perez and also to Nicole Steele and also there to Jamburger, who says, love Caterham, some of the best cars for racing and driving. Well, we won't disagree with you there. We absolutely love them as well. And we also say hello to Nuris0707. Look into the Bark YouTube chat meanwhile. And do say hello to a few of you. We've actually got quite a few tuning in from the US of A. Carson Feldman there tuning in from New York. And, well, hello to you, Carson. I hope you're doing well. I do believe New York is 5 hours behind the UK, so therefore it's coming up to 12 o'clock midday. In fact, it's just past that. And if so, I hope you have a good lunch. We also say hello to Felix Hoffman there, who's been tuning on the Academy Drives and enjoying that. Also to Alfiv. And we also do say hello there to Liam Lindahl. And, well, also we do say hello to a few more of you there, including Adam Park Gold, who's been really enjoying the broadcast, the weather and the commentary. Thank you for your kind words, Adam. We do appreciate it. And, well, also we say hello there to none other than, I do believe, I think in fact we call everyone there. We also do say hello to Bot 014 and all work out.
Sorry, just hearing that, I think it looks like they have declared the result now, 1 lap back, so 16:27 won't be in there, but we have had a result declared at this point. So it looks like they're going to put all the drivers down. That will be the end of the 310Rs for today. We got the 270s still to look forward to though.
Oh, well, fair play. Of course, I think we were sort of on the fence as to which way it would go, but in the end, we do have that update coming through, and thank you for that, Chris. So it does mean the 310Rs are now complete in terms of their round number 12. Not the way necessarily we wanted it to end, and we will be giving you a rundown of those provisional results as a result of the red flag in due course. But the race running there almost a whole 15 minutes, so not all the points will be awarded necessarily, but a great race even so until the unexpected red flag. But they will be back racing at Alton Park in the near future. And in fact, I think we might be having the provisional results come up. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen.
I think the provisional results are different from what's still on the timing sheet. So I've got a sheet here which is the provisional results, and I think they differ from what they actually time they went across the line. Yeah, I think so. I'm just seeing whether I can get my phone to behave. It doesn't look like it.
If not, we're having slight technology challenges here in the commentary booth, but I've also, well, we can take a look there. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, we haven't got the results on the screen, but we're just going to read them out to you. And thank you for Chris here to using his phone. So William Harris has been declared your winner provisionally of the race, with Alex Vincent in second place, and Tom Willis will complete the overall podium. William Chadwick took fourth ahead of David Yates, with Charles Harris in sixth place ahead of Paul Goldstein, with Andrew Murgatroyd, Ben Lopez Appleton and Ryan Wilby completing an all-overall top 10 of Pro-Ams. Your winner in AM, this does mean it is Sam Parker on what is the counted back lap, with Stephen Lancaster and Henning Eschweiler completing your podium, and it'll be Chris Buck in 14th place ahead of William Coop, Chris Broome, Stephen Harris and Robert Lowe completing your 18 finishes. And we have non-classifications, of course, for those involved in the incident.
We'll keep that as provisional until we hear otherwise, but that's certainly from what I'm hearing the result as it were. So Sam Parker does take that by want of being squeezed down the pit lane, but not how she would have wanted to take it. But nevertheless, all the drivers out there giving us a fantastic set of races from the 310Rs, and we still got 20 minutes of action to come from the 270s, and their racing has been absolutely stellar as well. So don't go anywhere. Do use this 5 minutes if you need a comfort break or if you need a cup of tea, but we will keep with you, and we're going to keep it. Looks like we're just about getting ready to tidy away these cars, and it won't be too long before we see the 270s.
And, well, just whilst we are waiting to potentially go down to Parc Fermé to have some quick interviews with our Vertex 310R Championship drivers, we do say hello there to Survey Shack in the YouTube chat, and also a big shout out to Why Not Tony, who says, watching my brother and nephews from Rochester, New York, I presume that is. So, Tony, do let us know who exactly you're cheering on. We'd love to know, because that's absolutely epic you're tuning in from the other side of the globe. But indeed, we are just taking a bit of a brief moment before we do catch those interviews, which will be brought to you by Leah. Well, we did have some questions there from you in the Caterham YouTube chat saying what actually happened. We had 3 of our AM drivers all come together coming out of the S's. Sam Parker being right in the midst of it, all being forced down the pit lane and avoiding being caught up. But unfortunately, we did have 2 of our drivers end up going to the barrier coming up the final corner. One of them rolled, and of course, we did have to bring out the red flag. But all the drivers got out the cars and are okay, which is the most important thing at the end of the day. And well, as we now do get ourselves set, we are going to be going down to Park Firming very shortly, and it will be over to Leah to do interviews with our 310R Championship racers. Over to you, Leah.
We're just seeing what happened on the screen in our caution position. So yeah, well, 3 cars actually involved there, Adam. In that incident, one of them even has.
Well, that is definitely not the end any of us wanted to have for the final race of the 310R Caterhams here this afternoon at Donington Park. Obviously, it is a bit of unknown at the moment because of the red flag. Things go back a lap and we weren't sure what happened, but we think we can bring the results to you. I'm not sure if the commentators have brought them to you. If we just pan round, because we have, I think, William Harris taking the win for that race with Vincent in P2 and Willis in P3. Obviously a debrief happening between the Harris family there. There's a car of Charles and then Williams is down the front there. I think it will only be potentially half points awarded for that. I'm not sure how long they all ran, but like I say, it's just not the way you want to end the race, so I hope all drivers involved in that incident are okay. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Will. Oh, keep it hydrated, Steve. Keep it hydrated.
It was hot. It was really hot. Yeah. Good. It was a shame how it ended. Are they okay, do you know?
Well, we think the drivers are out of the car. We don't have much information apart from that, but it's just a faff, and of course we don't know who's where, but we think your boy's taking the win.
Oh, good.
Don't know if he knows that.
I hope so, because otherwise he's really grumpy when he doesn't win, so it's quite good.
I can see that. Will, if we bring you in, we think you won that one because it goes back a lap, and you'll be happy because you dropped from 1st to 4th on that lap. So if you took the win, that's happy days, isn't it?
It's very happy days, yeah. I think that might have been the only time I led over the line as well, so really happy days. Well, I'm really happy, really happy.
Obviously, full points won't be awarded, unfortunately, because of how much race distance you completed, but any points are good points at the stage of the season, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. I'll definitely take that. I've not felt very good here. Bad quality, slightly better in race 1, slightly better in race 2, and then a bit of luck to win race 3, so I'm happy with it, and I'm definitely happy to leave.
Why do you think Donington hasn't suited you so much? Because you were so quick at Spa, you come here and it's a bit off the pace. What do you think it is about this circuit that hasn't gone your way so much? I mean, you got a race win, so
yeah. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's going. I don't know. I really like the track. I think it's just everyone I'm racing has raced for a lot longer. I'm not sure my pace is bad, but I think they're just a bit better at racing than me. So I'm kind of being schooled by the wall a bit. That's good. I've learned some stuff. So
it's really funny because your dad said the exact same thing to me earlier. We crossed paths as I was coming over to here, and he said, "Oh, I like Donington, but I don't think Donington likes me." And he just said, "Oh, I like Donington, but Donington doesn't seem to like me."
Great track. It's not going well. Track to drive, but yeah, it's hard. It's just But anyway, this was good because I didn't go in the gravel, and I've still got 4 wings, so that's an absolute bonus for this weekend. I've not come back with all my wings before today, so yeah.
Well, there you go. Happy days for the Harris family. Boys, thank you so much for speaking to me. Great racing this weekend. Nice to see you too, Steve. What a charmer. Yeah, like it's just so unfortunate for a race to end that way. We're so happy, obviously, to see Sam Parker, our co-presenter for the day, doing a few of our interviews okay over there. Obviously, we won't go and speak to her now, but she was involved in that incident, so it's nice to see that she is doing okay. Yeah, just a reminder, we think the provisional results, which are all subject to conditions after the race and after the stewards have time to look at everything and get everything under control, we think it will be a William Harris P1, an Alex Vincent P2 and a Tom Willis P3. It's just not I don't have much to say apart from I wish we got to see this race finished. We've got the damage of the car. One of the cars has been recovered behind us. Not sure if we probably should show that, but it's the one that flipped and it looks okay. It's just going to be quite a bit of repair work for Tim Hardcastle of that Caterham. We hope he's okay. We hope all the drivers are okay. Yeah, not much really more to say from down here. We'll try and find maybe Tom to speak to, or find Alex. Yeah, let's go grab a word with them to see what they say. Gents, I thought I'd come over and speak to you while we've got this condition. William, I want to still speak to you.
Yeah, but I think I'm fourth.
Yeah, but that's still a good result. It's still a good bag of points.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but a bit gutting when you're, I think, second 2 laps in a row. So yeah. Oh well.
It's the reinstated lap going back, isn't it? Because
yeah, I think it goes
works
back
for some for not.
Yeah, I think it goes back to it is what it is. You can't plan for a red flag. I just really hope that everybody's okay is the main thing.
No, definitely, exactly. Well, William, you've had a great show this weekend, so don't be disheartened with a P4. I'll take P4 any day.
I don't even know where I've come. Is it?
We think you're P2.
Okay.
We think provisionally.
Yeah.
The information I've been fed is that you're P2. Just talk us through what it's like out on track.
I mean, it's just so fast. It's so close. I mean, I've had to come through the field after an absolute terrible race 2. So I'm just happy to be. If it's top 3, great. So if it had gone on another lap or 2, who knows where it'd come. So really happy.
You've had a great day, like you say. You did have to work your way through a pack, and a Caterham grid is stacked, isn't it? So that's no easy feat.
It's a very tricky, fast circuit, and yeah, you've just got to pick your way through, just stay out of trouble as much as possible. Yeah, and take the moves when you can, otherwise you don't go forward. Yeah.
So Caterham's, the last time they raced here, I believe, was in 2024. So it's good to get some insight from you about driving a Caterham around Donington. Where did you find the easiest place to overtake was this weekend?
Probably into turn 1. Out the chicane, get a good toe, into turn 1 or then on the up, coming out the old hairpin, potentially up there. They're the two my favourite places anyway.
And what is it like driving a Caterham down Crater Curves? Because it just flows away from you, doesn't it? It's so sweeping, it's so lovely.
Yeah.
What is it like in one of these?
I'm not quite sure I'd like to do it in a car much bigger, but they just grip. They're so light and nimble. They're just amazing. They're just they've got no downforce, so they're just so hold on for your dear life, and the grip. These tyres are amazing.
Wonderful. Wow, like you said, when you think about the touring cars going around here, or the GTs, you think, Christ, how is a McLaren getting around there? But Alex, thank you so much for speaking to me. We think you are provisionally P2. Okay. We'll let that be decided by the stewards, but I think you have got podium, so congratulations on that result. Let's go and see who else we can speak to, because it hasn't been a straightforward race for these. Obviously there's a bit of disruption now. We have got a bit of a lull now before the 270Rs can get out on track. Because they're clearing that incident onto the main Wheatcroft straight. Let's see if we can grab a word with potentially our head of motorsport, Alex Reed. He is in conversation with someone, but we'll see if we can just grab a quick, short word with him. It might be worth just seeing if we can grab him. I appreciate he is extremely busy, so that might not be possible. Oh, is this race winner's car? Helmet of William Harris. He had a great drive this weekend, and he was so successful out at Spa the last time round when they were over in Belgium. Just something about this track, like him and Dad said, he likes his track doesn't like him, and sometimes that's just the way racing goes. Sometimes that is just how it goes for these drivers. I think Alex is a little bit busy, so we'll move on and see if we can speak to anyone else. Let's see actually if we can grab a word with Sam Parker. Obviously she was involved in that incident down on the main straight, so she might, she's probably a bit reluctant, but we'll see. She's a lovely lady. She's been so helpful to me today, so I really appreciate her help. Hi Sam.
Hi.
Talk to me. What was that? Because you were involved in the scuffle, weren't you?
Well, it happened right in front of me, so I can't. I just made a very, very quick reaction because it happened literally at the exit of the chicane. As it unfolded, I went to the left because I had a good run out of the chicane. The other two are on the right of me. The only place for me, I could see Josh coming around the front of Tim's car. I thought the only place for me to go is the pit lane. So I literally slammed on my brakes, dived down the pit lane, drove down the end of the pit lane, and they put the red flag out. So I didn't realise the severity of it, but luckily they're both apparently okay, so that's good.
Yeah, I have heard that both drivers are okay. You were running P2 in class before the incident happened, so when a red flag's thrown, normally those who cause the red flag or are involved in the red flag, basically anyone who's not running at the time it's thrown, is excluded from the race. Do you know your stance on where you perhaps finished at? Will that include you? Because you were still technically running down pit lane.
Well, it goes back a lap. So it goes, with a red flag, it always goes back one lap. Now, I don't know I feel like Alex from Caterham told me, he's seen the official timekeeper's sheet. If it is true, and that stands, then I'm P1 in the AM class. So I'm not getting too excited yet because, things can change. So, yeah, we'll keep keeping cool.
Well, yeah, I'd played it so cool then. Yeah. Well, if that is the case, congratulations. You do deserve it. See, how amazing is Sam as a role model to women in racing and women in broadcasting? She's multi-talented. Thank you for speaking to me. I know it was nice for you to see, so congratulations. Hopefully that win still stands for you.
Yes.
And I hear that we have got racing out on track at the moment. The 270Rs are heading to the grid now. Fantastic job again by the marshals to get the track clear, get racing back underway, and it is the final race of the day here at Donington, Seven Heaven, over in an absolute flash. The 270Rs out on track for the final time, and for the last time today I'm going to hand over to my friends Paul and Chris in commentary. So boys, it's been my pleasure, and over to you.
Very quick today, but ended up in the gravel trap on the exit
Thank you, Leah. And well, ladies and gentlemen, after a bit of a wait, we are now back for our final race of the day here for the Seven Heaven event at Donington Park. And it is, of course, none other than round number 12 of the 2026 Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship. Well, for this one, they line up as they finished their second race earlier on today, and it will be on pole position. Aaron Oliver ahead of the man who's gone from 27th to 5th, from 5th to 2nd, and now can he take just one step to first? Luciano Caruso. Ryan Thornton starts in 3rd place, always an absolute weapon in his number 33. Can he find his way back to the very top step? Or will it be Rob Kennelly, who really surprised expectations and actually made his way into the lead pack and stayed with them and managed to make it 4th place? Christian Bond starts 5th, just ahead of Jasmine Shaw. We had that dramatic end to race 2, many of you will remember earlier on. We did see a couple of our leaders fall out, and Christian Bond was able to steal away Jasmine Shaw's first top 5 of the season. And Craig Evans takes 7th place in this grid ahead of Henry Speaks, who seemed to struggle towards the end. It was a much hotter day earlier on in the race, where we did have a track temp or an ambient temperature around what was 26 degrees. It's dropped by about 4 or 5 degrees since then, and we saw him struggling on high temperatures. Ryan Valet starts 9th, ahead of Sebastian Valet, the two brothers together there. And then we do see outside the top 10 Andrew Bailey and Paul Oglesby. Oglesby with that spin demoted him down the order, but took 12th right at the finish, with Daniel Crawley and Jimmy White on the 7th row. On row number 8, Andrew Davison and Richard Hay. That'll be your top 16. I think we do have just a couple more rows to walk you through, ladies and gentlemen, to complete the starting order. In fact, I've got quite a few now, think about it. So let's not waste too much time. Steve Lorryman and Chris Hicks will be on row 9. Chris Morning and Charles Chapman will complete your top 20 on row 10. Row 11 will be Sean Murphy and Scott Helm. Watch out for the 42 dry, he'll be coming through. Andrew McKay and Hall will be on row 12. And then to make up your final rows of the grid, we've got just 2 more rows. Gary Cross and Alistair Kinnear, and there'll be Alistair Morton and Shane Forster. Without further ado, Chris, we had 9 races, they've all been brilliant, all had their own stories. We've got our 10th story to do now, the final chapter of the race at Donington Park. How about it?
Today has whipped through, hasn't it? Final 20 minutes of action then. Drivers doing a fantastic thing. So where each race, 20 minutes is feeling quite long, but overall we have just run through this action. It's fantastic to see them all doing that. A difficult day for everyone to kind of navigate, but the green flag just about ready to be put out for the final of our Caterham action here at Donington Park. Ready to see who's going to take the 270R. I'm tired. Lights are on.
Oh, indeed, and worse, Chris regathers himself. Lights are on, and as quick as that, it's going to be lights out and away we go for round number 12 of the championship. A good start there from our second place starter of Caruso. He's leapt into the lead of the Rothmans inspired livery, but as he heads in towards Redgate Bend, will he hold on here? As we can see behind, Thornton already going on attack. Kennelly as well tried to go on the outside of Brian Thornton, but Thornton's not going to have that. And as they make the way out of Redgate Bend, now in towards Hollywood, a bit of a subtle start there for our top four, but look further back, and that's where you've got the two wides now as they come through Hollywood into Crane. As somebody goes very wide at the rear of the pack, but just about keeps it on the road. In fact, there's 3 wide at the back, meanwhile 2 wides at the front of the field. Everywhere you look, there's action, but everyone's safely on through, Chris.
Yeah, I saw Jasmine Shaw, I think, making up a position maybe into the top 5 then. There is a car, in that 5th place ahead of Henry Speaks. That was a race-long battle last time, wasn't it? But we're fanning out even early on to the McLeans. They've had a little bit of a pregnant pause while they would have been in assembly area, waiting, ready to go, but you've just got to manage that adrenaline, and they're all up and around McLean's for the first time, and it is indeed Caruso now down into that 3rd place. New gold rims on his, so it really does mirror that Williams car from the 90s or the early 90s, so off he goes and up and around as they head down towards the chicane for the first time. It's Caruso back into 2nd place. Kennelly doing a great job in that 3rd place. Thornton in 4th, and then it is Jasmine Shaw, I believe, yes, in 5th place.
Well, indeed, a great start there. We've got plenty more laps to come, as right now we might see a change here. Caruso looking up the inside. Of course, it's all posture initially, and Oliver does not offer a defence, just simply says, right, I'll take the outside line, I'll go for the switchback if you don't get this right. Oh, that was a little bit close.
Yeah, contact. There was tyres made there, so they definitely made contact into Redgate that time.
Well, there will be a bit of contact there, and well, as the batting continues, that might set the temperament for what is to come here, on the Toad at least, as we do see a bit further back. That's going to be the battle for 8th place just behind. In fact, 2 wide there, and that's going to be a lovely bit of work there from Oglesby, now up into 6th place. He's not wasting any time in making progress here. This is a very different Paul Oglesby compared to how we saw it in what was race number 2, but of course he's been put on the back foot as a result of the last lap incident in race number 2, so therefore he's got to put his best foot forward if he wants to retain that championship lead going to Alton Park. Let's wait and see whether that's the way it's going to go. As all the field weaves its way now in towards McLean's once again, but already at Coppice, they're all cut as much as possible. Oglesby goes a bit wider there by comparison. Might be a little bit of understeer creeping, perhaps not just settling in at the moment, but of course the circuit evolving. The wind has slightly changed direction, now making its way to an even more prominent headwind down these back stretches. Into the braking zone, Caruso going defensive.
Yeah, also looking to see where Scott Helm gets to as they head through the chicane this time. He had to start deep in the field, but he did make 4 places up to 17th, so he's off the back of the field. So Oglesby and Scott Helm making good progress through. Need to do it early to see whether they can make any indent into this lead pack. Jasmine Shaw looking for that 4th place alongside Thornton, but it's Caruso in that 3rd place. Kennelly just in front of him, and Oliver just in front of him. So as they head then down Corina Curves this time, still absolutely together this front pack, no real gap there. Oglesby is now firmly ensconced in that battle though. Oh, and a Wheelar's just getting clipped there, absolutely just got flung off the car, and it's that was Thornton's rear wheel arch, wasn't it? We saw that contact with Kennelly into Redgate. I think that's maybe just the outcome.
Well, indeed, a little bit of weight being shredded from the car and a bit of body work, but thankfully that going aside, there we can see it.
Big old bit of kit though, right in the middle and right on the apex there, so that's not necessarily, and it's kind of a long way from a marshal's post at that point.
It is, that's not an easy track. They're going from the marshal's post all the way through to what will be the Corina Curves. We'll have to wait and see what happens there, whether there's a temporary safety car deployed, alternatively whether it is retrieved. But in the meantime, let's see all the field coming through now, Coppice Bend, and well, as they do, well, Caruso versus Oliver, that's really behind the peak battle right at the front, but Brian Fulton has found his way into that, and Kennelly, well, he's going to look at the inside of Caruso here. I get the feeling Kennelly really is thinking, how do I take this win today? Can I find a way to do it? Given the fact that so far it hasn't quite been the season he's wanted, but we'll have to wait and see what it's to be. As Paul Oglesby now up there into 5th place. You can see him at the rear of the leading quintet, and here's Kennelly up the inside of Thornton. Well, this rivalry continues, Chris.
Yeah, Kennelly's back with us for the first time for a little while, so it's actually just straight back in there. You can see the yellow flag. In fact, it might be the slippery surface flag. It's hard to tell from this angle, but they have got that in the middle of the track. I think it's going to get collected as they go down through. Let's hope it doesn't cause any problems. They are drifting out wide, but it's awkward for them all. Hopefully the draft will just blow that to one side. inside. You can see it does get manoeuvred just slightly off the racing line, so that might be a really good thing for the next time through. They'll all be aware where it was. Well done all the drivers for missing it. That was not an easy thing to do as they head around the through Craner curves. Like I say, the car is absolutely giving you everything it can, and if you ask it to do a little bit more, it can cause it to really be unsettled. But the field absolutely nose to tail then as they head up to McLean's, as they have been for most of the day.
Oh, indeed, and right now every driver here just settling into this race. We do see our number 28 there, or Filet, that being Smashing Filet, who had a bit of a difficult end to race number 2. The car going against him, he seems to have got it back on track now, perhaps just adjusting those tyre pressures for the cooler circuit, perhaps also favouring these cooler conditions. We have a new leader, man who's rejoined the grid. It is Kenley here who takes the lead then, going on to lap number 5.
They've got a little bit of a gap, haven't they, over Caruso, who's just drifted away a little bit there, but we've seen those gaps appear and disappear just as quickly throughout the course of the day. Thornton, probably the least animated we've seen him there in 4th place, and actually looking like he was going to drop another couple of places. So what's gone on there? There's now a stationary yellow flag, and hopefully another draft of wind as they fly on by probably what will be 90 miles an hour as they go past it. We'll see that moved even more off the track, and you can see there they are using it, so hopefully it will just stay on that little bit of innocuous tarmac and won't get collected now, as you see the number 10 Oliver heading up the hill, and it's back in the lead over the top of Kennelly, Caruso, and that gap down to Oglesby, who's fought his way ahead of Thornton at this stage, but we'll be looking to see if Thornton won't be happy there. We know he's not happy there, and it's Seb Tholle and Jasmine Short further involved in that battle as well.
Oh, indeed, that battle really nicely building and understanding. That yellow flag actually has a bit of a complication to the racing for what is the majority of that, because under the yellow flag you're not allowed to make an overtake. You stay as close as possible to the car in front, but you must not pass it. So adds a bit more of a game. It was already a momentum-based game, but now you've got to really pick your fights. Meanwhile, well, how about this for a fight? 3 wide there. That's going to be Caruso on the inside of the Mills Kennelly, and then we'll have Oliver on the outside. He goes to the cutback here, but he tries to look one way, then the other, and then he does get the power down. He'll be able to look around the outside of Kennelly, but Caruso here's going to dictate the line in towards turn 1, or is he? In fact, no, it will be Kennelly. Gets the inside, and Oliver says, okay, how about I do it too now? As he goes to the inside here, constantly switching back and forth, retakes the lead, but look at Oglesby up the inside there, and just like that, now into the top 3.
And that yellow flag has been withdrawn as one of our drivers out there deep into the gravel, just wasn't having anywhere to go and does find themselves deep on into the gravel. They managed to get out though, and there is that up wing now. So the yellow flag has been withdrawn. The wing is just slightly off of the track to the drivers left, our right as we look at it. Thornton round the outside, then around Seth Volley is that, and losing a bit of momentum, but at the front it's all come back together. Jasmine Shaw in that 4th place, she's been a firm fixture of that lead battle, and the chase pack is even closer than they are as they go out. Aaron Oliver, Kennelly, then it is Oglesby into 3rd place, then it was Jasmine Shaw in 4th place, and the chase pack absolutely trying to see whether they can get back on 4th as well.
Oh, indeed, incredible battling now. I think there was a little bit of a touch between a couple of drivers' tyres as they made the way up through Schwann's and in towards McLean's, but still they've all survived it for now. We'll get an update on who exactly did go off at Red Gate and where they are now in the running order shortly. But meanwhile, we can definitely see Oglesby here going for another move. Does he pull it off? Well, Kennelly, meanwhile, stakes his claim to the middle of the road, and Oglesby moves up in 2nd place. So now ahead of Oliver, he's very much moving forward. Understandably, this is all subject to swapping back and forth later in the race, but Oglesby making it very clear that he wants to end today on a much more positive result compared to how he finished the previous race. As we do see Oliver there looking around the outside. So Oglesby versus Oliver then through turn number 1, and as they come on out of the corner, meanwhile the drop down the order. It was Davidson. So Davidson losing out in number 99, falls all the way down. See our drivers here going to town as they come through, and Caruso here being made to just wait a little bit by Kennelly. Kennelly really coming out strong here, but of course a bit of an unknown element for these drivers because they haven't raced him until now this season.
No, that's right, they're having to work out how does he fit in the order, does he have the pace, can he continue, is he going to make mistakes? Thornton is drifting back, I don't know what's gone on, he's just not got that pace. Another wing is dispatched from a car there, it was flapping away, wasn't it, but it's deposited well off the racing line, so that's not going to cause any particular issues there. But yeah, Thornton has not got the speed in his car at the moment. It's just not looking good at the moment, so he's just not with this lead group who are pulling pulling away.
Well, indeed, lead group now bolting away, but for Brian Thornton, things are not quite working out the way he wants after a first and a third. Well, if he was to complete his day inside the top 10 here, it still would be the majority of the points for him. The only driver who would perhaps match was Spartan with Luciano Caruso, so he'll be happy with this either way. But right now, Paul Oglesby, the 4th and 12th, and could this be a win to turn the day around and make it his 5th win of the season? We will see. We're almost at the halfway point here as they come across that timeline, but look who's in 4th. Jasmine Shaw doing a fantastic 5th. Jasmine Shaw doing a fantastic job right now on course that top 5. Could she even poke and probe at podiums? I think she's poked the back of Caruso's car.
I think there was definitely, if there wasn't contact, it would be amazing. But it did cost her a bit of momentum. I think she had to get out the throttle, which is great because now she's got Henry Speaks right back on her tail, and she was having a right old battle with him in race number 2 as well. So those two have been together a lot. And Caruso just having to tuck down the inside, but that's going to slow him down rather than add him into that toe. But he's going to look around the outside potentially. No, Kenley's not going to leave him the room out there. So we'll just have to sit in line, and all this time the driver will have to be slightly off the throttle just to give a little bit of momentum to the car so that they can slot back in. So you'd be surprised how many times as a race driver you actually, especially in the Caterham with the toe, you have to be slightly off the throttle rather than actually full throttle all the time. Unbelievable though it sounds, you want to go sometimes slower to go a little bit faster as you over the entire lap. But yeah, Henry Speaks right up there, and Thornton again, you can see Thornton's even drifting back through this second pack, so I think that car is not happy at the moment, whether he's carrying some damage now, whether it's just lost a bit of power, maybe it's overheating in the warm temperate evenings, but at the moment it's just not got the speed to be able to keep up with this lead group.
Well, unfortunately, it is gradually causing the bit they split in the field now as the leaders make their way onwards. Here they go to another lap.
Even more places at the back, sorry for cutting that.
Oh no, not at all. Good spot there that he's gone even further now for Brian Thornton in this race, falling down to 15th place. I wouldn't be surprised here if he perhaps drops down to the very back of the field, but wants to still get this home to get some points in the books. Those could prove very valuable if he can survive it. Understandably, he'll only want to go so far since the car is really struggling. You don't want to push it any further because you don't want to do any more damage to the car. But what it suddenly means is Jimmy White right now all the way up into 8th place after what was a nightmare race number 2. He's suddenly up there. Scott Helmer's well now up into 12th and is within sight of potentially taking on the 8th place fight. So some big names coming back through the field now, Chris. It's crazy, but to be fair, they find a way to make magic. And should this lead group fight more in the final 5 minutes, you never know what's possible.
His car was very poorly at the end of the last race, so well done to the team getting that back out there, and well done for him for racing what would be a slightly damaged car into the 8th place. Clearly not slowing him down very much at all. Jasmine Shaw now looking at Luciana Caruso to see whether she can get past. Henry Speaks still firmly involved in that battle, and Thole is still involved as well as they come down towards us. Aaron Oliver and Oglesby side by side then. It's Kenley into that 3rd place. Then Jasmine Shaw does take 4th place, so absolutely thereabouts. Is she going to be able to take her first outright podium? Certainly looks like she's got the speed in there, but Caruso's going to have something to say about that as he goes across the line with Speaks and Thole Y making up that final group.
And look at Kenley here coming out to the inside, up the inside of Oglesby he goes, but Oliver right now dictating the run at the front, and well, I think that's trying to get himself positioned. But for Jasmine Shaw, knowing how much this is going to mean to her, even if she takes the top 5, but podium would mean so much more if she can make it happen. But back side by side with Caruso, and well, this is the problem. You're now coming up against drivers here, like you're saying earlier, Chris, in some of our races. Every step you take forward in the field, the tougher it gets. The competition gets tougher, plus also the pace of the racing, it gets higher. So it is a bit of a step into the unknown, but that's how you get quicker as a driver, whether it be in the 270Rs or other Caterham Motorsport series. You can definitely see there Jimmy White, in fact, he's obviously come to the top 7. Fuller's got a lot closer to speeds. I think you only have 1.5 seconds to 8th place right now. You could really have a bit of a burgeoning field here.
And obviously that means track limits are also firmly in play. You don't want to get any 5-second penalty that's going to drop you far down the field. But yeah, absolutely nose to tail then for this lead group, and nose to tail for the chase group, who are trying desperately to come across that. Lorryman just clinging on there right at the back with the Union Jack at the rear of his car. Obviously down the inside then, going to make that fairly easy overtake. Caruso over the top of Kenley, and now Jasmine Shaw finds herself back in the clutches as Henry Speaks. It's all to and fro. Every single lap is different, isn't it? So how do you get the tactics right to make sure you're at the front of the field, just like Oglesby was then, but on the final lap of this race? 6 minutes to work out where do I want to be at what point, where's my car fast, where am I fast, how's my setup feeling, and what do I feel to how confident am I feeling into that final chicane.
Well, indeed, those nervy little moments as well, and well, as they come through right now, you can definitely see them what is Caruso now starting to make a bit of progress and speaks back with short, and this is going to cost them time. And onto the back of them suddenly is Sebastian Fuller, and you can see also Sonny White, Helm, Bond, they're all closing back up. So we're seeing the leader split a little bit as Oglesby looking around the outside this time, and Tonks back in immediately coming out of Starkeys. There's no way through there, getting into Schwann's curve, but I think he's just teasing out now whether he might be able to go for that move later on the final lap. Of course, a bit of research here can always help out. You've got to see what you might be able to do later on. We don't have any more laps left, and then we do have that sizable gap to what is Cross, Holden, Davidson and Bay in 16th place. Good to see the two of them having a bit of an exchange. And back to lead as we come. And there's Helm in 9th place, and right now with Bond just by completing that top 10. Well, wherever he looks at this top 10, there's plenty of action, including Oglesby sneaking back ahead of Oliver.
Yeah, they're just sort of swapping places happily between them. It seems like Kenley's either clinging on because he's not quite as quick as these two are in clean air, or he's just happy to sit in that 3rd place. Caruso just behind him in that Williams-inspired livery, and then it's Short and Speaks still going side by side. Yeah, a little bit of less weight on that Henry Speaks car, as his rear mudguard was one of the ones we've seen positively on the edge of the track. The rest of them float on through then, and have we completely lost Thornton? Yes, it looks like Thornton has now gone back to the pits potentially, just something not quite right with that car, so hopefully we'll see him back up to full speed when we see him at Alton Park.
Well, indeed, very unfortunate for Brian Thornton, but hopefully we get to see him back sooner rather than later. But meanwhile, the change in the top 4, but then you see Speaks and Shaw fighting for 5th. Too wide, they're coming up the hill right now, and I think Speaks getting stuck in here. Well, Jasmine's got to make a call shortly. Does she let this go to make sure they don't lose the leaders, or does she really start to dig her teeth in for 5th place? It's going to be 6 of one, half dozen the other in terms of aspirations. We'll have to see what it's going to be, as meanwhile Oglesby there just breathing back ahead of Caruso for now. Caruso starting to bear his fangs a little bit more, starting to really get into this race, like what we saw at the start of race 2. Caruso was lightning quick in the first 4 minutes of race number 2, but he seemed to use it all up then in terms of the pace he had under his sleeve. What's going to be here? Can he now deploy his ace in the hole, which seems to be some very aggressive pace over a couple of laps?
Scott Helm, isn't it, up to 8th place, so he's fought his way all the way back up to this lead group. He's done what he needed to do to get back and involved, and can he do anything in his blue machinery there, his borrowed blue machinery, don't forget, to get right back up there? Certainly it looks like it at the moment. He's going to make another position as they go into Hollywood then, on the inside of, must be, is that Jimmy Way or Thole? Anyway, as they come down the hill, I think it was Thole, wasn't it, the inside, so he has another place up. Next up on his shopping list is Jasmine Shaw, who's still staring at the back of Henry Speaks.
Well, indeed, Shaw and Speaks seem to be absolutely entwined for the purpose of all the race in Donington Park, but look at Helm already going to the inside there, getting himself out of the draft, so perhaps setting up the line for the run out of McLean's here to get a good run to the back stretch. But Scott Helm already thinking a couple of corners ahead, it would seem, and that's all part of the game. And with 3 minutes to go, they've got this lap plus 2 more most likely. We will get a grand total of 15 laps under our belt for this one, and our drivers right now really pushing hard. And with the fastest lap currently in the hands of Kenley, a 1 minute 19.245. Quite a rapid lap, to be fair. Well, the only driver close to it being Scott Helm at 19.312. So they found some magic out there with the draft. As meanwhile, Oglesby and Oliver go side by side into the S's. That's going to cost them time, and it just brings this field a little bit closer. 2 more laps to go, Chris.
Yeah, and I'm definitely watching Helm because his car is the car on the move. You can see him just tucked in behind Henry Speaks a little bit further back. So 6th in our grid at the moment, but down towards turn 1, then Redgate, and it is Oliver around the outside of Oglesby and then Caruso. These 3 have been up there. Kenley has been firmly involved. Scott Helm round the outside then of Way, as I think is also moving forward at this stage. So as they come down the hill into Craner Curves then for the penultimate time. Great as they flow down there. The wings now a long distance memory. Scott Helm getting a bit squeezed up on the curve. Nothing he can do, so he's just going to have to try and lose the momentum. As Henry Speaks still heads him. It's definitely getting a little bit trickier for him to make positions and places, but he's doing what he needs to do. Still got 2 laps or 1.5 now to get that done.
On 3 wide at the back of this group here, and who's going to come out to the top of that group? I think it's going to be Jimmy White, who just about holds on there for what will be 9th place versus Bond and Follet. They continue to fight. And Christian Bond right now, he fancies his chance to get involved in this a little bit more, but understandably they're running out of time. That's your 37 of speeds there, still side by side with Helm, and also a bit of an overlap with Kennelly, so he's not giving up, chasing down that podium at the moment. They're all eager for it, but of course, here comes a decisive moment because they make the way through the S's. It's time for the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. It's Oglesby who almost brushes the tyre barrier there, and it's going to be Aaron Oliver battling hard as they come into focus and drawing the one down. Oglesby on the left, Oliver on the right. What does Caruso do? Does he make it 3 wide? He's going to try and find some space. He finds the grass, he keeps 2 wheels at the white lines, and well, using all the track and a little bit more off of it, it doesn't quite work out, and then he goes the switch back out, but this could be a lot of momentum for you, Chris.
Not a sensor out there, so it was track limit, so I wonder whether anyone will call it, but there won't be a sensor on the grass, but that was a dedicated move. But it is the front 3 then coming down. Kennelly is still firmly involved. Scott Helm has managed to get to the chase group. Is he going to be able to do anything about this little gap that's in front of him? He should be able to catch them as they go up this hill, especially if these guys start going side by side. It doesn't look like Kennelly's going to see whether there's anything to be had around Storm's Curve as they head up and through to McLean's for the very last time then. 25 seconds on the clock, they're not going to get to. There's going to be a checkered flag the next time through. Oglesby having a disagreement there with, I think it was Kennelly, as they went round the right of McLean's. Coppis is going to be the last opportunity. Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in that second place, or do you want to be leading coming into the chicane? Well, is Oliver leading, Oglesby in that second place? Who's going to come out on top?
Well, we're about to find out as they make the way down the backstretch. It's a drag race here. Oglesby right now made to go all the way to the inside line here. Aaron Oliver's not going to give up the fight. He'll hope he can hold it around the outside to the inside. It's going to be 2 wide all the way through. Kennelly and Caruso together in the rear of your picture. Oglesby gets ahead there, and Aaron Oliver just doesn't hold the space, and it means they make the way out the final corner for Paul Oglesby. It's a complete turnaround as he sees the checker flag. Oglesby goes from 12th to victory, and it will be Aaron Oliver who makes it another podium finish. 2 seconds on the first today, with Kennelly finishing 3rd, just ahead of Caruso. Scott Helm comes all the way through to take 5th place ahead of Henry Speaks, and it'll be Jasmine Shaw taking 7th ahead of the Follet brothers, and then we will see Jimmy White in the end relegated to 10th place, with Bond taking best dressed 11th, just ahead of Evans. Then we Crawley, Bailey and Lauren completing that top 15. A bit of a battle across the line there. That is going to be Murphy just sneaking ahead of Hit, and we will have Mackay coming through in due time. But goodness me, one ends that race in the end, and Paul Oglesby returning to winning ways there is his 5th win of the season.
Yeah, being probably our winningest rate driver in this 270R, but he's had some bad luck in between. He had to really work at it this weekend, didn't he, to get back to that league group. Did so, and then to the top. So here come our provisional results then for the final action of the Caterhams this weekend.
Oh, indeed, and well, ladies and gentlemen, your provisional results from round number 12 of the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship 2026, and their 3rd and final race here at Donington Park National. Will Oglesby your winner after 15 laps of racing by 3.5 tenths ahead of Aaron Oliver, picking up an absolutely brilliant defence, and Rob Kennelly a further 1.3 tenths behind. Like I believe your top 3 with Luciano Caruso in, unfortunate not to take a podium in this one, but found himself up against a very formidable front for Kennelly and Scott Helm. And given how it started, well, Scott Helm in the end came all the way through the field from 22nd to 5th place, and he was well within reach of the podium, if not a win. 6th place went to Henry Speaks, who ended up battling with sparring partner Jasmine Shaw, who's waiting for a top 5. Goes on a little bit longer, but it was so close. And Sebastian Follet ahead of Ryan Follet in 8th place, with Jimmy Y there completing your top 10. As for your fastest lap of the race, it was set by the number 86 of Evans there at 1 minute 18.71 right towards the end of the race. A very impressive lap to complete his day, so he'll get the bonus point. And well, that concludes their racing. And of course, Chris, that's the midpoint of their season complete, but they've still got 3 more race meets to come and plenty more excitement.
Yeah, we're going to see them all again on the 18th of July at Alton Park for the Roadsport 270 310s and the 7 Championship UK. We'll see the Academy 1st of August at Brands Hatch Indy. And just before we go down to talk to our drivers, let me just say a big thank you again to all the marshals and officials out there, to BARC, to Caterham Motorsport, 24/7 and all the TV coverage on BARC TV, to Paul, yourself, Sam, Leah, JJ out in the director's box. Been a pleasure as always, and fantastic, a lot of action, and I look forward to being back with you all again when we're back with you on the 18th of July.
Well, thank you, Chris, and likewise with our final race complete, ladies and gentlemen, from Chris and I in the commentary booth, it is going to be a bit of a farewell, but just before we do switch off and hand over to Sam, we'd just like to say a thank you as well. I'd like to say a thank you to my fellow commentator of Chris there. It's been absolutely fantastic working alongside him, and also to say a big thank you to our director James, to the camera crew out there as well in windy conditions, the 2 Jacks, Jake, Andy, Ben, and also Tom, and also a big thank you to our presenters Leah and Sam Parker, and to all you guys and girls tuning in around the globe, because it's been an absolutely epic day, and also to the British Automobile Racing Club for hosting this event, and to Caterham Motorsport Roadsport for delivering such brilliant racing time and time again. But that's, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us in the commentary booth, and it's over to Sam Parker and Leah to wrap up proceedings. Firstly, with some interviews by two 70R drivers.
On top of what has been a wonderful seven-headed meeting here at Donington Park. Absolutely. If you want to catch up with the fan drive.
Well, that is the last race of the day, and what a fantastic race as usual. Now, I'm so pleased with Paul Oglesby. He deserved that win after race 2, his little spin on the grass. So let's go and have a chat with him. And Aaron Oliver been on the podium all 3 races, which is fantastic. So we're just waiting for him to get his helmet off. Actually, while we're waiting, let's speak to this man, Rob Kennelly. Fantastic! You got it. You did it.
Yeah, no, I had a great race. Put myself in a good position in the last race, but yeah, just wanted to hold on. I was desperate to get a podium, so I'm really, really happy. These guys, everyone in the top 6 or 7, I think, was racing really, really hard. So it was good. It was clean. It was fair. It was fast. My feet feel like they're on fire.
I had exactly the same. It's horrible, isn't it?
But no. Really pleased, yeah, delighted. So
excellent. Wow, what way to end? Are you going to do some more?
Yeah, so I'm going to do Alton, because that's local to me, and then I'll miss Scotland, and then I'll hopefully do Snetterton at the end of the season as well. So yeah, really looking forward to it. Glad to be back.
Yeah, well, it's good to have you back, and well done, very well deserved.
Thank you.
Aaron. Brilliant. Podium all 3 races. Congratulations. Yeah, brilliant battle with Paul. And obviously, he didn't spin this time.
No, yeah, we made it both through there unscathed. Yeah, it was good battling with Paul. I feel like pretty much dragging most of the grid by the end of the race. Yeah, good little tactical battle. Fortunately, couldn't come out on top this time, but yeah, still happy with a podium every race. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It's consistency that matters, isn't it, for championship?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. Happy with my lap times. Yeah, just happy. Hot and tired now. So
it's exhausting. 3 races and qualifying in one day, and this heat is a lot.
It takes you out. Takes it out of you, but yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah,
keeps you going.
Well, you can go and have a well-earned rest now. Yep. Well done, Aaron. And let's go and have a chat with our race winner, Paul Oglesby. Race winner that you deserved.
Thank you. Yeah. Really tough day actually. Race 1 got spun around and obviously ended up at the back and came back through, and then race 2. Should have won the thing and then spun out in the last corner. So I've basically just driven angry all day, which works. But yeah, massive thanks to the guys at Robert RS, because RS have gone through a bit of a beating recently with lots of damage, including me. So credit to Rob, he's worked every hour to get us all back out here, and I'd like to say we're all going home happy, but we're not. So, but yeah, really happy. Yeah, thank you.
Well deserved. Cheers. Well, you got, like I just said to Aaron, you got a well-earned rest now.
Yeah, I loved it with Aaron. It was really fair. We were desperately trying to pull away, but it was really good racing. He's good to race against.
Brilliant. Yeah. Well, bring on Alton Park.
Yes, yeah, I need a break first.
Yeah, same. Yeah, brilliant. Well done, well done. Right, that concludes all the racing for today. So I'm going to hand over to Leah, who's just standing just next to me. And yeah, I just want to say thank you to all the marshals for standing out there in this heat. I mean, it's hot for us in the cars, but they're out there all day. So thank you very much for what you do. Over to you, Leah.
Thank you. So true. The boys were speaking up in commentary actually when we had that red flag on how important marshals are. It's so important for people to get involved in it, isn't it? So yeah, doing the best work out there on track. Wow, that's all from Donington Park, guys. It's been a great day of Caterham racing here in Leicestershire, and in typical Donington fashion, of course, we've got a plane taking off just as we're wrapping up the day. Classic Donington, you know it though, such a lovely circuit. The drivers have all been so complimentary. The first time the Caterhams have been back here in a couple of years. So all I've got to say is a massive thank you to so many people. First of all, our great commentators Paul Walsh and Chris Hutchinson up in the box just above pit lane. Thank you for your awesome commentary today. Of course, a big thank you to the live stream team. Tom's been out with me all day roaming. He's done an awesome job. Our director JJ has done fantastic too, and all the cameramen out on site. Big props to you all. I know it's been very warm out there. I've been feeling it. I've got a polo on and a gilet for the pockets, but that's by the by. Of course, I've got to thank to the marshals, like Sam said, and also thank Sam herself, doing 2 jobs in one, racing and presenting. A massive thank you to her for all of her insights. It's been very helpful. Of course, to all the drivers too for being so generous with their time. Well, as for the Caterhams, they are next out on July the 18th at Alton Park. They travel up to Cheshire for their next round. There'll be a lot of them there, so that's definitely one to keep an eye on. I'm back presenting for you at the TCR Autumn at Alton in October, so a bit of a wait. And if you've missed it, there has been truck racing today at Pembury. There's also racing tomorrow too, so Ian and Pointer will be there to take you through all of that action. You can catch up on the BARC website. The final thing for me to say is thank you to all of the viewers watching today. Thank you for all your comments, all your love and support. It generally means a lot to us and the BARC channel. Keep up with the Caterhams over on their social media pages and of course the BARC websites too. And thank you for joining me today at Donington Park for a day of Caterham chaos but fun. Have a lovely evening, have a lovely summer. I'll see you soon. Thank you.